Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 188. Lu Yin wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he didn't sense the stench of blood from these pirates. This meant that they had only robbed but not killed, so they didn't deserve the death penalty. "Friend, this is a misunderstanding," the captain said in a low voice. Behind him, the ruffian licked his lips in fear. Lu Yin laughed. "There's no misunderstanding. Friend, this is our fault. It's hard to avoid being blinded when doing things in the dark. I'm willing to prepare some wine and treat you to a drink, and we'll let this matter rest. How about that?" the captain asked as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This guy was testing him. If he didn't pursue the matter, the captain would definitely think that he was putting on an act. Perhaps the wine he had prepared was actually poison. "I've already said that there's no misunderstanding. This is a robbery. Hand over all your belongings and I'll spare your lives." With just one sentence, the middle-aged captain and the ruffian were stunned. "Robbery? Wasn't that their line? You're also from the underworld?" the captain asked in disbelief as he sized Lu Yin up. Lu Yin sneered. "The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't rob me, then it's my turn to rob you. Now either hand over your belongings or die. Choose." "Kid, since we're all from the underworld, don't go overboard. We'll see each other often, so it won't be awkward if we meet again," the captain said in a low voice. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he raised a palm. "Let's see if you have what it takes to embarrass me." There was a bestial roar as the Sky Beast Claw came crashing down. The Sky Beast Claw wasn't considered too strong in the eyes of Euro and the other Astral Combat Academy students, but it was still a battle technique that the Great U Empire had passed down to U Academy. The moment the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw appeared, the ruffian was almost scared to death. Although the captain was a Lemiter, he had only recently become one, so he didn't know how to defend himself against Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw. He could only watch helplessly as the attack slammed him into the wall. Lu Yin pulled back his hand with a strange expression. This guy was too weak, he was still a Lemiter. In reality, after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin's perspective had changed. Before entering the Astral Combat Academy, the Sky Beast Claw had been one of his strongest attacks, and at that time he already had the ability to challenge those above his level. Furthermore, he had comprehended the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw, which was the best technique in U Academy. How could mere pirates block U Academy's top battle technique? Even if Euro did not care about the Sky Beast Claw, he would still take this attack seriously. This attack was enough to injure a Lemiter from the Astral Combat Academy, and this pirate was just an ordinary Lemiter. Even Gerbach could defeat him, let alone a Lemiter from the Astral Combat Academy. The difference between their levels was too great. Lu Yin finally understood why Wendy Yushan had looked down on the younger generation of the Great U Empire. They were too weak, and even Schutz, who had been in the Astral Combat Academy for a long time, was considered second-rate in Lu Yin's eyes. There was no need to even talk about Gerbach and the others who were still in the Great U Empire. The gap between them would only grow larger. Back then, countless people in the Outerverse had believed that Astral 10 was their capital to rise to prominence, and it was not without reason. For example, if Schutz were to return to the Great U Empire, he would definitely be able to impress Bezer. Schutz had already surpassed the level of the Outerverse, and he had reached a level where he could compete with Innerverse powerhouses of the same level. Of course, not everyone in the Outerverse was like Gerbach and the others. There were always a few freaks like Dark Void. Even if he had not entered the Astral Combat Academy, his innate gift would have allowed him to dominate a region and not be buried. The ruffian was stunned when he saw Lu Yin heavily injure the captain with a single blow. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, feeling rather sullen. From the moment he had joined the pirates, he had known that he would not have a good ending, but he had at least been able to enjoy himself for a period of time. But damn it, how long had it been? They had only robbed 5 people, and that was only 5 people. They had already encountered such a tough opponent. Their luck was too bad. Lu Yin walked over to the ruffian and looked down at him. The ruffian looked at Lu Yin in fear. No boss, big bro boss, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Please let us go. We're just a newly formed pirate crew and we haven't killed anyone yet." Lu Yin smiled. "Hand over all the treasures you've robbed." The ruffian hurriedly complied and took the captain's cosmic ring. He used the captain's blood to open it and poured out a pile of items. Most of them were a mess of medicine, furs, ores, and even crystal cards from banks and other weaves. The star crystals that Lu Yin cared about the most, however, were only 2,000. He frowned. Were pirates this poor? They must have hidden it, he thought as he glanced at the ruffian with an unfriendly expression. The ruffian was smart and immediately said, "Boss, we've only robbed 5 people and that's all we got." "All right." The ruffian seemed to have thought of something and roughly flipped open the captain's collar to take out a crystal card from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw it. He recognized the black card with the words Yao Gu engraved on it. It had given him more than 10,000 star crystals, and this card was measured in star crystals instead of universal currency. "We got this from a merchant ship. It said that there are 10,000 star crystals inside, and we don't need a genetic code to open it," the ruffian said as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin accepted it with satisfaction and squinted at the man. "There's really 10,000? "Yes, definitely," the ruffian assured him. Lu Yin nodded and glanced at the pile of useless items on the ground. His eyes twinkled as he stood there. Pirates, robbers, this seemed to be the fastest way to make money. They were pirates after all, and they had no qualms about robbing him. The ruffian stayed behind Lu Yin and glanced at him nervously from time to time. He didn't know what to do if the captain woke up and saw that he had been robbed. Lu Yin felt like the sky was falling just thinking about the ruffian, but he didn't care. He had to coax this plague away first. "Hey, what's your name?" Lu Yin turned to the ruffian. "What's your name?" The ruffian smiled. "I'm Little Seven, boss." Lu Yin frowned. "No, that's not a good name. From now on you're Little Eight." The ruffian stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked coldly, "What? You don't want to?" No, I'm Little Eight. Thank you for the name, boss." "From now on I'm Little Eight," the ruffian hurriedly admitted, suddenly having a bad premonition. Lu Yin nodded. "I'm 7. From now on I'm requisitioning this ship." The ruffian was stunned. "Requisitioning?" Lu Yin smiled. "Piracy is a good profession with great prospects. I like it. You take me to see the other pirates." The ruffian's mouth fell open as he looked at Lu Yin's smiling face. He then looked at the ground and suddenly realized that this guy wasn't satisfied with robbing them, and now he wanted to rob others as well. No, definitely not. Pirates had their own principles and they couldn't betray their fellow pirates. Although they wished for their fellow pirates to all die, if they did that, they would no longer be able to mingle in the pirate circle. They might even be hunted down by the Pirate King. "Boss, please don't joke around. Pirates are a bunch of boorish bastards. They have no manners, no morals, and love to fart. They can't even be considered human. You should stop looking at them," the ruffian begged. Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he stared at the ruffian. "I'll say it again. Take me to see the other pirates. I don't want to repeat myself. Or I can get someone else to take me. There are hundreds of people on this ship, so there should be a few who are willing." The ruffian's face turned bitter, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He had 2 choices in front of him. Either he wanted to live, betray his fellow pirates, and leave the pirate circle forever. He might even be hunted down by the entire pirate circle, or he wanted to die and become a glorious pirate who had died in the line of duty. Of course, just as he had said, pirates weren't even considered human. He didn't want to die as a pirate, and who would want to die if they could live? Thus he gave in. The middle-aged captain was locked up, and from now on, the ruffian Little Hatchie was the person in charge of this pirate ship. It could be said that he had fulfilled his addiction of being a captain, and even used his official position for personal gain to lock up a group of pirates that he disliked in the past. Lu Yin wasn't interested in any of this. He stared at his gadget in disbelief. Big Pow and Little Pow had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master? That was too exaggerated. Astral 10 was now famous throughout the entire Astral Combat Academy. First, 5 melders had defeated Area Master Euro and taken over a training ground. Then 2 students had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master and even forced him to reveal his 3-line battle force, shocking the entire academy. Once upon a time, Astral 10 had been known as an exiled academy that no one cared about, and it had even been on the verge of collapse. However, as the Outerverse new students had entered, their reputation had grown. They had completed the highest Sentinel mission, defeated students from various academies, given birth to a lockbreaker, defeated an area master, challenged a realm master, and so on. This series of events had caused the various academies to no longer dare to underestimate Astral 10. This incident in particular had pushed Big Pow and Little Pow's reputation to the peak. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Quang Wang, had said that the 2 of them had the strength of a top-tier area master. This evaluation had been published by Wu Gaoli in the Academy's newspaper, causing the sales volume of this issue to soar once again. On the other hand, the Blaze Realm was embarrassed. Someone had spread the news that Jared had entered the Tao of Purgatory to fight on Euro's behalf. but he had been forced to withdraw in a sorry state. This had caused the Blaze Realm's reputation to plummet. At an important juncture in the Astral Combat Tournament, Astral 10 seemed to be catching up. Luin looked up with excitement. As expected, those two seniors were not simple. They were both area masters, and they had even been able to force a realm master to reveal his true power. How powerful! However, the two of them had still been defeated, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. Were realm masters really that invincible? The five of them had been able to defeat Euro if they worked together, and they might even be able to defeat any area master. However, against a realm master, even with Big Pow and Little Pow's help, it was still impossible. It was indeed true that every realm master was a freak. The Astral Combat Tournament was getting closer and closer. Although the exact date had not been set yet, it should be within half a year. Realm masters were also students and they were also opponents. In reality, there were many other powerhouses besides realm masters in the 10 great academies. Due to the special nature of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and the addition of terrifying geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, there were definitely more than 9 realm masters. In other words, if one wanted to reach the top 10 in this year's Astral Combat Tournament, they would need to possess the power of a realm master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 189. Reaching the power level of a realm master was incredibly difficult, and Lu Yin was confident that he could reach that level within half a year or even surpass it. However, reaching the realm master level was just too difficult. Was he destined not to participate in this year's Astral Combat Tournament? The Astral Combat Tournament was held once every 20 years, and the younger generation could only participate once. However, with Lu Yin's skeletal age, he could participate in the next tournament, but he did not want to wait for 20 years. He raised his hand and his die appeared. I hope you can bring me a miracle. At that moment, the ruffian Little 8 rushed in and shouted excitedly, Boss, we've discovered pirates. Lu Yin casually dispersed the die and stared coldly at Little 8. Remember to knock before you come in or I'll cut off your hand. Little 8 was startled, but he quickly nodded. Pirates? What's their scale? Lu Yin asked. Little 8 nervously answered, half a region ahead of us there's a pirate group called the Flying Fish. They were established a few years before us, and they can be considered professional pirates. Lu Yin laughed. Professional pirates? So there are even amateurs? Little 8 smiled. Boss, many pirates aren't actually pirates. Being a pirate is like a mask. When someone is poor, has financial problems or has a special goal, a new pirate group will be born. Once their goal is achieved, the pirates will disappear. It's very normal. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The dark side of the universe. Little 8 nodded. Boss, what about this Flying Fish pirate group? Get close and then rob them, Lu Yin said calmly as he walked towards the command center. Little 8 hurriedly followed after him. He had thought things through, and since he could not resist, he might as well perform well. Perhaps there would be another opportunity. The various weaves of the universe had never slacked off in their efforts to eliminate pirates. Pirates were a serious hindrance to the various weaves' economy, and there were often rumors of important people being killed by pirates. Thus, the various weaves had their own armies that specialized in eliminating pirates. However, pirates were too cunning. Aside from a few particularly powerful pirate groups, small pirate groups would not stay in one place for too long, and the Flying Fish pirate group was one such pirate group. What's the style of this pirate group? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the medium-sized pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. Little 8 replied, they're similar to us. They just rob and don't kill. I didn't expect you guys to be so principled. Little 8 smiled bitterly. Boss, it's very difficult to be a pirate. Robbing is risky, but killing is even more so. For the various weaves armies that purge pirates, robbing and not killing is an ironclad rule. Once you violate this rule, you'll be placed on the military's must-kill list. Furthermore, killing someone is very likely to draw the attention of certain major powers. Lu Yin nodded as Little 8's words made sense. Although the universe was cruel, that was only true for cultivators and those who wandered the edges of darkness, such as pirates. Ordinary people rarely faced any unnatural deaths outside of natural disasters. Generally speaking, as the various weaves grew closer and closer together, humanity was becoming more and more aware of how to protect themselves. Not long after, Lu Yin stretched lazily as he looked at the 2 Lemeters who had been knocked down. This was the Flying Fish pirate spacecraft, and Lu Yin had easily robbed it. These small pirate groups did not have many powerhouses, and their Lemeters were only equivalent to the average melder from the Astral Combat Academy, which was similar to Jerbak and the others. "Boss, this is the reward." Under the furious gaze of the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, little Mina took out a black Mavis bank card as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "How much?" "Hee, 60,000 star crystals," Little 8 said. Lu Yin frowned. "So little? Hasn't this pirate group been robbing for years?" "Boss, a pirate group's expenses are very high. After deducting the cost of deaths, weapon maintenance, ship maintenance and so on, there's also the need to buy medicine, gather information, pay tribute to stronger pirate groups, and pay for the powerhouse's cultivation, etc. It's already pretty good to have 60,000 left." Lu Yin glanced at the captain and saw that his face was ashen. He grunted and took the card without hesitation. "Not bad. Divide the rest among your brothers." Little 8 was delighted. "Thank you, boss." Lu Yin's actions surprised Little 8. He had not pocketed anything for himself, which was a good way to win people over. Lu Yin looked young, but he was not stupid. The rest of the pirates cheered and worked even harder. Lu Yin did not care about a measly amount of money. He did care about money, but he would not do anything for it. He would spend what he needed, and he still hoped that these pirates would bring him even more wealth. Robbing ordinary people was not as profitable as robbing pirates, and he would bear the risks. This was the best outcome for these pirates, even if they would be banned from the circle if word got out. Over the next half a month, Lu Yin and Little 8 explored the surrounding filaments. There were 97 filaments in the dark mist weave, and according to Little 8, this was where most of the Outerverse pirates gathered. They had robbed no less than 10 pirate groups in half a month, and it was like entering a den of thieves. Of course, their gains were not bad. Lu Yin alone had obtained about 700,000 star crystals, which was enough to make him rich. The rest of the pirates had also obtained enough wealth to last them for the rest of their lives. Even if they did not become pirates, they could still be rich ordinary people. "Eighth bro, isn't that the Jazz Pirates' territory up ahead? Let's rob them," one of the pirates said excitedly in the command room. Little 8 smacked him on the head. "Are you crazy? Rob the Jazz Pirates? Scram." Lu Yin happened to walk over and asked, "Why can't we rob the Jazz Pirates?" Little 8 was startled by Lu Yin's voice and quickly turned around. "Boss, the Jazz Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the surrounding filaments. They have at least 5 Lemeters, and their captain, the Mad Viper Knight, is an absolute powerhouse who graduated from the Astral Combat Academy." Lu Yin was shocked. "He graduated from the Astral Combat Academy? Is he a space-exploring powerhouse?" Little 8 shook his head. "No, an explorer wouldn't just wander around the surrounding filaments. He's a peak Lemeter." Lu Yin relaxed. As long as he wasn't an explorer, then everything was fine. This meant that this person's claim that he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy was a lie. The Astral Combat Academy's rules stated that one had to be an explorer before they graduated. Otherwise, they would only be expelled when they reached the age limit and would not be considered a graduate. The Astral Combat Academy was split into 10 academies. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies had an average of 1,000 students, but less than a third of them had successfully graduated. These people were the absolute elites of the universe, and even those who had been expelled were not weak. After all, becoming an explorer required luck and talent, and without a 5-stage formcast model, it was too difficult to become an explorer before the age limit. However, no matter where they went, the expelled students were all outstanding and would not become pirates. This person had to be bluffing. "Let's go and rob the Jazz Pirates. If they can dominate the surrounding filaments, then we'll definitely reap a lot of rewards," Lu Yin said expectantly. Little 8's expression turned bitter. "Boss, this pirate group really can't be provoked. An army once surrounded them, but nearly half of them died in the end. Their blood dyed the planet's oceans red, and even an explorer was killed by the Mad Viper Knight. This person is truly terrifying." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's it. Immediately." Little 8 helplessly glared at the pirate who had spoken up before changing course and heading towards the Jazz Pirates. It wasn't easy to find a pirate group, and pirates couldn't stay in one place forever. They needed to rely on luck, but since they were all pirates, Little 8's chances of finding them were quite high. At this point, Lu Yin had long since forgotten about his lock-breaking mission. Although lock-breaking was important to him, it wasn't as important as star crystals. His die was the only shortcut that could quickly increase his strength. He now had more than 700,000 star crystals, and he would be able to return to Astral 10 after robbing the last one. There, he could peacefully wait for the Astral Combat Tournament to begin. The Jazz Pirates traveled through many filaments, and little Eight had thought that it wouldn't be so easy to bump into them. However, a day later he saw a large spacecraft among a group of asteroids. It was the Jazz Pirate spacecraft. Under Lu Yin's stern gaze, little Eight sent a communication request to the Jazz Pirates. Soon their spacecraft was allowed to dock with the large spacecraft. There was a shutter and Lu Yin looked at his gadget. There were quite a few people on this ship and there were nearly 1,000 of them. 3 of them were Lemeters and more importantly, one of them had a power level of 10,000. The glaring power level almost scared little Eight to death. This was a peak Lemeter, which should be the Mad Viper Knight's power level. This person was only one step away from breaking through to become an explorer. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, but he didn't pay it much mind. He had encountered many peak Lemeters in the ported battles, and although they had suppressed him greatly, they weren't as invincible as explorers. Euro was a peak Lemeter, and there was also Frankfurt, as well as the spear-wielding expert he had killed when he first entered the Tao of Purgatory. B-Boss, it's not too late to regret. I think it's best not to provoke the Mad Viper Knight. We'll just resupply in the name of offering and then we can leave, little Eight stuttered. Lu Yin waved his hand and walked out of the cabin, entering the Jazz Pirate spacecraft. He had indeed made preparations before coming here. If the Mad Viper Knight was too strong he could give up, but he should be able to deal with him. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. His identity as a lockbreaker could be used to exchange for his life. He requested to meet the Mad Viper Knight as a pirate captain, which was not an unreasonable request. Soon, Lu Yin was brought to the Mad Viper Knight's lounge, where he saw a Lemeter. Just as the Lemeter was about to speak, his expression changed and his gadget beeped. The Lemeter's expression changed and he quickly left. The pirate who had brought Lu Yin here also quickly left, leaving Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin frowned, but he didn't pay it any mind. He pushed open the lounge door and walked in. The Mad Viper Knight was a middle-aged man. Most pirate captains were middle-aged men, and he wore an elegant aristocratic robe. He held a walking stick in one hand, and there was a python tattoo on his face. At first glance he looked quite formidable. Lu Yin's entrance did not disturb the Mad Viper, who was staring at his gadget. Lu Yin didn't know what he was looking at, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 190. Lu Yin wandered around the lounge and saw a star chart of the surrounding regions, as well as the Astral River's location. Not far from the Astral River, there was a special sign that read, Pirates Harbor. Pirates Harbor? Lu Yin looked at the location, which was less than 10 regions away from his current location. It would only take him 5 days to travel through a wormhole. That was the secret harbor where countless pirates gathered, and it was also one of the darkest places in the Outerverse. Who are you? A dull voice sounded in Lu Yin's ear as the Mad Viper Knight stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Lu Yin turned around and smiled. I heard that you graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, so I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. The Mad Viper Knight's eyes widened and a murderous glint flashed through them. Good plan. You want to get rid of my pirate crew? It won't be that easy. Star energy erupted from the Mad Viper Knight's body, materializing into a visible python that opened its mouth to bite Lu Yin. The lights in the lounge instantly shattered. Lu Yin retreated and was struck by the star energy. The floorboards shattered and a trace of green liquid splattered everywhere, corroding the metal walls. Venom? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow as the Mad Viper Knight's staff stabbed out from his side. Their surroundings were forcefully sealed by star energy, which left Lu Yin astonished. This person was not weak and he was definitely a highly educated Lemeter. Perhaps he really was from the Astral Combat Academy. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the lounge's surroundings shattered, unable to withstand a Lemeter's attack. Lu Yin evaded the attack with flash. The Mad Viper Knight's strength was not bad, far surpassing that of all the pirates he had encountered before. He was strong enough to crush ordinary peak Lemeters in the Outerverse. Not only had his star energy control reached the realm of infinite changes, but he also had powerful battle techniques in the venom he released. However, these were useless against Lu Yin, as this person's strength was not enough to threaten him. If he really was from the Astral Combat Academy, then he would definitely be one of the weakest. There was a whoosh as Lu Yin tore through the python's star energy and slammed his palm into the Mad Viper Knight's body. Not only did Lu Yin's attack shatter the Lemeter ring armor that the knight had just put on, but his star energy was also shattered as his entire body was forcefully smashed into the wall. The Mad Viper Knight spat out a mouthful of blood as shock filled his eyes. Realm Breaker. The Mad Viper Knight was overwhelmed with shock. Lu Yin's palm strike made him feel as if he had returned to his time in the Astral Combat Academy, where he had seen a batch of despair-inducing freaks. Back then he had been overshadowed by those freaks and now he had encountered such a person once again. The lounge was plunged into darkness, but Lu Yin relied on the hazy starlight to approach the Mad Viper Knight step by step. He wanted to obtain his spoils of war, but right at that moment, a sword light flashed past. Lu Yin dodged to the side but the entire lounge was split into two. An incomparably sharp aura came from behind him, filling his surroundings with an aura that could cut through everything. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this a domain? He raised a hand, his battle force enveloping him as he circulated his art of Sirius. A long sword pierced towards him from behind, but he easily dodged it and countered with a palm. Palm of Sirius. The 9 stars exploded, and together with the invincible battle chi, not only did it break the attacker's longsword, but it also smashed onto the attacker's body, sending her flying out of the lounge and smashing into the distance, penetrating through the walls of an unknown distance away. With a thump, the broken sword fell to the ground, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He frowned as he looked at the broken sword. Red? How familiar. Was this Zhuode Knight? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed out of the lounge. Inside the lounge, the Mad Viper Knight spat out another mouthful of blood as he struggled to get down from the wall. He panted heavily as he looked outside in fear. Where had these terrifying powerhouses come from? One had a domain and the other had battle force. They were so young, could they be freaks from the Astral Combat Academy? He gritted his teeth and a bone-deep hatred flashed through his eyes. He hated those freaks who stood at the top, preventing people like him from ever having a chance to shine. Cough cough. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body out of the lounge. At this moment the entire pirate fleet was enveloped in the stench of blood. Countless pirates had died tragically, and the corridor was dyed red with blood. The 2 other Lemeters had also been decapitated. Lu Yin rushed past several destroyed lounges and found Zhuode Knight 100 meters away. Her face was deathly pale, and she held a broken sword in her hand. So it really was you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. In such a dark environment he hadn't been able to see clearly, and his attack had been too heavy. However, he couldn't be blamed, as Zhuode Knight had been the one to attack first. Lu Yin took out a medicine and fed it to her. Zhuode Knight coughed twice and forced herself to open her eyes. She vaguely saw Lu Yin. It's you. Lu Yin was helpless. Why are you here? Zhuode Knight looked at him weakly with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her pure face was so pale that it made one's heart ache. Why are you here? I was robbed by accident, Lu Yin replied. Zhuode Knight looked around and then at her broken sword. She exhaled and coughed again. Blood flowed from her lips, and her eyes gradually lost focus before she fainted again. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to push her away but it was no use. Her internal organs had been severely injured. That was Sirius Palm with 9 stars, and its power was terrifying. Even Euro would be unlucky if he had been hit head-on, let alone Zhuode Knight. She was lucky to have survived that attack. Lu Yin had no choice but to carry her in his arms. He couldn't let her die here. Although this woman had schemed against him before, she wasn't a bad person. From the looks of it she was cleaning up pirates again. Right, this route just happened to lead back to the Innerverse so it wouldn't be strange if they ran into each other. Shit, the Mad Viper Knight. Lu Yin suddenly remembered this person, and he hurriedly rushed to the lounge with Zhuode Knight in his arms. However, the Mad Viper Knight was nowhere to be seen. A personal spaceship flew out from the Night Pirate's spaceship. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body and stared at the pirate ship with a ferocious gaze. Die all of you. Die with my pirate ship. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 192. For 3 days, Lu Yin was unable to contact Coco. His guess was right. The attacks had shifted from the hospital to the hotels and shopping malls. The entire pirate port was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and the space station was packed to the brim. People were only allowed to leave but not enter. Countless people wanted to escape the port. Food and water were crazily snatched along with all sorts of resources. Even Shamrock Enterprises branch had been sold out. The Dark Mist Weaves Bank branch had long since evacuated, which indicated that something big was about to happen. 3 days later at noon, Lu Yin finally managed to contact Coco. What's the matter, brother Lu? She asked. Lu Yin was anxious. Coco, my friend is heavily injured. Do you know anyone in Dark Mist Weave? Dark Mist Weave? Let me ask. Coco hurriedly checked and asked Zora for help. Coco quickly looked up. Yes, Brother Lu. My senior is on a strange planet in Dark Mist Weave. That's great. Tell me the location. Luine was delighted. Coco was conflicted. I don't know the location. I'll give you my senior's contact details so you can contact him yourself. I've already told him. She then sent Luine a string of numbers. Luine hurriedly cut off the call and dialed the number. Soon a voice answered, Windrift Hall, Zhengjie. I'm Luine. Sorry, Coco must have mentioned me, Luine said politely. Yes, I did. You can come find me. I'm at Dark Mist Weave's pirate port. You know about it, right? Luine was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. I'm at the port as well. Zhengjie was clearly stunned as well. Tell me your location and we'll meet in the center. Luine immediately sent his location, and he quickly headed north with Zhuo Day Knight in his arms. Along the way he stole a spacecraft and increased his speed to the maximum. Zhuo Day Knight's injuries seemed to have worsened, and her face was even paler than before. Her consciousness was hazy once more and she kept muttering to herself. Luine did not know why he was so anxious. Her desperate and helpless eyes kept appearing in his mind, along with her weak and pale face. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The pirate port was huge, but the two of them were not far from each other. They met up in less than an hour. The spy was a rather delicate-looking man who was much older than Luine. He had probably surpassed the limits of the younger generation, and there was a girl beside him. It was said that the Windrift Hall always split into pairs, and this girl was his partner. Zhuo Day Knight. With her? The two simultaneously looked at Luine. Feng Jie nodded and didn't ask any more questions. To Windrift Hall they would heal regardless of race. They only differentiated between good and bad, not race. This was Windrift Hall, which was why they had such a good reputation in the universe. Can he be saved? Luine asked nervously. Hearing this question, the originally quiet spy raised his head and suddenly smiled proudly. There is no patient that Windrift Hall can't save. Luine was flabbergasted. Zhengjie, who had seemed so dull, had suddenly become so arrogant. The girl said, Don't disturb him. Your little girlfriend isn't the most seriously injured patient he's ever saved. Luine hurriedly said, She's not my girlfriend. Is that so? The girl did not believe him and turned away. Luine was stunned. He seemed to have been too anxious. He stood up and walked away to look at the dark pirate port. This planet was a battlefield and countless people would be sacrificed. It was too sad. It was time to leave. More and more explosions swept through the pirate port, and countless people fled in panic. Luine sat in his spacecraft and looked down, his heart filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who was that? He parked his spacecraft on the roof and left Zhuo Day Knight behind as he rushed towards the crowd. Luine quickly caught hold of a man in the crowd. The man was shocked and tried to knee him, but Luine blocked him. Big Chong, it's me. The man looked at Luine in shock and cried out, Why are you here? Luine pulled the man out of the crowd and happily asked, Why are you here too? The man named Big Chong was anxious. Did the family send you? That's impossible. Why would they send you here? What do you mean? Luine was uneasy. Don't ask me what I mean. Let's go, we have to leave immediately. Big Chong grabbed Luine and wanted to take him to the space station. Luine shook Big Chong off as he had many questions to ask. Suddenly, he felt his scalp go numb as a blinding light descended. Everyone looked up and saw the final scene of their lives. A beam of light descended from the void and bombarded the ground, obliterating everything in its path. This was an attack from a warship. Little Seven, run! Big Chong shouted. The crowd howled in despair. The buildings on both sides collapsed. Luine could no longer hear any of this as he had been struck by the beam of light. He instinctively activated his serious art, but against an attack that could kill an explorer, any form of defense was useless. With a boom, an entire street was reduced to dust, and Big Chong was sent flying by the violent impact. Luine had used flash at the last moment to avoid a direct hit, but even so, he had still been swept up by the shockwaves and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair, clothes, and everything else had been incinerated. His body had been scorched and his blood had been instantly charred. His body had been smashed into a distant wall like a pile of rotten meat, and he had lost consciousness. Following that, another beam of light descended and bombarded the neighboring street, one after another. This was an attack that could destroy a planet, and anyone would be insignificant in the face of such an attack. Only space-exploring powerhouses could withstand it, but that did not include ordinary explorers. This was because these beams of light had originally been used to deal with the cruisers of the Leo clan. The entire pirate port had been plunged into a sea of death as the beams of light mercilessly bombarded it, killing countless people. On the abandoned street, Lu Yin's body had been destroyed to the point where not a single piece of flesh remained intact. Logically speaking, such injuries should have meant certain death, but the strange seal on his back that had prevented him from breaking through had appeared once more. It emitted a faint light that brought him back from the brink of death, and his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin vaguely heard someone speak. "There's still someone alive here. Take him away." "There's no need. There's not a single piece of flesh left on his body. He's dead for sure." "It's none of your business. Take him to Drift Charge Planet. The higher-ups have ordered that as long as he's not dead, take him away." "Understood." There was a thump as Lu Yin painfully opened his eyes. The glaring light was unbearable and his vision was blurry. What was going on? How can this person survive after being injured like this? He was probably hit head-on. He's lucky that he didn't die. "You still want to save someone like this?" "Sure, of course not. It's meat." "What meat?" "The slaves on Drift Charge Planet can't even be considered humans. They eat anything." "You mean?" When Lu Yin regained consciousness for the third time, he saw himself falling from a high altitude. He had been thrown down from a high altitude, and the air he breathed in was rather pungent. His surroundings were dark red and lightning flashed past him from time to time. He had seen such a scene before, and it usually occurred on a planet that was about to be destroyed. He looked down and his pupils shrank. He could vaguely see countless black dots below him. Were those people? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 193. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who had been thrown down from the sky. There were many others around him who were still alive, but they could also be considered dead. They were meat for the miners below. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and looked at his arm. His cosmic ring was gone and his gadget was gone. Everything was gone, and the star energy around him was quite thin. Thankfully, the star energy stored in his body hadn't been used up, and he still had some left. He couldn't just fall down like this, or he would be eaten even if he didn't fall to his death. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Lu Yin's gaze turned sinister. He could clearly see the slaves' appearances, and they couldn't even be considered humans. They were like beasts with their mouths wide open, grabbing the smashed corpses and biting them. Lu Yin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene, as he had seen it during Earth's trial. Back then he had been in a higher position, but now he was waiting to be eaten. He got closer and closer, and just as he felt the hands of the slaves about to grab him, he growled and forced himself to raise his hand. Shockwave palm. Bang. The ground was smashed apart by the palm, and shockwaves swept out in all directions within a radius of 10 meters. All of the slaves within range were instantly killed by the shockwaves. Lu Yin had used the roving step in the nick of time to fall to the ground, panting heavily as intense pain shot through his body. The surrounding slaves hurriedly fled, looking at Lu Yin in fear. They were just ordinary people, not even cultivators. They didn't dare to get close to Lu Yin, even if he was severely injured. Lu Yin didn't dare to faint, as that would kill him. He wanted to move his body, but he didn't know how long it had been since he had eaten. He had no strength left and he could only move his fingers. He looked around and saw that all his hair had been burned away, and he wasn't wearing anything. Perhaps the slaves had wanted to make it easier for the slaves to eat, so they hadn't given him any clothes. He just lay there on the ground and looked around fiercely, scaring the slaves into running even further away. The dust on the ground gave off a pungent smell. This planet wasn't suitable for human habitation. Strange insects would occasionally crawl out of the cracked earth, and Lu Yin was famished and swallowed them all in one gulp. It tasted terrible, but that was all he could eat. Otherwise he would starve to death and become meat again. He had never imagined that he would experience something like this. This inhumane torture was indescribable. He faced off against the slaves on this planet for several days, but no matter how severe his injuries were, he couldn't sleep. He kept his bloodshot eyes open with all his might. On the 5th day, the surrounding slaves inexplicably dispersed, and a skinny old man with a hunched back appeared in front of him. The old man walked over step by step until he was right in front of Lu Yin and slowly squatted down. Lu Yin could even smell the decaying odor coming from the man's body. Scram! Lu Yin roared with all his might. Star energy flickered at his fingertips, forming flames in an attempt to scare the man away. A strand of battle force even seeped out of his body, but it disappeared in an instant. The old man was shocked and said in a hoarse voice, "Battle Chi? Little guy, are you a disciple of a great power?" Lu Yin did not reply and continued to stare at the old man, his heart sinking. This person knew so much, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. He was most likely a cultivator, and Lu Yin could not scare him. Was he going to be eaten? He had never imagined that he would become a sacrificial pawn in a game between great powers. He didn't even know who was behind all of this. He was like an ant that could be easily trampled to death. "Do you want something to eat?" The old man opened his mouth, and 2 rays of light flashed in his skeletal eyes. His words shocked Lu Yin, and he stared at the old man with bloodshot eyes that were filled with desire. The old man's lips curled up in a strange arc, and his sinister and terrifying face sunk in. He approached Lu Yin and whispered, "Human flesh is called white meat. Do you want some?" "Scram." Lu Yin growled. The old man chuckled strangely and just sat there in front of Lu Yin. He did not move, but he did not leave either. A strange insect crawled out of the ground once more, this one the size of a palm and with a green barb on its tail. Lu Yin bit down on it again and the green barb pierced his lips. However, nothing was more terrifying than starvation in his current state. Green liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes continued to stare at the old man. The old man did not move, and he continued to stare at Lu Yin until Lu Yin could no longer hold on and collapsed. Lu Yin did not know if he had died or fainted. Perhaps there would be no future for him once he closed his eyes. Just as Lu Yin lost consciousness, the old man suddenly stood up and walked behind him. He tapped Lu Yin's back and then moved his hands along the surface of Lu Yin's body in a strange pattern. Star energy seemed to circulate within Lu Yin's body as well. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and collapsed to the ground. He stared at Lu Yin and said, "Whether you die or not will depend on your luck. If you don't die, then my family still has a glimmer of hope." At the same time, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament was set. It would be held in 3 months. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most important event in the Astral 10 Academies, but it did not have much of an impact on the outside world. At most, it would attract a few great powers to recruit talents, but the effect was not great. This was because almost all of the geniuses who could enter the Astral Combat Academy came from the various great powers. However, the Astral Combat Tournament was related to the Astral Domain War, and it was a plan by some of the universe's great powers to recruit soldiers. Regardless of their profession or status, everyone would do their best to watch the Astral Combat Tournament on the day of the tournament. Because of the Astral Combat Tournament's great influence, many of the great powers' hidden geniuses had come out and joined the Astral Combat Academy in anticipation of the tournament in 3 months. However, at this moment, Astral 10 was shrouded in a shadow. Old Kai helplessly looked at the screen on his gadget and sighed before shaking his head with a bitter smile. The screen was showing the scene of Lu Yin being struck by a beam of light at the pirate port. It was only a brief moment and there was no end to it. However, no one believed that Lu Yin would have survived. That beam of light was a weapon specially designed to deal with cruisers, and even explorers would find it difficult to survive, let alone a mere melder. Why did that brat just happen to appear at the pirate port? Old Kai was speechless. Michelle stood beside him and was also watching the screen. When she saw the final scene of Lu Yin being struck by the beam of light, she frowned. No matter what, he's still Astral 10's leader. He can't die in vain. There's no way to avenge him there, Old Kai said. Michelle was puzzled. Old Kai calmly replied, "That's the pirate port. If he's killed there, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. No matter who he is, as long as he dies, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. This is also the reason why those people are attacking the planet so recklessly." Michelle was furious. "Are we just going to let it go?" Old Kai waved his hand. "Of course not. Don't worry, someone will stand up for him." Lu Yin was a lockbreaker and one with great achievements at that. His death would incur the wrath of the Lockbreaker Society, and unless they found out that he was a pirate, the Lockbreaker Society would not let his killer off. Soon, all of Astral 10's new students knew about Lu Yin's death. Old Kai did not hide it, as the Astral Combat Tournament was about to begin, and Lu Yin was the leader. News of him could not be hidden. What? Brother Lu is dead? Coco was sorrowful as she carried the large syringe. "It's all my fault that I wasn't by his side. Otherwise I would have given him a shot." Zora was speechless. "Coco, this has nothing to do with you. Right, Brother Lu seemed to be on the same planet as Senior Brother and the others. Are they all right?" Coco was worried. "Don't worry, they're fine," Zora assured her. Xia Luo looked at the screen and revealed a rare expression of helplessness. Did he die so easily? What a pity. Lulu was depressed. She had long since treated Lu Yin as a friend, and they had been friends ever since Earth's trial. She had never thought that he would suddenly die. Life was too fragile. It was rare for Silver to not smile, and his eyes were filled with an endless chill. Lu Yin's death had disrupted his rhythm. Astral 10 was not the only academy that could see the scene of Lu Yin's death. The other academies could as well. After all, he was a student of the Astral Combat Academy, and his death was enough to attract the attention of the Astral Combat Academy. I thought that Astral 10 was going to rise up, but who would have thought that their leader would die so easily? And at the pirate port, haha. The Blaze Realm's people are going to be happy. Right? Could it be that the Blaze Realm did it? Impossible, they wouldn't have the guts to harm an Astral Combat Academy student. This guy is just unlucky. They were trying to eliminate pirates, but he got involved. Our previous guess was right. This guy must have been released by Astral 10 to confuse the other academies. Don't be fooled, Lu Yin isn't the strongest in Astral 10. It's Xia Luo, Lulu and Mavis. Wrong, it's Big Pow and Little Pow. They teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, so they're definitely the top experts among the area masters. In Astral 6, Sharon was excited. He's dead, he's really dead. That's great. Wait, that's not right. What does this guy's death have to do with me? His uncle, that bastard. On the other side, Lu Ji frowned. He's still a lockbreaker, but he actually died at the pirate port. The society won't let this matter rest. In Astral 8, Jared smiled. Lu Yin's death had made him happy. Go tell Shiyu about this and make her happy. In the Innerverse, in the Soul Dream Tribe's territory in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Shiyu watched the scene of Lu Yin's death on a screen. She didn't know why, but she couldn't feel happy. Her mind kept replaying the scene from the second layer of the Sand Ocean, and she felt depressed. The old man went out every day to hunt, and he also came here to cry and complain. Grandpa knows it's cold down there. Don't worry, Grandpa will be with you soon. You won't be lonely, the old man said as he slowly climbed to his feet. Lu Yin immediately left. When he returned to the cave, the old man still hadn't returned. He had probably gone out to hunt some bugs. Lu Yin absorbed the drifting star energy, but it was too little. He unconsciously activated the Sirius Art, and 9 stars revolved around him. 9 stars meant that he could move at 9 times the speed. No matter how little drifting star energy there was, it could still sweep over like a whirlpool, even though this whirlpool still looked very thin. The old man dragged the giant bug's corpse towards the cave, but he sensed that something was amiss. He let go of the carcass and walked into the cave. His expression changed when he saw Lu Yin. This is the Sirius Art? Lu Yin didn't know that the Sirius Art that he had been using to recover his strength had been discovered, and he was still absorbed by himself. Lu Yin felt a little better. As long as he wasn't pressured, memorizing all of the numbers wasn't too difficult. After all, he was a melder and his 5 senses were greatly enhanced. Right, I remember that you know Battle Force. Try it, the old man suddenly said. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still circulated his Battle Force. Streams of energy circled around his body, and then his Battle Force turned black and covered his entire body, forming lines that were purple. Black Battle Force with purple stripes was the symbol of 3-line Battle Force. Lu Yin stared at his body in disbelief. 3-line Battle Force? How had he improved so much? It was clearly just basic Battle Force. The old man wasn't surprised. As expected, your body's innate talent isn't bad. You actually improved from basic to 3-lined. Not bad. You're quite strong among the younger generation. How can this be? Lu Yin didn't understand. The old man laughed strangely. Because you're dead. Lu Yin was confused. The old man's lips curled up. There's a very strange technique in the universe called the arcane art of life and death. It's not difficult, but the requirements to practice it are extremely harsh. Almost no one in the entire universe can do it because it's meant for the dead. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man. When you fell onto this planet, you overdraft your strength and used a battle technique to avoid being eaten. After that, you faced off against those slaves for several days. Actually, when I appeared, you fainted, but that didn't count as fainting because you were really dead. The old man stared at Lu Yin, and when he saw the confusion on his face, he continued, I controlled your star energy to circulate the arcane art of life and death. This technique can't help you heal, and on the contrary, it might even worsen your injuries. At that time, I was just curious, so I tried it out, but I didn't expect you to come back to life. How did I come back to life? Lu Yin frowned. How would I know? In any case, you came back to life. As I said before, your injuries aren't something that an average person can survive. No matter how strong they are, that kind of injury is equivalent to death. I gave you the arcane art of life and death out of curiosity, but since you've come back to life, you can enjoy the benefits of the arcane art of life and death, the old man said enviously. Lu Yin smiled wryly. I've already cultivated another technique, so I can't cultivate another one. Don't worry, the arcane art of life and death doesn't require you to cultivate it. Only the dead can cultivate it, and its only use is to test your luck. If you die, then so be it. But if you come back to life, then congratulations, you'll transform just like now. Lu Yin looked at his hands and the patterns on his body. He could feel his own strength, and it was a strength that he had gained by gambling with his life. Then can I continue to use the arcane art of life and death to increase my battle force in the future? Lu Yin asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 196. Lu Yin muttered to himself after hearing the old man's words. The Liu clan, the pirate port, and the attack. He seemed to have grasped something, but he could not completely understand it. The old man said, when a person encounters an enemy that's too strong, they will first hide and eliminate any clues that might lead to them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. If this planet really did belong to the Liu clan, then the only reason they would attack the pirate port would be to eliminate all traces of their existence. They might even fabricate a war to make their entire family disappear in order to avoid powerful enemies. Lu Yin was just unlucky to have encountered such a situation. A nobody was just a nobody, and even if he was accidentally injured, no one would seek justice for him. Lu Yin believed that once the Liu clan discovered Zhuo Dainite's existence, they would definitely not throw her onto a planet like this. In the end, it was all about power, and Lu Yin began to desire it. He did not want to be sacrificed so easily in the future. So what if he was strong? Unless he was truly invincible in the universe, he would only be a pawn. He did not want to be a pawn, he wanted to be the player. The past few days had been unforgettable, and the inhumane torture had changed his way of thinking. The old man looked into Lu Yin's eyes and saw a different expression. His lips curled up. Sometimes a single sentence could ignite a flame. You said that the Liu clan hasn't collected any ores for a month. Does that mean they've left? The old man shook his head. This planet is very well hidden, and the Liu clan will not give it up. However, the old man paused and his gaze deepened. Once they give it up, the entire planet will turn to dust. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? This planet will be destroyed? The old man nodded. Large organizations have their own methods of doing things. The pirate port attack that you mentioned happened before you were thrown onto this planet. If the Liu clan really wants to disappear, then there shouldn't have been any movement after that. However, you were thrown onto this planet, and your existence is proof that the Liu clan still exists. In order to eliminate all evidence, they will definitely destroy this planet once they give it up. The Liu clan doesn't know that I'm still alive, Lu Yin said. The old man was disdainful. They don't need to know. What they want is to eliminate all possible evidence. Even if it's unfinished white meat, they can still determine how long it's been. What about you? Why are you on this planet? Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic. The old man was so calm that he might have a way to escape. Perhaps you'll find out about me in the future, but now... Suddenly the old man's expression changed. Kid, I was right. Pray. Whether or not you live depends on this. Lu Yin looked up and his pupils shrank. He saw a beam of light blasting towards the ground. It was so familiar, so unforgettable. He had almost been annihilated by this very same beam. Boom! The earth trembled as a shockwave swept over from afar. Strong winds blew away the thick layers of clouds, allowing Lu Yin to see the stars for the first time. Huge cracks spread across the ground as fiery red lava spewed out of the ground. The old man grabbed Lu Yin and soared into the sky. Although Lu Yin's physical injuries had mostly recovered and he could even use battle force, his internal organs were still heavily injured. It would be difficult for him to use battle techniques, and he had only absorbed a little of his star energy through the Sirius. There was no way for him to dodge the beam attack. Kid, there's a spacecraft 5 kilometers north of where my grandson is buried. Pray for good luck. The old man threw Lu Yin away and clasped his hands together. The door was pushed open and Lu Yin was pushed into the main hall, where he was surrounded by the Liu family's leaders. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the crowd. These were the people who had almost killed him. A single beam of light had caused him to fall into the abyss, but they hadn't cared at all. Speak, what happened to Drift Charge Planet? A middle-aged man barked, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was not weak and he gave off a sense of danger. He was a peak leader who could rival an area master, and there were several other peak leaders around him. Although these people were not as talented as the Astral Combat Academy students who were already very strong at such a young age, they had still managed to reach the level of an area master or even stronger. Fortunately, Lu Yin hadn't encountered any leaders who could make his scalp go numb. This meant that the Leo family didn't have any leaders who could rival a realm master. The strongest group of space-exploring cultivators had all died on Drift Charge Planet. Was it too much? Ever since Undying Yushan had mocked him for asking for bribes as a greeting gift, Lu Yin had felt that he should be more generous. But now it seemed like it was indeed too much. Undying Yushan was the emperor of the Great Yu Empire, but he had only given Lu Yin 100,000 star crystals. The Leo clan couldn't compare to the Great Yu Empire, and even the pirates who had been robbing for more than a decade would only earn a few 100,000 star crystals. The Leo clan could afford to pay 10 million star crystals, but they definitely wouldn't do so for the person in Lu Yin's hands. How much can you pay? Lu Yin asked coldly. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. 500,000 at most. I don't have any more. The price was a little harsh, but Lu Yin thought about it and eventually nodded. All right, go and prepare. The middle-aged man gave a look to a leader behind him, and the person immediately left. With the hostage leading the way, Lu Yin smoothly arrived at the machinery area. This was the central area for controlling the super-large spacecraft, and it was strictly guarded. When Lu Yin approached, the expressions of the Leo clan members changed, especially the middle-aged man. He glared at his son, who was the one who had led the way. Kid, what do you want? Let go of my son and I'll let you go. The middle-aged man barked. He couldn't let Lu Yin go any further. Lu Yin waited in place. Where's my money? It's here you go. The leader who had taken the money tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually sent a gust of wind into the machinery area, passing through the hatch and into the core area. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Take it out. The leader's face paled and he immediately rushed inside. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. I knew you guys were up to something. He then pushed the youth he was holding into the machinery area as well, smashing through the roof to escape. The middle-aged man roared as he chased after Lu Yin, and a red alarm sounded throughout the spacecraft. There was an explosion that came from the machinery area, and the middle-aged man stopped in place. His expression changed, but he didn't chase after Lu Yin. Instead, he rushed towards the machinery area as nothing could go wrong there. Lu Yin didn't leave immediately, but after some thought, he rushed towards the outer layer of the spacecraft, where the armory was located. Countless soldiers chased after him along the way, and there were quite a few leaders who tried to stop him, but no one could stop him. He endured his injuries and decided to give it a try. He had originally planned to take revenge in the future, but the Leo family was too good at hiding. If they escaped this time, who knew when he would be able to find them again? He already had a plan for revenge. The explosion in the machinery area was finally contained, but when the middle-aged man heard that Lu Yin was rushing towards the armory, his expression changed completely. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 198. Boom. Suddenly the spacecraft began to explode. The entire hull shook, causing the weapons to lose control. A beam of light brushed past Lu Yin's personal spacecraft and shot into the depths of space. Shortly after, the spacecraft was engulfed in a sea of flames and exploded violently. Although Lu Yin had not been directly hit, the beam had still destroyed his personal spacecraft's hatch. A powerful suction force spread out, causing the spacecraft to creak as the air was pushed away. The endless pressure made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. It was over. The spacecraft had still been destroyed. The strange sounds grew louder and louder and Lu Yin felt bitter. He had not expected that he would still not be able to escape Drift Charge Planet's calamity. Death was inevitable. As his personal spacecraft disintegrated, Lu Yin's entire body was exposed in space. The enormous pressure almost caused him to explode, but fortunately his body was tough enough that he did not die immediately. He held onto the hatch tightly, and the shockwave from the explosion pushed the hatch deep into space like a meteor. Lu Yin had already lost consciousness. He was only a melder and could not survive in space. Death was only a matter of time, and he subconsciously activated his arcane art of life and death. Not far away, another spacecraft was cruising steadily through space. Someone in the command room cried out, Captain, there's an explosion on the right. Seems like a spacecraft has exploded. Don't worry about it. Continue sailing. Yes, sir. At that moment another voice cried out, Ship, Captain, look. There's someone floating in space. Everyone in the command room looked at the screen in shock. A spacecraft's hatch was floating quietly, and a young man in ragged clothes was lying on top of it. He did not look very old, but he seemed to be heavily injured. Zoom in, the captain suddenly said with a frown. The screen gradually zoomed in, allowing everyone to clearly see the young man's appearance. The captain was shocked. It's him? Rescue him immediately. At the same time, in another luxurious lounge, a beautiful woman was looking at a star chart, deep in thought. The captain's voice sounded from her gadget. Madam, please take a look at this. She looked at the screen and her expression changed. Save him immediately. I'll be right there. Not long after, Lu Yin was fished into the spacecraft, and someone immediately carried him into an escape pod where several healers attended to him. Madam, this child's injuries are too severe. It's a miracle that he's still alive. What a strong body. He's at the standard of an explorer. His organs are severely damaged and they're getting worse. It's like he doesn't have any self-healing abilities. Oh, he's only a melder, but he's still able to survive in space. Madam, I didn't expect to meet him again so soon after we parted, the captain said in a low voice. The woman was Madame Nayland, and she had a strange look in her eyes as she watched the doctors discussing amongst themselves. This is fate. It's very difficult to even find a planet in the vast universe, but I've met this person twice in a row, and both times were when he needed help the most. You are his benefactor, said the captain, smiling. Madame Nayland looked at Lu Yin being treated, and the corners of her mouth curved. A noble? Perhaps. There was only half a month left until the Astral combat tournament, and at this time, Madame Nayland had rescued Lu Yin. For 7 consecutive days, all of the doctors on the Nayland family spacecraft did their best to treat him, but they were barely able to keep him alive. They had paid a huge price for this, and even the Interverse's most precious herbs had been used on him. How is he? Madame Nayland asked. She looked at Lu Yin's naked body lying in the nutrient solution without any hesitation. One of the doctors replied in a low voice, Madam, this child's injuries are quite severe, and he doesn't have any self-healing abilities. However, for some reason there's a trace of life that's keeping him alive and he just won't die. We did our best to save his life, but we don't know when he'll wake up. Madame Nayland nodded. At this moment, the door opened and a beautiful girl in a long white dress walked in. It was worth noting that she carried a sword on her back, but it wasn't as simple as the ones from Myriad Swords Peak. Instead, it was much simpler, and one could even say that it didn't have any style. Auntie, who's this? The girl asked, looking at Lu Yin without any hesitation. It was as if there was no difference between a man and a woman in her eyes. Madame Nayland smiled. Your classmate from Astral 10. His name is Lu Yin. The girl was astonished. Astral 10? I thought that Astral 10 had already disappeared. You don't pay attention to the outside world. This child isn't simple. He's the leader of Astral 10 just like you, Madame Nayland said. The girl was shocked and she sized Lu Yin up again. No matter what Astral 10 was like, someone who could become the leader was definitely not simple. However, he was just a melder. Auntie, since Astral 10 still exists, there's no need for me to rush back to the Interverse. I'll just go straight to Astral 10, the girl said. Madame Nayland's eyes lit up. That's right, how could I forget? Astral 10 is closer. All right, you can contact Astral 10. At this moment in Astral 10, the Sandmaster was standing quietly on the sand, sizing up Big Pow and Little Pow. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other. Bro, look at how old I am. Why don't you let me be one of the seeded contestants? I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. No, I want to be one of the seeded contestants. Bro, do you know what it means to be humble? I should be the one saying that to you. Bro, don't bully the weak. Don't think that I don't know that you want to be the center of attention. You want to be famous and you want to be one of the top 10 seeded contestants. You heartless brat. If you keep arguing, I won't let you listen to Shiyu's albums in the future. You, the Sandmaster grew impatient. Shut up, you two useless things. Big Pow and Little Pow immediately shut up. At this moment, the Sandmaster's gadget beeped and he frowned. To be honest, he hated this gadget, but he was the one who handled most of Astral 10's affairs. The other old fellows didn't even bother to move him. Who is it? The Sandmaster's tone was unpleasant. On the other end of the gadget, a girl frowned and said, Hello, Sandmaster. I'm Lu Xiaoyun, the leader of Astral 7. The Sandmaster was shocked. The leader of Astral 7? Why are you contacting me? Big Pow and Little Pow were just as surprised. Wasn't the leader of Astral 7 a realm master? A member of the student council? That was someone with real power, and it had been a long time since Astral 10 had spoken to someone of that level. I would like to use Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain to enter the tournament. Please approve, Lu Xiaoyan said. The Sandmaster was puzzled. What about your own academy? I'm not in the inner verse. I'm in the outer verse. The Sandmaster grunted. All right, as you wish. Come over. Thank you, Sandmaster. There's one more thing. Your academy's leader, Lu Yin, is with me. We'll go together. The Sandmaster was shocked. Lu Yin? He's still alive? He's alive, but he's heavily injured. However, he should be able to make it in time for the tournament. When are you guys coming over? According to the schedule, it'll take about 10 days. The tournament will begin in 7 days, so we might only arrive when the lots are drawn. The Sandmaster replied, Got it? Try to make it as soon as possible. He then ended the call and looked up to see Big Pow and Little Pow looking at him in shock. There's no need to fight. Let Lu Yin be the seeded contestant. He won't be able to make it back in time for the tournament, so we can only let him be the seeded contestant. That way he'll be able to make it in time, the Sandmaster said. Lu Yin didn't die? That's amazing. It's a miracle that he's still alive after being hit by that beam, Big Pow exclaimed. Little Pow chimed in, then let him be the seeded contestant. But then again he's just unlucky to have to stand with the other 9 realm masters. That's a lot of pressure. The Sandmaster grew impatient. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Get lost. At the beginning of the Astral Combat Tournament, each academy was allowed to choose a seeded contestant to participate in the drawing of lots. Generally speaking, these seeded contestants were the academy leaders. In Astral 10, Lu Yin was only the leader of the freshmen and not the leader of the entire academy. However, when Astral 10 reported Lu Yin's name, it still caused quite a stir. News of Lu Yin's death at the pirate port had already spread, but Astral 10 had still reported his name, which shocked many people. Both openly and secretly, countless people were discussing the fact that Astral 10 was still releasing smoke bombs. However, these discussions did not reach Astral 10's ears, and neither did they reach Lu Yin's ears. 7 days later, in the Great Yu Empire, within Xenu Star's Imperial Palace, a giant screen was raised. This screen was connected to the universe's network and would broadcast the entire Astral Combat Tournament in real time. Not only the Imperial Palace, but all of the screens on Xenu Star would also broadcast the Astral Combat Tournament. This was a grand occasion for the entire universe. In the Hua family, Hua Xiaoling watched the screen rise with a complicated expression. She had also participated in Astral 10's entrance exam, but she had been defeated. Otherwise, she might have been included in this screen as well. Hua Xiaoling thought of Schutz and Lu Yin. One of them was the strongest of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, while the other was King Zishan. These two would probably appear. The Ana family also raised their screens, as they would also be able to watch the entire Astral Combat Tournament. On the screen, the seeded contestants of the 10 academies appeared, and the 10th contestant was Lu Yin. Rumor has it that Lu Yin died, but not only did he not die, he even became a seeded contestant, Rocky Ana said excitedly to Shuashan Ana. Shuashan Ana also looked at the screen with excitement and sighed. That's good. As long as he's not dead. Not far away, Jenny Ana was also shocked as she looked at the screen. Yu Academy, Jirbok, Tianming, and the others had all gathered together. While the others were just here to watch the show, they were here to see the gap between the two academies. This was an order from Wendy Yushan. The Astral Combat Tournament represented the pinnacle of each age group, and Wendy Yushan wanted them to know the difference between them and the other academies. I never thought that King Zishan would be a seeded contestant of Astral 10. That's terrifying. Yeah, even Schutz isn't a seeded contestant. Did he surpass Schutz? That's impossible. Schutz is the strongest in our Great Yu Empire. In the 6th Squadron's encampment, Peach smacked her lips and ate her snacks as she stared at the screen. Hurry up and start. She's been waiting for so long. Lu Yin, do your best. A warship floated in space as the second prince, Duke Yushan, stared at the screen. At this moment he was no longer as lazy as he had been on Xenu Star. Instead, he was completely exhausted and filled with complex emotions. Happy Lantern Festival, brothers. Today's third update, the third update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 199. On another spacecraft, the members of the Sword Guard mercenaries were also watching the screen. Since the Astral combat tournament was about to begin, the entire universe was forbidden from fighting each other so they could watch without worry. Ian, pour the wine. Dana shouted as she crossed her legs. Behind her, Ian stared at the screen in a daze. Luine? That shameless robber? How could he have ended up like this? This was too unreasonable. In the north of Frostwave Weave, there was a blue planet that was extremely beautiful and dazzling. This was Earth. It had been a long time since Luine and the others had left Earth. When they had left, Earth had still been submerged in a sea of zombies, but now there had been a huge change. The Great U Empire had sent troops to help Earth clean up the zombies, but they had not interfered with Earth's affairs. Now Earth was at peace. In Jinlin, a giant screen rose up and countless people stared at it with envy. It was rumored that the upcoming tournament was a competition between the universe's top academies, the Astral Combat Academy. They would be able to clearly see the strength of the universe's powerhouses. After Earth had evolved, it had embarked on a different path, and this was only the beginning. They were about to see the true future of this path. A line of words appeared on the screen. It was the list of the 10 seeded students. Zhou Shan had been drinking water, but when he saw the list he spat it out. At the bottom of the list was Astral 10 seeded student. Luine. Frostwave Weave's Great U Empire's King Zishan. Origin Earth. This line of words stunned everyone on Earth. Their planet's name had appeared in one of the universe's top events. The word Earth was clearly visible, and at this moment, countless people in the universe could see it. The entire planet fell into a deathly silence. Beijing Huansha Elder Lian Camp Blue in the northeast, Zhaoyu Jinlin Zhoushan Fenghong Luoyi Qinshan the grasslands Wusheng and so on. Everyone who knew Luine was stunned. This person had actually made it onto the list of the universe's top events, bringing Earth's name into the eyes of countless people in the universe. Not only China but Europe, America, Africa and so on. Regardless of their relationship with China, everyone cheered wildly. At this moment they were all Earthlings and they were proud of the word Earth and Luine. This was someone who had walked out of Earth and entered the universe's most glorious palace. An insignificant and nameless planet had suddenly entered the eyes of the entire universe, and this moment brought a huge change to Earth. This simple line of words inspired countless people on Earth. In Jinling, a beautiful girl's eyes lit up as she stared at the screen. In the capital, a young man with an ashen face lay on the ground and looked at the last line of words on the screen. Even if the crowd blocked him, even if he was deep in the mud, it could not block his shining eyes. In the forest, the young man raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. They also wished to join the most glorious palace in the entire universe. In the Outerverse, there was a city in the sky above a vast continent called Sandios. This was the headquarters of the Outerverse Youth Council. At this moment, Wendy Yushan was looking at the screen with a strange look in her eyes. The last line of the list had surprised her. She had originally not paid attention to these insignificant people, but now they were actually climbing up the ranks. They were now worthy of her attention. Not only in the Outerverse but also in the various major flow zones of the Innerverse. Countless planets raised their screens as they awaited the arrival of the Astral Combat Tournament. This was a grand occasion that had occurred after the internet had connected the universe. The tournament was held to motivate the humans and to prepare for the battlefield at the border. Humans were not weak, and the Astral Combat Tournament would prove this point. Within the Nalan family ship's infirmary, Lu Yin's treatment was still being carried out in an orderly manner. His heartbeat is obviously faster. He should be able to regain consciousness soon. His internal organs have recovered well. This child's vitality is astonishing. Will arrive at Astral 10 in 3 days. Madam has ordered that he must regain consciousness within 3 days. Intermittent voices entered Lu Yin's ears, causing him to frown and his eyelids to twitch. Where was he? What was going on? Drift charge planet, explosion, mutual destruction, the Leo family, various scenes replayed in Lu Yin's mind. Suddenly he saw a beam of light descend from the sky and shoot him into the abyss. He opened his eyes and with a bang the healing pod exploded. Nutrient fluid splattered everywhere. Lu Yin gasped for breath and widened his eyes as the fluid dripped down from his pod, drop by drop. Everyone around him was silent as they looked at him. After a while, Lu Yin raised his head and looked around with a confused expression. What's this? Where is this? Inform Madam immediately that the patient has regained consciousness. His self-healing ability is increasing, someone ordered. Lu Yin was confused. Madam? Not long after, Lu Yin met Madame Naylan once more in a luxurious lounge. This beautiful temptress had saved his life once more. Lu Yin bowed solemnly. "Thank you for saving my life, madam. I will never forget this. If there's anything you need, please feel free to ask. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." Madame Naylan beamed at him. "You've matured quite a bit after not seeing you for a while." After his near-death experience on Driftcharge Planet, Lu Yin's gaze had become even more profound, and his expression had also changed. After nearly dying twice in a row, anyone would change. Once upon a time, many things had been within his grasp, including Earth's evolution. However, his experiences in the past month had changed both his thinking and his strength. "You saved my life once and I've saved yours this time. We're even now." Madame Naylan smiled and poured him a glass of wine. Lu Yin accepted it and once again smelled the tempting fragrance coming from the temptress. It smelled good and he liked it. However, this fragrance could easily numb a person's senses. "I will never forget your saving grace." Madame Naylan pursed her lips and smiled as she sized him up. "You have the same serious expression, but you're completely different from last time. It looks like you've experienced quite a bit." Lu Yin smiled. "Everyone has to experience some things. By the way, do you know how long it's until the Astral Combat Tournament?" Madame Naylan pointed at a nearby screen. "It's already started." Lu Yin was shocked and quickly looked at the screen. A narrow but deep valley appeared before him, and there were many people on both sides of the valley. They were all students. "Madam, what's this?" "You should know about the 3 Academies Challenge," Madame Naylan said. Lu Yin felt helpless and smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that 3 academies would be randomly selected. The higher-ranked academy could choose one person from the lower-ranked academy to guard the valley with them. They had to stop at least half of the students who tried to pass through the valley in order to qualify. Otherwise, all 3 academies would be eliminated. This meant that the Astral Combat Tournament had already begun, and he would not be able to make it in time. "I never thought that I'd miss the Astral Combat Tournament," Lu Yin said helplessly. Madame Naylan smiled. "You didn't miss it. You're one of Astral 10's seeded contestants. You won't have a chance to compete for the next 3 days and we'll reach Astral 10 in 3 days." Lu Yin was shocked. "I'm a seeded contestant?" Madame Naylan smiled. "You're the leader, so of course you're a seeded contestant." Lu Yin was puzzled. Astral 10 still had Big Pow and Little Pow, and those 2 should be the seeded contestants. Why was it his turn? "Wait. Madam, did you just say that we're reaching Astral 10? Are you going to Astral 10? "It's not me who wants to go, it's her." Madame Naylan pointed behind Lu Yin. Coincidentally, the door opened again and a young girl with a sword on her back walked in. Lu Yin was shocked. The girl's eyes seemed to flicker with a sword light. This woman was not ordinary. The girl was not interested in Lu Yin, so she just sat in front of the screen and calmly watched. "Lu Yin, let me introduce you. She's the leader of Astral 7, Lu Xiaoyun. Just like you, she's a seeded contestant," Madame Naylan introduced. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Astral 7's leader, a realm master? For some reason she missed the tournament, so she wants to borrow Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain to enter the Life-Seek realm. "The Life-Seek realm is where the tournament will be held," Madame Naylan explained. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "So I can participate in the tournament?" "Of course," Madame Naylan smiled. At that moment, 3 people appeared in the valley on the screen. At the front stood a man with an arrogant expression. He was from the Day-Night clan and his black and white hair was too eye-catching. Not far behind him was an older student, and at the very back was Silver. Lu Yin was shocked. "Astral 10 has been selected?" "The first is Astral 3's Chilean Day-Night, the second is Astral 7's Diao, and the third is Astral 10's Silver. Your Astral 10 is very lucky to have been selected in the last Astral Combat Tournament, which eliminated the other 2 academies," Madame Naylan introduced. Astral 7 was one of them. Lu Xiaoyun, who had been quietly watching the screen, suddenly spoke up. Lu Yin felt a little awkward. What did it have to do with him? He wasn't even here. "But you don't have to worry this time. Chilean Day-Night alone is enough," Lu Xiaoyun said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Chilean Day-Night? He sounded very powerful. Chilean Day-Night is one of the top 5 students in Astral 3, and he's also one of the area masters of the Undying Realm. He specializes in group attacks, and no matter how many people attack him, as long as they can't defeat him, he'll be able to stop them, Lu Xiaoyun explained. The students who challenge the 3 academies can only defend and cannot retaliate. They can't use their innate gifts or battle techniques. Under these circumstances, Chilean Day Knight's advantage will be magnified infinitely. That's why he randomly selected the students from Astral 7 and Astral 10 to guard the 3 valleys, Madame Naylan added. Silver had been randomly selected. In other words, in Chilean Day Knight's eyes, it didn't matter if the other 2 were included or not. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant screen. As they spoke, the tournament officially began. With a loud bang, all the participating students in the northernmost part of the valley, except for the 3 academies, rushed out. As long as they crossed the valley, they would be able to enter the lot drawing stage. This was a chance to become famous throughout the universe. Whether it was due to strength or luck, even if they could only show their faces once, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. For this opportunity, all the students would risk their lives. Chilean Day Knight looked at the numerous students rushing into the valley with disdain. He slowly squatted down and shook his palms. Star energy suddenly shot up into the sky, causing the void to ripple. Following that, green seaweed began to grow out of the ground, filling the entire valley with greenery. Happy Lantern Festival. Third update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. As always, I will never stop updating. Quality guaranteed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 200. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was Chilean Day Knight's innate gift. It was obvious that the seaweed was highly toxic, so it was no wonder why he was so good at attacking groups of people. There were about 1,000 students from the 10 academies participating in this competition, and this was under the control of the participants. Otherwise, all of the students would have chosen to participate. Astral 3, Astral 7, and Astral 10 had been excluded because they had students guarding the valley. Currently, there were about 700 students who had rushed into the valley. One could imagine the pressure of facing 700 Astral Combat Academy students alone, but Chilean Day Knight remained calm as 2-line battle force appeared around his body. It was not surprising that an area master had 2-line battle force, but within the valley covered in poisonous seaweed, this scene caused many students to despair. The first 10 or so students who came into contact with the poisonous seaweed immediately collapsed to the ground before gradually disappearing. They had died on the spot. All of the students who wanted to break through the valley had to face the poison first. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe watched this scene and felt the terror of the poison. At the same time, Chilean Day Knight's name became known to countless people. He alone was enough to deal with almost half of the students. At the very back of the valley, Silver leaned against a mountain wall with a relaxed expression. He still had that sly smile on his face. He did not know how the Astral Combat Academy had done it, but they had been able to broadcast what had happened in the Life-Seek realm in the form of a video. The moment he saw Silver's smile, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. He had a strange premonition that this guy, or rather, the Neo-Human Alliance, was up to something. Suddenly, the image of the valley on the screen changed. The sky was filled with blue frozen poisonous seaweed, and as far as the eye could see, blue had replaced green. Lu Xiaoyun's expression changed. This was forcefully using star energy to simulate ice, and even the color had changed. A powerhouse had taken action. Within the valley, Chilean Day Knight's expression changed as well. He looked into the distance and gritted his teeth. Sha. Sha was a powerhouse from Astral 4 and the area master of the Path of Slaughter's ice. He was also someone who Silver had joined after joining the Path of Slaughter. You want to let these people pass and eliminate Astral 3? Impossible. Chilean Day Knight was enraged. He soared into the sky and pressed down with both hands. Flower rain. With a low roar, the frozen poisonous seaweed shook as it attempted to break through the ice and attack the students. The students did not wait for him to attack, and they all rushed towards the back of the valley as fast as they could. Before this, Chilean Day Knight had already eliminated close to 100 students. But now he was being held back by Sha. More importantly, a gigantic creature had suddenly appeared and enveloped half of the valley. It rose into the air and separated Chilean Day Knight from the students below. Outside the valley, many spectating students exclaimed, "It's Long Zhe. He's a powerhouse from the Sylvan Dragon tribe and one of Astral 4's area masters." It looks like Astral 4 is going all out to ensure that at least half of the students pass this round. This way they can eliminate Astral 3 and eliminate one of their opponents. In the southern part of the valley, there was a tall mountain that towered above all the other peaks. There were 10 seats on top of it, and these were the seats for the 10 academies seated contestants. The seated contestants represented the student leaders, and this was a convention. At this moment, aside from the 1st, 7th and 10th seats, all the other seats were occupied. The 3rd seat was occupied by a girl with long black and white hair that fluttered in the wind. Half of her beautiful face was covered by her hair, revealing only a pair of purple eyes. She was Astral 3's leader, the Realm Master of the Undying Realm, Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing looked at the screen in front of her and glanced to the side. Was this your idea? Not far from Night Queen Yanqing there was a man sitting in the 4th seat. His hair was red and his expression was cold. There was also a faint red glow around his body. He was Astral 4's leader, the Path of Slaughter's Realm Master, Shui Luyun. After hearing Night Queen Yanqing's words, Shui Luyun did not say a word. He was colder than anyone else, but his eyes had turned scarlet. Night Queen Yanqing frowned, but before she could say anything, Quang Wang laughed from further away. Day-Night woman, you still don't understand old Shui after all these years. Does he look like that kind of person? It's obvious that his subordinates are doing this behind his back. Night Queen Yanqing snorted. People change. It's no secret that Astral 4 wants to replace Astral 3, but Astral 7 is going to suffer as well. Shui Luyun's eyes widened and he said in a hoarse voice, I'll make Long Zai pay, but I'm not familiar with the other person. You're talking about Sha. He's not very sociable, Quang Wang said. Night Queen Yanqing did not say anything else, as Shui Luyun's intentions were clear. He had not been the one to instigate this. The Sylvan Dragon was too arrogant, and it had dared to go behind the Realm Master's back. Did it really think that it had established itself in the human domain? It was just a race that had betrayed the Astral Beast domain in the blazing mist flow zone. In the northernmost part of the valley, the poisonous algae finally broke through the ice and descended to attack the many students. However, most of them were blocked by Long Zai's enormous body. The Sylvan Dragon was huge and possessed extreme speed. Although it could not actively attack Chilean Day-Night, it could still defend itself. The next moment, the blue ice spread out once more and covered the sky above the Sylvan Dragon. This time, it completely isolated Chilean Day-Night from the sky. Night Queen Yanqing's expression turned ugly. That idiot. In the middle of the valley, the students of Astral 7 had solemn expressions. They had thought that things would be easy, but they had not expected Chilean Day-Night to be targeted. Astral 4 had gone all out, and even the powerhouses of the Day-Night clan were helpless against them. He could hear Chilean Day-Night's angry roars, but it was difficult for him to break through the defenses of two area masters of the same level. On the spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun's expression was ugly. This sort of situation rarely occurred in the Astral Combat Tournament. The Astral Combat Tournament was about fairness, and the Astral Combat Tournament was only about eliminating students who did not qualify to participate in the drawing of lots. It was very rare for someone to intentionally eliminate the guardian of the three academies, as this would only lead to conflict. Last time, the students of Astral 10 had been too weak, which had implicated the other two academies. Now, even Chilean Day-Night had taken action, and more than half of the students had broken through. This meant that the Astral Combat Tournament was halfway to success. Xiaoyun, what about that student from Astral 7? Madame Naylan asked. Lu Xiaoyun answered, Dai-Ao is very strong, and his true power is not inferior to Chilean Day-Night's. However, he specializes in single combat and not group attacks. Astral 7 has a battle technique called the Astral Palm, which allows him to display his full strength with every strike without consuming any energy. This palm technique is very advantageous in single combat, but it is not very effective in group attacks. Furthermore, Dai-Ao is not proficient in speed. Lu Yin was helpless. Not being proficient in speed meant that Dai-Ao had been eliminated. How much could he block? These Astral Combat Academy students all had their own unique techniques, and even an area master would not be able to defeat them easily. Most of these students were Lemeters and there were very few Melders. As he thought about this, Lu Yin turned to look at the very back of the valley. Silver was still casually leaning against the mountain wall, but there was a butterfly in his hand. A butterfly knife. No matter how angry Chilean Day-Night was, he had still been defeated. With two area masters holding him back, it was very difficult for him to catch up. In the middle of the valley, Dai-Ao took a deep breath. In front of him were many students who were trying to break through the valley, but his eyes remained calm. When the first student stepped within 100 meters of him, Dai-Ao attacked. It was not the astral palm that Lu Xiaoyun had mentioned, but rather, gravity. When the black gravity descended upon the valley, the ground shattered. Countless people were shocked, especially those from Astral 7. Dai-Ao had never revealed his innate gift of gravity, but he had directly used 100 times the normal gravity. Even a Lemmeter would find it difficult to withstand. Even Lu Xiaoyun did not know that Dao had an innate gift of gravity. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Gravity and an astral palm that did not consume any energy reminded him of Zhang Wuji, his opponent in the ported battle. The two had exchanged 23 blows before Lu Yin's organs had been crushed to death by his opponent's gravity. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as he looked at Dao rampaging through the valley. He had thought that he could fight against this person, but Dao had not even used his full strength. Perhaps the astral palm was only a small part of his strength. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had been defeated as soon as he used his gravity. Within the valley, Dao had killed 7 people in a row, but the 8th person had blocked his attack. Dao was shocked and glanced over. It was an area master, but he had ignored him. His goal had been to eliminate half of the students, but area masters were not included. If the Astral 7 students were shocked, then the other students who had entered the valley felt like they had eaten sh*t. They had thought that Dao would be easy to deal with, but he had turned out to be a freak. His innate gift of gravity had isolated them from space, making it impossible for them to avoid him. This Dao was not as easy to deal with as Chilean Day Night. Outside the valley, Coco was shocked. There are so many strong people. Sister Zora, are we really going to compete with these people? Zora was helpless. These are the most powerful people. There's no need for us to compete with them. Michelle's eyes blazed as she looked into the valley. The stronger these students were, the more eager she was to fight. The entire valley was shaking. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 201. Countless people were stunned. He had actually tore through the void. Very few people actually attacked during the Astral 3 challenges, as the powerhouses would simply charge forward. The defending students generally did not provoke the powerhouses as that would only delay them. Dao's attack had allowed countless people to witness the true power of the Astral Combat Academy's top powerhouses. That student was unlucky enough to be eliminated because his actions were considered offensive. His opponent was also an area master. Dao cursed his bad luck, as he had actually gone all out against an area master. At this point, only 100 or so students had been eliminated. Most of them had died to Chilean Day Night's poisonous algae, while some had died to Dao's attacks. Aside from the remaining 200 who had not passed through Dao's location, the remaining 400 had rushed to the back of the valley. The situation was the same as the previous Astral Combat Tournament. Last time, the defending students of the 3 academies had failed, and this time was no different. So what if a student from Astral 10 was praised to the heavens? Did he really think that he could stop so many people? Many of the students from Astral 7 had already given up hope. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most anticipated event, but she did not even have the right to participate. Those idiots. On the spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun frowned as helplessness flashed through her eyes. Madame Naylan sighed. Forget it, Xiaoyun. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Xiaoyun felt helpless. Do you really think that Silver won't be able to hold on? Lu Xiaoyun glanced at him coldly, not interested in talking to him at all. Madame Naylan's eyes lit up. Do you think that he can hold on? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm not sure, but maybe. He did not know how strong the Neo-Human Alliance was, but he knew that Silver was definitely not simple. Even now, that sly smile was still plastered on his face. Outside the valley, the students from Astral 10 were also helpless. They also did not think that Silver could hold on. Someone nearby commented, "Look, that bastard from Astral 10 is smiling so viciously. I really want to tear his face off and stomp on it. Yeah, that smile is so sinister. So creepy. He's definitely not a good person." The students from Astral 10 silently retreated. Within the valley, more than 400 students had rushed to the back of the valley. When they saw Silver still leaning against the mountain wall, they became excited. Had he given up? That was even better. In the crowd, Lu Ji froze the moment she saw Silver. It's him? Astral 10's Silver was one who had left a deep impression on her. Lu Ji, what's wrong? Go. Gus urged from the side. Lu Ji's eyes flickered, but she did not answer. A group of students at the front had already rushed in front of Silver and swept past him. Countless people were furious and they cursed Astral 10 for finding such a piece of trash. That person had been restricted, but he still didn't dare to make a move. Outside the valley, Wu Da's eyes widened. This person was definitely a powerhouse, even if he was only a melder. A gust of wind blew past and several students passed by Silver. There were even some who scolded him for being trash. At this moment, Silver's eyes completely opened. In an instant, an indescribable bone-chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. All the students felt a chill run down their backs as they saw a scene that made them tremble. The students who had just passed Silver had all died. They died silently and without a single ripple. All they saw was a butterfly with a gleam of light. The butterfly knife and the bloodstain. How fast could Silver kill people? Of all the students present, only the domain lords could see clearly. Most of the students couldn't even see clearly. Butterfly Blade was already dead. The only cause of death was a red mark on their necks. There were no other wounds on their bodies. In just 10 seconds, no less than 20 people had fallen to the ground. Silver stood in the middle of the valley and smiled at them. That sly smile on his face was terrifying. If Chilean Day Knight's attack was dazzling and Daiao's was shocking, then Silver's attack was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There were no ripples, but Silver's attack was the most terrifying. The valley fell silent as all the students stared at Silver. He had killed more people in an instant than Chilean Day Knight and Daiao. He was a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. On the southern peak of the valley, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes lit up. Interesting. What a fast attack. Even an area lord can't reach that speed. Is this the power of Astral 10 students? Not bad. Quang Wang was shocked. I thought that only the 2 students who stayed behind to guard Astral 10 were strong. I didn't expect them to be so fierce. Now I'm looking forward to seeing who Astral 10's leader is, a man in the 8th seat said curiously. He was Feng Shang, Astral 8's leader and the Realm Master of Illusion. He was also one of the people that Jared feared. After Feng Shang finished speaking, he glanced to the side, where the 9th seat was occupied by a man wearing extra-large headphones. He was shaking his head, but no one knew what he was doing. This person was Astral 9's leader, and he was the main voice of the seeding world. Lu Yin, can you hear me? Feng Shang shouted. Lu Yin was still shaking his head. Feng Shang was speechless. Silver's killing style stunned everyone, including the students outside the valley and the mentors from the 10 academies. They had never expected Astral 10 to produce such a character. Within the spacecraft, Madame Naylan looked at Lu Yin in shock. This student is very powerful. Lu Xiaoyun was also surprised. Of course he's powerful. Even I don't know his background. Aren't you Astral 10's leader? Madame Naylan asked curiously. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. My position as the chief disciple is baffling. Perhaps he gave it to me. Is that so? Madame Naylan did not pursue the matter. Within the valley, Lu Ji's eyelids twitched. She knew that this guy wasn't simple. Although Silver's killing speed was extremely fast, these students had only joined the Astral Combat Academy after passing the blood test. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. After all, Silver was only a melder. Soon many students rushed out. Silver grinned as he looked at these students. He flipped his butterfly knife, and with a flash of light, a few more died. Silver's killing speed was too fast, and he completely disregarded his opponent's defenses. However, Silver's targets were not area masters. He was not arrogant enough to block everyone by himself. Chilean Day Knight and Daiao were the same, and they simply swept past the area masters. Then, the butterfly knife disappeared and Garth clutched his neck. He was a powerhouse close to an area master, but he had still been killed. Beside him, Lu Ji's face was pale. She was not as strong as Garth, and when she looked up, she met Silver's cold gaze. Silver smiled faintly at her. The butterfly knife stabbed out. Lu Ji gritted her teeth and her eyes flashed. She had used her innate gift to see through butterfly. She could see the butterfly knife's trajectory, but she could not block it. There was a thump. The butterfly knife was blocked, and a palm appeared in front of Silver. It was Sharon who had blocked Silver. I'm sorry, but you can't touch her, Sharon said coldly. Silver smiled and his body flickered. The butterfly knife stabbed into the neck of a student beside him. The student collapsed in disbelief and then disappeared from the Lifeseek realm. The entire back of the valley was like a giant battlefield. Silver's killing was an art, but to outsiders, it was terrifying to the extreme. The butterfly knife split into 2 and then 3. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. That's a domain. That guy has comprehended a domain. Many people were shocked by this scene. Not everyone could comprehend a domain, and even a genius lockbreaker like Sharon had only just begun to comprehend it. At this moment, the crowd finally understood why this person was a melder, but he was able to easily defeat those stronger than him. For a powerhouse who had comprehended a domain, defeating those stronger than him was a piece of cake. Some people broke through the valley while others fell. Although Silver was the last line of defense, he had killed more people than Chilean Day-Night and Daieo combined. His domain was perfect for killing people. Even the realm masters on the peak looked at Silver with solemn expressions. Anyone who comprehended a domain could not be underestimated, even if this person was just a melder. In the 6th position, Dao Bo's eyes lit up. He was interested in all kinds of domains. There were 10 tall war drums in the south of the valley, and a person stood in front of each drum. They were the students chosen by the 10 academies to challenge the Dragon's Gate. Behind the war drums were 10 different areas, and at this moment more and more students were arriving. The first few to arrive were the area masters of the trial zones, and they were extremely strong. The 3 people guarding the valley did not touch them, so they arrived without a hitch. As long as all the students from the various academies who had passed through the valley arrived, they could sound the war drums. In front of Astral 10's war drums, Lulu looked up at the screen with a shocked expression. She had not expected Silver, who had always kept a low profile, to be so powerful. This person was definitely not any weaker than Luin. No, he might even be stronger. Although Luin had comprehended battle force, he was only at the elementary level. Silver's domain was obviously not something that he had just comprehended. It was too terrifying, and no wonder he had laughed so disgustingly. As she thought about it, she glanced at the war drum furthest away. It belonged to Astral 1, and there was another girl standing in front of it. It was Grandine Mavis, and she was also from the Mavis family. Perhaps sensing Lulu's gaze, Grandine Mavis turned around and smiled at her. Lulu pursed her lips and glanced at the people in front of the war drums. These people were the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and they might even be second only to the realm masters. This was because it was very difficult to sound the war drums, and one had to be at least an area master to be able to do so. The others were nothing special, but the person from Astral 5 caught Lulu's attention. He was not very strong but rather too weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 202. At this moment, green poisonous algae floated down from the sky. Chilean Day-Night had broken through the seal and released the poisonous algae onto the entire valley. The poisonous algae covered a large area, so its power was greatly reduced. However, with Daieo and Silver's strength, aside from the top-ranked powerhouses of the various academies, none of the other students were able to pass through the valley. 20 minutes later, when the last student passed through the valley, the 3 academies' challenge ended. In the end, there were 362 people who had broken through, which was almost half of the total. If there had been any more, the 3 academies would have been eliminated. Night Queen Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 3 academies' challenge was just for fun. Otherwise, if the area master students had truly made a move, even all of the students from Astral 3, Astral 7, and Astral 10 combined would not have been able to stop them. The 3 academies' challenge had shown countless people the strength of the Astral Combat Academy students. Not only were there students who had defended the Astral Combat Academy, but there were also students who had broken through. Many people knew that they would not have been able to break through the 3's defenses. The poisonous algae, gravity, and killing domains were all too terrifying. Even some of the explorers had serious expressions on their faces. The younger generation was getting stronger and stronger. In outer space, Lu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally passed. She looked at Silver on the screen and saw a smile on his face, but it sent chills down her spine. He was only a melder, but he was able to use his domain to seize the lives of Lemeters. Even if those Lemeters could retaliate, there weren't many who could stop him. Once this person broke through to the Lemeter realm, he would definitely be a strong contender for the position of Realm Master. It was not just Lu Xiaoyun. The Realm Masters on the southern peak of the valley were also very concerned about Silver. In the Great Yu Empire, Zhu Lang frowned. This person's identity was mysterious, and he was from the Great Yu Empire. However, there was pitifully little information about this person in the Empire, and it seemed to have been covered up. Just where did this person come from? Undying Yushan's gadget displayed Silver's resume. It was very normal and simple but also very mysterious. Within the valley, Chilean Day-Night and Daieo sized up Silver with a strange look. This person really made them shiver. Almost half of the eliminated students had been killed by him. Even though this was the Life-Seek realm, they felt that even if they were not, this person would not show any mercy. This person was a madman. Silver's smile was so brilliant that no one knew who he was looking at. As all the participating students arrived at the empty space behind the war drums, the knocking on the dragon's gate began. All of Astral 4's students were the first to arrive. On the screen, under the gazes of countless people in the universe, a man growled as his palm suddenly expanded several times in size, distorting the void as cracks appeared beneath his feet. He then struck out with his palm, causing a faint crack in the void to extend upwards, shocking countless people. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth as a visible sound wave swept out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were all the participating students of Astral 4. This was the baptism of the war drums. In ancient wars, the war drums were the first to be heard. The sound of the war drums could shake the heavens and earth, and only those who could withstand the pressure of the war drums could enter the battlefield. The Astral Combat Tournament was the battlefield. Dozens of students from the 4 academies stood still. The sound waves swept over them. Even if they were bleeding from their eyes, ears, mouth and nose, they still endured it. At this moment they would rather die than fall down. The sound waves swept past the students of the 4 academies and spread in all directions, gradually enveloping all the participating students, including the students from the 3 academies, 7 academies and 10 academies who had just arrived. The ground cracked as broken rocks flew up into the sky and turned into dust. At this moment, another deafening explosion rang out from Astral 1. Under Lulu's gaze, Grandine Mavis punched out. She did not create a crack in the void like the man from the 4 academies had done, but she was just as shocking because she had used pure strength. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening explosions caused the sky to distort, and the sound waves caused the sky to change. In front of them, the 3 valleys of the 3 academies shattered, and the spectating students from the other academies were also affected by the sound waves. They covered their ears in pain. Behind Astral 10's war drums, Coco bit her lip. Meng Yu's face turned red while Schutz gripped his blade tightly. The sound waves almost made them faint. Lulu growled and raised her hand to punch out. The moment her snow-white fist came into contact with the war drum, she finally understood why she had to attack with all her strength. The war drum was too tough, and a normal person would not be able to make a sound. Bang! Layers upon layers of sound waves exploded, and finally some students could not hold on any longer and collapsed. These students had all relied on luck to pass the 3 academies, but luck could not guarantee that they would pass the knocking on the dragon's gate. The Astral Combat Tournament was about true elites, not fishing in troubled waters. In front of Astral 5's war drum, a man that Lulu thought looked very weak raised his hand. Water gathered in the sky and formed a sphere. As time passed, the sphere's size did not change, but many people were shocked. This was because too much water had been gathered, and the sphere's weight was terrifying. Bang! Astral 5's war drum thundered, and this earth-shattering sound drowned out Astral 9's war drum. This sound caused more than 20 students to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Behind Astral 10's war drum, Dark Void looked up at the weak man. His name was Tubo, and like Dark Void he was also a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, which meant that he had a terrifying innate gift. When all the war drums had been beaten, everything within a 10,000-meter radius was destroyed in an instant. The ground was completely pulverized and dust filled the sky. Above the war drum, the void shattered as if it could not withstand the pressure. Cracks rained down like raindrops. Countless people in the universe were dumbfounded. It was just the sound of a war drum. Was there a need to cause such a huge commotion? Wasn't tearing through the void something only space-exploring powerhouses could do? Why did it seem so easy for these students? At this moment, Gerbach and the others who were watching the screen finally understood the difference between them and the universe's top geniuses. They were not even on the same level and they could not even be compared. Wendy Yushan had been right to look down on them. Lulu did not cause much of a stir because her origins were too obvious. She was from the Mavis family, an innately terrifying clan. No matter where she went, she would be considered an absolute genius. She was not as shocking as Silverbelt. At this moment, Wu Da's gaze had already shifted to the south, where 10 ancient incense sticks stood tall. These incense sticks were very difficult to light, not because of the materials used, but because they were entwined with an ancient ancestor's battle intent. This battle intent was indescribable and it was similar to a domain. Normal people would not be able to get close to it. Although lighting the incense seemed easy, it was actually the most difficult stage. In the history of the Astral Combat Tournament, there had been many academies that had failed to light the incense sticks and been eliminated. Thus, those who were qualified to light the incense sticks were the absolute powerhouses of Astral 10. The other academies all had strong foundations, but who would they send to Astral 10? Who would be able to light the incense sticks? Perhaps only Big Pow and Little Pow could do it, but those two could barely do it. Sometimes a person's battle prowess did not mean that they would be able to successfully light the incense sticks. Their temperament would greatly reduce their chances of success. Lighting the incense and paying respect to the ancestors required piety. As the sound waves dissipated, the sky returned to normal. The screens changed and countless people turned to look at the 10 towering ancient incense sticks, as well as the 10 figures standing 1,000 meters away from the incense sticks. In the previous tournaments, the people who lit the incense sticks were the last to challenge the student leaders of the various academies. They were the ones that everyone paid the most attention to. The 10 figures stood quietly in front of the incense sticks. The incense sticks that were 1,000 meters away from them were their test. Countless people turned to look at Astral 1, where a woman stood in front of the incense sticks. Her face was hidden behind a veil, but her aura was cold and had an ancient charm to it. No one dared to underestimate her. Astral 1 had been in this position for many years, and they had the most talented geniuses. Everyone looked at Astral 2, where a man wielding a long sword stood. Many people recognized him as Lu Tang, a disciple of the sword sect. Although he was not an area master, he was no weaker than any of them. In fact, he might even be stronger. There was no need for further introductions, as the words sword sect already represented everything. Astral 3 had sent out members of the Day-Night clan, and so had Astral 4. The Day-Night clan represented strength, but no one even bothered to ask about them, as the strength of the Day-Night clan was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Astral 5 had sent out an area master. He had a gentle appearance, a smile in his eyes and a calm expression. Many people recognized him as Xia Yi, the area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. Although many knew of him, almost no one truly understood his strength. However, the fact that he was able to stand here at this moment proved that he was definitely very strong. Astral 6 was a stranger. Many of the powerhouses from the 10 academies did not reveal their strength, and perhaps only the realm masters knew of their strength. Astral 7 and Astral 8 had sent out unfamiliar powerhouses that no one could fathom. However, if they were sent out to pay respect to the ancestors, their names would definitely spread far and wide. Many people recognized the person sent out by Astral 9. More accurately speaking, this clan was very famous. They were the traders of the Undying Bird family, the Black Undying Bird from the Phineas clan. The newcomer was Bonnie Phineas, who had broken through to the Lamita realm. Behind Astral 5's war drum, Heart Phoenix stood among the dozens of participants. His eyes burned with passion and his lips curled up. He had narrowly escaped death during his family's trial and had finally transformed. He wanted to personally tear apart Lu Yin and this traitor during the Astral Combat Tournament and show everyone the glory of the Undying Bird. 1,000 meters away from Astral 10's ancient incense stick, the person standing there caused countless jaws to drop. A melder? A melder had been sent out? Many people had originally guessed that it would be Big Pow or Little Pow. After all, these two had teamed up to challenge a realm master and had the strength of an area master. Although it was difficult for them to light the incense stick due to their temperament, there was no reason for them to send out a melder. That's right, Astral 10 had sent out Xia Luo. He stood there with a faint smile on his face, enduring the questioning and strange gazes of countless people in the universe. However, his expression did not change at all, and he even looked very relaxed. Wuda was excited. That's him. This person can easily resolve Uroha's attack, so he's definitely not simple. He might even have comprehended a domain and is a lockbreaker. If he succeeds in lighting the incense, he'll definitely shock the 10 academies. He'll be the first melder in history to succeed in lighting the incense. Hurry up, he must succeed. In outer space, Madame Naylan was also stunned. She turned to look at Lu Yin. Astral 10 is really bold. Lu Yin smiled. He's very powerful. How powerful? Like silver? Madame Naylan was curious. Astral 10 had successfully piqued her curiosity. This expelled academy was very interesting. Lu Yin nodded. I don't know exactly how powerful he is. He hasn't shown it yet. Lu Xiaoyun indifferently replied, It seems like the rumors are true. You're just a front for Astral 10. Madame Naylan growled, Xiaoyun, don't be rude. Lu Yin smiled and did not mind. At that moment, the captain announced, Madam, we're about to arrive at Astral 10. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. It was finally their turn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 203. In the Great Yu Empire, Hua Qingshan and Zhu Lang exchanged glances. This Xia Luo had also come from the Empire just like Silver. When had the Empire become so powerful? The three academies challenge, knocking on the dragon's door and honoring the ancestors were all from the Great Yu Empire, and even Lu Yin was one of the seeded contestants. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at the palace. When Xia Luo had entered Astral 10, Crown Prince Doran Yushan was told that he didn't have the authority to investigate his background. Perhaps only His Majesty knew of Xia Luo's origins. Undying Yushan looked at his gadget, which displayed Xia Luo's background. However, there were only two words: top secret. Undying Yushan did not have the authority to investigate because Xia Luo's identity was a secret in the entire Outerverse. Looks like the Empire has produced some amazing people in the past few years, Undying Yushan sighed as he rubbed his head. In the Life-Seek realm, as the student leaders of the various academies rose to their feet, the ceremony officially began. The 10 of them lifted their feet at the same time and approached the ancient incense stick. The secret of the ancient incense was no longer a secret. This kind of domain-like suppression had long since spread. But even though everyone knew about it, they were still quite shocked to experience it for the first time. As he stepped into the range of the ancient incense, Lu Tang's gaze turned cold. He saw countless streams of sword qi tearing apart the starry sky. This was the battle intent of the ancient ancestors. Numerous swords slashed through the void towards him. He walked forward step by step, facing death. The closer they got to the ancient incense stick, the greater the pressure they felt. The battle intent from the ancient ancestors also grew stronger and stronger. At this point, everyone could already see the difference between them. The girl from Astral 1, Lu Tang from Astral 2, the Day-Night clan member from Astral 3, Xia Yi from Astral 5, and Xia Luo from Astral 10 were still steadily advancing, while the rest of them had more or less paused. Xia Luo's performance left many people in awe. It wasn't easy for a melder to reach this point. At this moment, Silver was walking out of the valley slowly. Looking at the light screen in the sky, his lips curled up even more. You can't hold it in anymore. Some people are born ants and some people are destined to be extraordinary. Are you the same as me? Let me see it clearly. The incense stick was 1,000 meters away, but it was like the sky was falling. When Xia Luo and the others were less than 100 meters away from the incense stick, they all stopped. Their fighting spirit roared as the ancient spirits of their ancestors allowed them to see something different. At this moment, even the girls from Astral 1 stopped and looked up at the sky in shock. They were looking at a scene that no one else could see. At the same time, the Nalan family spacecraft entered Astral 10 space station. The hatch opened and Lu Yin stepped out first, followed by Lu Xiaoyun. Aside from the two of them, no one else was allowed to enter. "Auntie, I'll be leaving first," Lu Xiaoyun said. Lu Yin thanked Madame Nalan once again. Madame Nalan smiled and looked at him. "I don't know why, but I feel like you'll surprise me." "I hope so," Lu Yin smiled. When he saw Lu Xiaoyun glance over, he knew that she was anxious, so he immediately walked towards the teleportation device. Soon, the two of them arrived at the trial zone entrance and saw the trial master. The trial master did not ask any further questions and allowed Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoyun to smoothly enter the trial zone mountain. Lu Xiaoyun didn't say anything else and immediately flew to the highest point of the trial zone mountain. She was Astral 7's realm master and had always been at the highest peak. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. Were all powerhouses this arrogant? His eyes suddenly blazed, and he wondered what would happen if this arrogance was destroyed. He was looking forward to the strength of a sector lord. The girl from Astral 1 took the lead and continued walking towards the ancient incense stick. Lu Tang was right behind her, and the rest of the group gradually arrived at the 100-meter mark. They did not stop for long and instead walked resolutely towards the incense stick. Battle intent did not cause any actual harm, and it only affected one's state of mind. It tested one's strength as well as one's temperament. Although there were differences between the students sent by the 10 academies, they were not that great. In particular, Xia Luo had stayed at the 100-meter mark for the longest time and had already caught up with the other academies. At this moment, Lu Yin appeared in a forest in the Life-Seek realm. He looked around and saw a figure rushing towards the east. His figure flashed and appeared in front of that figure, startling him. "Student, may I ask where the Astral Combat Tournament will be held?" Lu Yin asked. That student had been eliminated during the knocking on the dragon's door, and he had endured the mental exhaustion after his death to re-enter the Life-Seek realm. He was in a very bad mood and wanted to scold Lu Yin, but then he remembered that this person had mysteriously appeared in front of him. Perhaps this person was a powerhouse, so he muttered, "It's directly east." "Thank you." Luin nodded and then disappeared. A crack in the void extended far into the distance. That student was stunned. What the hell? He's so fast that he can tear through the void? Where did this freak come from? He's not even an area master and he's only a melder. Are there such freaks in the 10 academies? Or is he a powerhouse who's been frozen? That student was glad that he had not offended this person, as he would not have been able to re-enter if he had died again. Lu Xiaoyan's luck was much better than Lu Yin's, as she appeared not too far away from the tournament as soon as she arrived in the Life-Seek realm. When she appeared at the peak and walked to the 7th seat, the first incense stick in the distance emitted a green smoke that rose straight into the sky. All students of Astral 1 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. As the girl from Astral 1 paid her respects to the ancestors, everyone from the Astral Combat Academy bowed solemnly, including the student leaders and many of the spectating mentors. All students of Astral 2 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. All students of Astral 5 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. Xia Luo was the last to reach the incense stick. He was about to light it when he suddenly paused and looked into the distance. At the same time, many people saw a black dot in the sky approaching at a moderate speed. Now, countless people were experiencing the terror of the universe's top powerhouses for the first time, and Lu Yin was one of them. Above the vast continent, at the edge of Sky City, Wendy Yushan was staring at a screen, deep in thought. Half of the participants had been eliminated from the crashing 3 academies, so there were 362 remaining. Including the participants from Astral 3, Astral 7 and Astral 10, there were a total of 598 participants. However, another 100 had been eliminated by the Dragon's Door, so there were 434 remaining. The Astral Combat Tournament's lot-drawing battles would be decided by these 434 participants. The ancient incense turned into green smoke and disappeared, causing everyone to turn their attention to the south. Below the peak of the top 10 student leaders, there was a huge plain. In the sky, a gust of wind transformed into countless shockwaves that cut through the plain, dividing it into 217 arenas. Each arena was surrounded by invisible shockwaves that prevented any attacks from reaching the other arenas. The lot-drawing competition would be held here, and the peak not far away was their target, the top 10 student leaders of the combat academies. The 10 student leaders represented the realm masters of the trial zones, the Council of Astral Academy and the 10 Arbiters Council. They had the right to directly submit issues to the 10 Arbiters Council. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 204. The 10 Arbiters Council was a powerful organization that encompassed the entire universe. Regardless of person, power, or region, the younger generation was nominally under the 10 Arbiters Council's jurisdiction. Not only did they have the power to judge, but they even had a direct army. This was the greatest change to humanity since the creation of formcast models. Countless people dreamed of joining the 10 Arbiters Council and following the 10 great figures to start a new chapter for humanity. The Council of Astral Academy was very close to the 10 Arbiters. There were close to 10,000 students in the Astral Combat Academy, and there were countless hidden powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for this moment to arrive, where they could defeat the student leader in front of everyone and enter the 10 Arbiters' sights, becoming a famous young powerhouse in the universe. Amidst everyone's anticipation, numbers automatically appeared in front of every participant's eyes and flashed continuously before finally stopping. Place your hand on the numbers, a loud voice boomed from the sky. All the participants raised their hands and touched the numbers. The scene before their eyes changed as 434 people suddenly appeared in the arena. There were 2 people in each arena, and all the participants were divided into groups. Aside from the student leader on the peak, the rest of the participants saw their opponents. "Kill your opponent and you'll win," the voice boomed again. Everyone looked at the arena plains with fervor. The insufferably arrogant area masters, the powerhouses of the spirit hunters, hidden powerhouses, and frozen geniuses would all be exposed here. At this moment, no one could hide their strength. This was currently the most dazzling stage in the entire universe. With a loud shout, the battles in the 217 arenas began at the same time. Everyone could clearly see all the arenas on the screens. The battles began and ended quickly as well, as the gap between some of the participants was too great. In the trial zones, everyone had the symbol of their academy on their backs. Morrow felt that she was very lucky to have met a melder from Astral 10. It was obvious that he had just joined the academy not long ago. Although his appearance was a little intimidating, there were too many strange people in the universe. This did not necessarily mean that he was strong. Only the few that had been highlighted in the academy's newspaper were strong. Dark Void stood opposite Morrow. He was very calm, and his black hair that seemed to swallow all light was indeed intimidating. Because of this, he attracted many people's attention. However, everyone's attention was quickly diverted away as a battle that attracted countless people was taking place not far from their arena. One of them was a day-night youth from Astral, who had come to pay respects to his ancestors. His opponent was also a youth who looked very ordinary, but this youth had managed to dodge several of the day-night youth's attacks. The man from the day-night clan was called Tiankong Day-Night, and he was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 4. He was also one of the area masters of the Path of Slaughter. Unless his opponent was someone at the same level as him, he should have been able to instantly kill anyone. However, he was currently in a deadlock and his opponent was a stranger. He was not a senior from the Astral Combat Academy, but someone who had only recently joined Astral 3. The news of the Astral Combat Tournament being broadcasted across the entire universe had attracted countless geniuses, and that youth was one of them. However, no one knew who he was. Bung Tiankong Day Knight's attack covered the entire arena, causing the air above the arena to crack and even distort space until it was blocked by the invisible air waves at the edge of the arena. This attack could definitely hit that young man. However, as the dust settled, the young man with a rigid expression was still standing there, seemingly unaffected. Tiankong Day Knight's eyes narrowed. Impossible. At the same time, in another arena in the distance, Frankfurt gripped his spear tightly as he looked at the approaching vortex. His attack was useless as his battle force was easily shattered. The beautiful Yu Xianzi was standing in the center of the vortex. Is this the battle technique that you inherited from Blackwater Lake? Frankfurt's voice was hoarse, and there was a trace of disbelief in his voice. Yu Xianzi's expression was cold as she looked at Frankfurt with her beautiful eyes. Disappear. As she spoke, a cold moon vaguely appeared above her head, causing Frankfurt's body to freeze as the vortex swallowed him whole. The first area master had been defeated, and this shocked all of the Astral Combat Academy students. An area master was a powerhouse that was second only to a realm master, and there were only a few of them in each academy. Even the weakest of them could rank in the top 10 of their respective academies, but now they had been easily eliminated. This year's Astral Combat Tournament was unusual, and everyone knew that, but no one had expected an area master to be defeated so quickly. It was Yu Xianzi from the Frost Moon sect, who had also only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. Morrow had been defeated in a baffling manner, but her heart had been shaken. She had been torn apart by a sliver of the void. That man from Astral 10 had been able to tear through the void so easily, which was too inconceivable. Astral 10 had hidden its strength far too well. Dark Void had won but Schutz had lost. No matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to comprehend battle force in this short period of time. He had plenty of battle experience, but he could only be easily crushed by an area master. He was very unlucky to have met an area master. It wasn't just Schutz, even Zora and Zhao Yilong had been defeated without any suspense. All of the students who had been able to reach this stage were very strong. Although they couldn't compare to those who had been individually taught by their mentors for several months, a few months was still not enough to make up for the gap between them and a Lemiter genius. Sometimes, 99% of effort was just 1% less than talent. In one of the arenas, Coco kept running while a man chased after her with a sword. He had been chasing her for a while now, and this scene attracted a lot of attention. Many people were attracted by Coco's cuteness. Was this girl here to compete? You stop running. This is a fight, not a race. The man panted heavily as he looked at Coco helplessly. Coco pouted. I don't know how to fight. The man was speechless. Then admit defeat. I can't admit defeat. Either I win or I die. Then I die. You can't beat me anyway. No, I'm afraid of pain. I'll be very gentle. I'm afraid. Be good, just let me hit you. It'll hurt. The groups that had been fighting in the nearby arenas looked at this scene strangely. Was it really appropriate to say such things here? On the peak, Lu Xiaoyun glanced at Lu Yin strangely. You guys from Astral 10 have quite the character. Lu Yin felt awkward. Coco is still young, but she's very tough. Tough? Kwang Wang was confused. Tough how? Lu Yin pointed below. Her innate talent is tough. Kwang Wang looked down and his eyes widened. What's that? A syringe? He wasn't the only one. Lu Xiaoyun and a few other student leaders were also attracted to the scene. Even more people were attracted to Coco, who was hugging a giant syringe and aiming it at the man who was about to attack her. She puffed up her cheeks. Come on, let's stab each other. The man was stunned. What was that? Whoosh. Before the man could react, the needle had already pierced his body. Coco's eyes widened and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so slow. You were clearly chasing after me. I'm sorry. The man's face twitched and he looked at Coco helplessly. He felt like his reputation had been ruined by this brat. He was probably the first person in history to be stabbed to death by a needle. He felt like he was facing countless disdainful gazes from the entire universe, and he really wanted to die. As the man's body disappeared, Coco patted her chest and exhaled. She looked up at the peak and smiled sweetly. Lu Yin smiled. This brat was very cute. Coco's victory was unexpected. At this point, many people had already been eliminated from the tournament, but the most shocking battle was Tiankong Day Knight's. No matter how he attacked, the youth in front of him was able to dodge. The more they watched, the more they felt that something was off. That's strange. The Day Knight clan's battle techniques are very strong, but that person's dodging is too smooth. It's like his body can instinctively dodge. Why does this reaction feel so familiar? I think I've heard of it before. Suddenly someone shouted, It's Chaos God Mountain. It's Chaos God Mountain. Countless people were horrified as they looked at the youth. At this moment he had easily dodged Tiankong Day Knight's finger attack. Suddenly he raised a hand and grabbed at Tiankong Day Knight. This attack was not fast, but Tiankong Day Knight could not dodge it in time and was caught by the youth. The next moment Tiankong Day Knight's entire body was smashed into the ground. The arena was instantly shattered and Tiankong Day Knight spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils dilated and a huge force almost pierced through him. However, this was not the end. He saw a black shadow in front of him and in the next moment he lost all of his strength. His vision turned dark, and when he opened his eyes again he was already back at Astral 4's Trial Zone Mountain. Tiankong Day Knight roared. He had made a mistake and been defeated in an instant. That person was from Chaos God Mountain. That abnormal instinctive defense that could disrupt an opponent's breathing rhythm definitely belonged to Chaos God Mountain. Those lunatics. Outside the arena plains, Wuda was so excited that he found it hard to breathe. Chaos God Mountain? This is great. Another selling point. This is Chaos God Mountain, one of the rulers of the Innerverse darkness. Within Astral 10 space station spacecraft, Madame Nalen's eyes flashed. Even someone from Chaos God Mountain had appeared, which meant that the Astral Combat Tournament had indeed attracted quite a number of freaks. Out in the universe, countless people were at a loss. They did not know how Tiankong Day Knight had been captured or how he had been killed so easily. It felt like all of this was fake. Atop a high mountain, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Chaos God Mountain? He had heard of them before and their methods were truly terrifying. The Great Yu Empire was just a weak power that could be destroyed with a flip of their hand, and Earth was something that no one had even heard of. Even though countless people were cheering in the Great Yu Empire and on Earth, there were too few of them and they were like dust to the universe. However, Lu Yin sat there with a clear conscience. He didn't care what others said, but the chair was a little hard. Feng Shang sized Lu Yin up curiously. Lu Yin felt his gaze and smiled. Senior Feng, do you have any advice for me? Feng Shang smiled. I thought that I was already very ambitious, but I didn't expect you to be even more ambitious. Junior, how does this seat feel? Lu Yin nodded. Not bad. Aside from the fact that the chair is a little hard, everything else is fine. Right, it would be even better if there was something to eat. Ah, interesting. Feng Shang laughed, but he didn't say anything else. He couldn't sense any great power from Lu Yin. Either way, Lu Yin was hiding it too well or he was really just a front that Astral 10 had created. No matter what, no melder other than the 10 arbiters had been able to stand side by side with a realm master, and it was even more impossible for Lu Yin to do so. It could only be said that Astral 10 was too careful, as they were afraid that others would rob them of their hopes of rising up. On Feng Shang's other side, Lu Xiaoyun's gaze was fixed on a certain arena where a very young man was sitting. He was about the same age as Lu Yin, and he was sitting cross-legged with a rusty iron sword condensed from star energy resting on his lap. He was just sitting there silently, but Lu Xiaoyin's gaze never left him. He was Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's gaze moved past Feng Shang and the others to Night Queen Yanqing. Aside from Astral One's leader, he was most curious about this Night Queen Yanqing. She was a Night Queen from the Day-Night royal family, and she was just like Qingyu, one who stood above the rest of the Day-Night clan. He still remembered the name at the top of the stone tablet when he had first entered the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor. Night King Jinwu, but he didn't know who that person was. Night Queen Yanqing sensed Lu Yin's gaze on her, and she glanced at him and frowned. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, closed his eyes and exhaled. Night Queen Yanqing snorted, as a mere piece of trash was actually sitting at the same table as her. It was a pity that she hadn't been able to kill Astral 10 with a single blow and had only managed to expel them from the Innerverse. In the Innerverse, in the erudite flow zone, a giant tributary of the Astral River flowed behind the Innerverse, adorning the starry sky. It looked beautiful, but it also contained a threat that could kill a hunter. Outside the erudite flow zone's tributary was a giant defensive net formed by numerous planets that stretched for an unknown distance. This was one of the borders between the human domain and the astral beast domain. In the command room of an enormous warship, a man stood there. He was thin and not very tall, but his presence seemed to exude a boundless charm that caused all the soldiers on the battlefield to go crazy. This man was Shui Chuanxiao, the commander of the human domain's border war. He was known as one of the most strategic commanders in human history. As he watched the Astral Combat Tournament screen, Shui Chuanxiao's lips curled up into an indescribable smile. His eyes were filled with an unfathomable thought. 3 hours quickly passed, and as the energy in the center of the arena dissipated, the second battle was about to begin. This time many people had their own targets. For example, Feng Shang had his eyes on Eriker, Night Queen Yanqing had her eyes on Sang Shi, and many other veteran area masters from the various academies had their own supporters. Jared's face was gloomy, as Eriker's appearance had caused him to lose all of his glory. The Blaze Realm had invested all of its resources into Eriker, and even the vessel for the Blaze Realm's inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, had been given to Eriker. Jared had been stripped of everything and he was unwilling to accept this. As he looked at the attacking student in front of him, Jared's suppressed anger erupted. He waved his hands and created a strange ripple that clashed with the Lemeter student. In an instant, the Lemeter student's eyes went blank and he collapsed to the ground, dead. This scene was witnessed by many, especially Craner, who had been paying attention to Jared, who felt a chill run down his spine. This was the battle technique that Jared had inherited from the Tao of Illusions. It was strange, unpredictable and unpredictable. Jared was not the first area master to erupt. The appearance of Eriker and the others made the veteran area masters of the Astral Combat Academy feel a sense of crisis, and they all began to erupt. Instantly, many familiar battle techniques and powerhouses were revealed, creating a visual feast for the eyes of countless people watching the screens. The effects of the Astral Combat Tournament were beginning to show. Many people felt that if the Astral Combat Academy students were this powerful, then the other astral domains would not be able to compare. Furthermore, even more people wanted to showcase themselves on such a glorious stage. Now that a considerable portion of the universe's network had been connected, such a glorious stage could be seen at any time. This completely ignited the passion of countless people. The girl turned around and a trace of a smile appeared in her resplendent eyes, as if the stars themselves were smiling. Because he tried to assassinate Star Sibyl. That one sentence shocked all the student leaders, and even Lu Yin, who had been shaking his head from side to side, was stunned. He looked at Astral One's leader in disbelief. "You're saying that he tried to assassinate Star Sibyl?" Lu Xiaoyan was shocked. Astral One's leader nodded. "Yes. Although he failed, it was recorded in the dossiers. Who would have thought that after being frozen for 100 years, he would join the Astral Combat Academy as soon as he came out? I don't know what he's thinking now that he's exposed to the entire universe." "You guys allowed him to live?" Night Queen Yanqing looked at Astral One's leader strangely. Astral One's leader smiled. "It's fine." Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not ask any further questions. These people did not acknowledge him, and it would be even more awkward if no one answered his questions. However, Night Queen Yanqing's words caught his attention. Who was she referring to? What did Calcifer's assassination of Star Sibyl have to do with Astral One's leader? Calcifer's strength had shocked countless people, but not many had recognized him, so the news had not spread. Soon after, another unexpected battle overshadowed Calcifer and attracted all of Lu Yin's attention. Big Pao was in danger. Ever since they had teamed up to challenge Quang Wang, Big Pao's and Little Pao's reputations had been constantly rising, attracting the attention of the entire Astral Combat Academy and even the outside world. After all, anyone in the younger generation who could rival a realm master was considered a genius. However, at this moment Big Pao was not in a good state. He was panting heavily and his entire body was in a sorry state. His shoulder had been pierced and fresh blood was flowing down his arm. It was a Melder Realm Sylvan Dragon that had forced him into such a desperate situation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was no stranger to Sylvan Dragons, but a Melder Realm Sylvan Dragon had been able to force Big Pao into such a desperate situation. Its strength was comparable to that of Xia Luo and the others. So it's Long Yi. The Sylvan Dragon tribe has really invested a lot for the Astral Combat Tournament, Feng Shang said in surprise. Lu Yin looked at him. You know him? Feng Shang smiled. Of course. This Sylvan Dragon is very famous. 15 years ago he challenged one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin was shocked. The 10 Arbiters referred to the current generation's 10 authoritative figures of the Universe Youth Council. None of the previous generation's authoritative figures had been referred to as the 10 Arbiters, which meant that this Sylvan Dragon had challenged one of the 10 Arbiters, even if it had been 15 years ago. I remember now. 15 years ago, an absolute genius appeared in the Sylvan Dragon tribe. He had a terrifying innate gift, and the tribe called him the symbol of their rise. It was him, right? Night Queen Yanqing asked disdainfully. Feng Shang nodded. That's right. 15 years ago that Arbiter was only a sentinel. The two of them battled and this Sylvan Dragon suffered a crushing defeat. According to the bet, he should have become that Arbiter's mount, but the Sylvan Dragon tribe acted shamelessly and hid him away. He was sealed in ice for 15 years before coming out. Quang Wang sneered. He didn't come out just because of the Astral Combat Tournament. Perhaps he also wants to curry favor with the 10 Arbiters. Being their mount isn't shameful at all. This tribe is becoming more and more shameless. You guys seem to hate the Sylvan Dragon tribe. Lu Yin was curious. Feng Shang glanced at him and smiled without saying anything. No one likes traitors, Dao Bo said. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. Down below, Big Pao looked at the Sylvan Dragon in front of him and smiled bitterly. He had been careless. He had thought that he would be easy to deal with, but he had not expected to be heavily injured by a strange ray. If he had known earlier he would not have held back and would have ended the battle right from the start. Across from him, Dragon One's enormous body pressed down and split into 5. This was the Sylvan Dragon's extreme speed, and it left afterimages in the void. It was impossible to distinguish the dragon's true form, and each of them opened their mouths. Big Pao's scalp went numb, and battle force patterns appeared on his body. He had already used his strongest power, but a ray still pierced through his body and killed him instantly. Many people lamented in front of their screens. Two-line battle force was already very strong, and Big Pao was definitely an area master, but he had still been defeated. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the ground. This was Dragon One's innate gift. Big Pao's corpse fell to the ground, but it had not completely disappeared. Dragon One stepped on it with a claw and raised his head to roar fiercely. He then turned back to face the peak and let out another roar that shook the void. This thing is still so disgusting. Quang Wang's gaze was cold as if he hated the Sylvan Dragon clan. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stepped on Big Pao's corpse. This was an insult and this thing deserved to be taught a lesson. In the second round, Coco was defeated by the muscular man. No matter how fast she was, the muscular man attacked the entire arena indiscriminately, and the intensity of his attacks exceeded Coco's limit. Just like Zhao Yilong, she could only lose. Many area masters were defeated in this round as well, and many powerhouses were exposed. Most of these people had only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. This result displeased the various student leaders, as those who had only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy could not even be considered students. They were just outsiders, yet they had continued to provoke them. Lu Yin could already feel a few people on the verge of exploding with anger. These people were too arrogant and thought that defeating an area master would allow them to dominate the Astral Combat Academy. The true powerhouses of the Astral Combat Academy were all here. Astral 10's results exceeded many people's expectations. Xia Luo, Silver, Dark Void, Lulu, Little Pao and Michelle had all won. Astral 10 only had 14 students, and with Lu Yin, more than half of them had won. The Sandmaster and Rainmaster were watching from the sidelines, and they were very satisfied with this result. These students had only been under their tutelage for about half a year, so this result was already quite good. If this had happened when they had just entered the academy, none of them would have been able to defeat them. After the second round, there was also a 3-hour break to allow the spectators to catch their breaths. At this moment, the arena planes had undergone another huge change. The number of arenas had increased to 54, and there were now 108 participants. Once again, one person had advanced to the next round. At this point in the competition, no one was relying on luck anymore. The remaining participants were the true elites of their respective academies, and almost all of them were ranked in the top 10. Almost a quarter of them were area masters, which meant that anyone had a high chance of defeating an area master. Apu felt that he was very lucky, and he was sincerely grateful to the heavens for allowing him to rush through the 3 academies with the majority of the students. In the first round, his opponent had been a melder. Although a melder who had reached this stage was definitely a genius, geniuses still needed time to grow. That person had obviously not yet matured, and Apu had narrowly defeated him. In the second round, Apu had advanced to the next round. Apu's original goal had been to reach the second round at most, and that would have been enough to bring glory to his ancestors. Although he was ranked in the top 15 of his academy, he knew how monstrous those who could reach this stage were. He wasn't greedy, and all he wanted was to enter the second round. But now his thoughts had changed. When he looked at the youth in front of him, he felt as if the god of luck had descended upon him. Another melder. The youth in front of him. No, although he looked young, he should be around 20 years old. Let's call him a youth for the time being. That youth in front of him must have relied on luck to reach this stage. What a pity he had actually met Apu. That youth's luck had reached its end, but Apu didn't know when his luck would end. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 207. From Apu's point of view, he had easily passed the third round, but what about the fourth round? Apu felt a headache coming on, as the 10 student leaders would be participating in the fourth round. Hold on. Apu suddenly thought of something and looked up at the peak. There seemed to be someone among the 10 student leaders to make up the numbers. That's right, it was Astral 10's leader. That youth was just there to make up the numbers. Many people had said that he was just a front for Astral 10, and that was definitely true. That person would be Apu's next opponent as long as he was lucky enough. The more Apu thought about it, the more excited he became. God bless him. Could he not only make it to the fourth round but even the fifth? That would make him famous throughout the universe. Apu's gaze drifted as he imagined the scene of him returning to his home planet. How would those high and mighty authorities welcome him? Would that super-rich, snobbish second uncle of his come to flatter him? There was also the beautiful Leona. Oh, Leona, his dream. He would definitely marry her when he returned. He was a super powerhouse who had made it to the fifth round of the Astral Combat Tournament. Apu was still dreaming when the energy in the center of the arena disappeared, signifying the start of the battle. Suddenly there was a flash of light. What was that? Apu was displeased. Who was interrupting his discussion of life with Leona? The next moment the scene in front of him changed. He looked around and blinked. Wasn't this the Trial Zone Mountain? Had he died? Apu's name had spread throughout the universe, not because he was strong, but because he had broken the record for speed of death. However, he had been killed in an instant. Those who could make it to the third round were all extraordinary powerhouses, and it was almost impossible for them to be killed instantly. However, Apu had died just like that, and he hadn't even raised his head when he died. This scene stunned countless people, and then, one after another, Lu Xiaoqiu's name appeared. Lu Yin stared at the arena where the youth who had instantly defeated Apu was. Was he Lu Xiaoqiu? Wasn't he a Lemiter? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Xiaoqiu, and similarly Lu Xiaoqiu turned to look at the peak. His gaze was very calm, as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Compared to Eriker, Long Yi, and the others, Lu Xiaoqiu was far too calm. However, it was precisely this calmness that caused the other student leaders to remain silent. This was because Lu Xiaoqiu had the qualifications to do so. He was a freak from the Sword Sect from the Innerverse First Flow Zone. Because of him, Lu Xiaoyun had been forced to join the Astral Combat Academy. If she had stayed in the Sword Sect, she would never have been able to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoyun did not care about the Astral Combat Tournament, she only cared about Lu Xiaoqiu. Astral One student leader had a look of admiration. This generation's Sword Sect has produced two absolute geniuses. One became one of the 10 arbiters and the other is right in front of us. I really want to experience the terror of the 13 swords. You'll regret this, Lu Xiaoyun said indifferently as she tightened her grip on her sword. Astral One's leader smiled but did not say anything. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Lu Yin with a strange look in his eyes. There was also a hint of battle intent. Due to the distance, no one knew who Lu Xiaoqiu was looking at. Only Lu Yin could sense that Lu Xiaoqiu was looking at him. It was a strange feeling. Could it be that this person could sense his strength? Lu Yin found it strange, but the invisible aura technique was very useful. At the very least, Lu Xiaoyun and the other leaders couldn't sense his true strength. Only Lu Xiaoqiu acted strangely. Boom. In another arena, Michelle had been defeated by Yu Xianzi. Against that vortex, all of Michelle's attacks were useless as they were easily dispelled. The difference between them was too great. Shiyu had also been defeated. Even though her strength was close to an area master's, she was still lacking when facing a true area master. Dark Void had also been defeated, but his defeat was baffling. His battle had been an eye-opener for Lu Yin, not because of Dark Void, but because of Dark Void's opponent, a seemingly humble person. In the arena, the black ink slowly faded away to reveal a young man in long robes. He held a brush in his hand, an ancient writing tool that gave him a scholarly air. It was this person who had defeated Dark Void. Many people were confused, unable to understand this person's attack methods. Atop the peak, Astral 2's leader Han Chong smiled. He hadn't expected that those old fogies would allow their disciples to participate in such a competition. Interesting. The most eye-catching battle of the third round was a violent confrontation. On one side was Astral 7's Dai Ao, the guardian who had broken through 3 academies, and on the other side was Astral 10's Lulu Mavis. No one had expected these two to fight so fiercely. Lulu's terrifying strength clashed with Dai Ao's starburst palm, and they clashed head-on from the very start. The spectators were all fired up, especially one from the Mavis family. The Mavis family had always been synonymous with wealth, and everyone knew that they were very strong. However, few knew exactly how strong they were. This battle had made countless people realize just how strong the Mavis family was. There was no need to hide her terrifying strength, as she had forcefully broken Dai Ao's starburst palm. Dai Ao endured the pain as he looked at Lulu. This woman was very strong. Lulu rubbed her reddened wrist. Hey, you're still not using your innate gift of gravity? Dai Ao frowned. Then be careful. Lulu pouted. Boring ego. With that, her body suddenly disappeared. This was White Flash, and Night Queen Yanqing, who was watching from the peak, raised an eyebrow. Dai Ao's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this woman to possess such extreme speed. However, gravity was the nemesis of speed. In the next moment, the entire battle stage was enveloped by a black gravitational force. The gravitational force was 150 times stronger than normal, causing the ground to crack. Lulu's body flickered as she appeared in the air. Dai Ao struck out with his palm, similarly using the starburst palm. However, facing Dai Ao's attack this time, Lulu wasn't able to block it so easily. The gravitational force limited her attack speed. Dai Ao pressed down with a single palm, intending to crush Lulu with pure force. Battle force suddenly appeared on Lulu's body, and she tore through the force to counteract some of the gravitational force. She then counterattacked with a punch towards Dai Ao. Dai Ao's eyes darkened, and the gravitational force on the arena suddenly disappeared. That's true, but the higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. This is a stage for the entire universe. Let's see how he'll survive. On a high peak, the number 1 suddenly appeared in front of Feng Shang. He looked up and tapped his finger lightly, causing his body to appear in the center of the arena plains. Lu Yin was astonished as he had not expected a realm master to fight in the first round. It seemed that the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy had been suppressing themselves for a long time. Feng Shang's opponent was Eriker. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then their gazes turned fervent. Feng Shang versus Eriker was definitely the most anticipated battle. After Eriker's identity had been revealed during the first round of drawing lots, many people knew that he was Feng Shang's senior and a genius who had been frozen by the Blaze Realm. He had once competed with the previous leader of Astral 8 for the position of Realm Master and had lost. This battle between the two would definitely be a highlight, and it would also show the difference in strength between Feng Shang and the previous leader. Eriker excitedly stared at Feng Shang. I didn't expect you to fight in the first round. The mentors of the Astral Combat Academy are still so understanding. Feng Shang calmly replied, "Let's begin. It seems like you're very confident." "Even Nail had to be cautious against me," Erica sneered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 208. Feng Shang squinted at Erica's words, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. "You're not worthy of mentioning Brother Nail's name. The reason why I lost to Nail back then was because the Blaze Realm didn't give me a vessel for the Karmic Flame Sword. This time I've brought it with me. Junior brother, have a taste of what it feels like to be burned to ashes," Erica said arrogantly. After saying this, he soared into the sky. Black dots of light filled the sky, followed by surging flames. This scene was the same as before. Feng Shang stood in place and calmly watched as Erica soared into the sky and pressed down with his palm. The flaming palm covered an area of 1,000 meters. On the screen, everything that could be seen was being incinerated by the flames, causing the void to distort. Spatial cracks spread along the flames, devouring the flames and accelerating the collapse of the void. It was an extremely shocking scene. Outside the planes, Jared's face paled. This was Erica's black gold palm. His innate gift, black gold, could incinerate the flames as long as there was a trace of heat. The flames were extremely hot, and when combined with the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, they formed a battle technique that Erica had used to dominate the Astral Combat Academy. It was also his trademark. Tearing through the void was the mark of a powerhouse. Generally speaking, only space-exploring powerhouses could do so, but in the Astral Combat Tournament, tearing through the void had become a common occurrence. The void was formless, and tearing it apart required an unimaginable amount of strength. The flames that could distort the void and cause it to collapse caused countless people's scalps to go numb, especially the Outerverse younger generation. This palm made them realize the hopeless gap between them and Erica. This palm was enough to make space-exploring powerhouses raise their eyebrows. Boom. The ground was reduced to dust by the black gold palm, and a pitch-black palm imprint appeared on the screen. The remaining flames swept out in all directions, burning the entire arena plains. As the scorching heat wave swept across the plains, a significant portion of the spectating students retreated uncontrollably. Even the nearby peak where the student leaders were seated trembled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a powerful palm and what a high temperature. Compared to him, a nuke and the rest were nothing. As the flames on the ground burned away, everyone looked inside. How was Feng Shang doing? A gust of wind blew past, dispersing the last of the flames to reveal a trace of green. The ground within 1,000 meters had been incinerated by the palm imprint, and only that trace of green remained unscathed. Feng Shang's body was surrounded by a hurricane, and he slowly looked up. "Is that all you've got?" Many students cheered and shouted Feng Shang's name. In front of their screens, countless spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. That attack, which could be considered as a peak Lemeter's power, had not caused even the slightest bit of damage to this person. This was a student leader of one of the top 10 combat academies, a Trial Zone's realm master. High up in the sky, Erica's pupils shrank. Impossible. Even Nail would have had a hard time taking my dark gold palm head-on. How are you completely unharmed? Feng Shang's eyes were cold. Times have changed. Frozen geniuses? What a joke, they're just a bunch of pitiful creatures who can't keep up with the times. Shut up, you're just a mere follower of Nail. I'll let you experience the top battle techniques of the fire domain, Erica roared. Veins popped out all over his body as a dark red color flowed through them. The Karmic Flame Sword was the fire domain's strongest battle technique that had been passed down since ancient times, and only the top disciples could learn it. However, learning it was one thing, but a vessel was required in order to fully use it. This vessel was not a physical weapon, but rather an indescribable flame that had been unintentionally unlocked by an almighty from the fire domain countless years ago. Only by absorbing a trace of this flame could one use the Karmic Flame Sword. This flame had been fused with star energy and was not an external force, so it could be used in the trial zones. It was similar to an innate gift, and this was something that Erica had obtained from Jared. The fire domain had been constantly consuming this flame for countless years, and there was not much left. Even the top disciples were unable to obtain even a trace of it. Countless people in the universe knew that the fire domain had the Karmic Flame Sword, but very few knew what it was or why there was such a huge difference between the two techniques. High up in the sky, Erica raised his right arm as a trace of dark red light swam around his body like a living creature. Finally, It appeared between his right index finger, and in the next moment, an indescribably terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing ripples in the void. The entire world turned dark red as an endless heat spread out. Many people were shocked as they could already tell how terrifying this power was even before it was released. Eriker stared at his right index finger with a feverish gaze. This was the exact feeling he was feeling. The karmic flame sword that was being used with that trace of inherited flame was terrifying. At this moment he would even dare to challenge an explorer, let alone a mere Feng Shang. Suddenly, Eriker felt his scalp go numb, and he instinctively turned to the side, but it was too late. Feng Shang's figure appeared in front of him, and he felt an intense pain in his abdomen. "Don't take so long in your next battle." These were the last words that Eriker heard before he died. The karmic flame sword was very powerful, and it was an inherited battle technique from the fire domain, an ancient power in the Innerverse. It was enough to shock countless people, but with Eriker's strength, it was still too early for him to display its full power. He had prepared for too long enough for Feng Shang to kill him 10 times over. No one was a fool who would just stand there and allow himself to be attacked. Feng Shang's actions stunned many, and they could not react in time. According to the script, shouldn't the villain unleash his ultimate move and then be killed off to show off the main character's strength? What was this? A sneak attack. Lu Yin found it funny, but he was laughing at Eriker instead of Feng Shang. After being sealed in ice for so many years, Eriker's brain must have been damaged. Did Eriker really think that Feng Shang was an idiot and was waiting for him to unleash his ultimate move? However, Feng Shang's speed was inconceivably fast. Eriker's reaction speed was quite fast, but he was still unable to dodge. Feng Shang's speed was much faster than Lulu's. This was the strength of a realm master. It was just a glimpse, but it was enough to shock everyone. The other student leaders' expressions did not change, and Quang Wang was even more disdainful. What a piece of trash. No matter how strong a battle technique is, it's still trash if it can't be used. Feng Shang returned and sat down naturally. Although he did not display any shocking strength, it was still shocking. Eriker was strong, but he had not been able to withstand a single attack from Feng Shang. There was a giant pitch-black palm imprint on the arena plains. It was Eriker's black gold palm. The ground wriggled, and soon the arena plains returned to its original state. The next moment, the number 2 appeared in front of Lu Yin, who was standing beside Lu Yin and shaking his head. Lu Yin was astonished. The first round was a realm master, and the second round was also a realm master. Lu Yin was still wearing his earpiece, and he tapped the number with his finger. His body suddenly appeared on the arena plains below, and there was already someone there. It was Little Pao. Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually Little Pao. He wasn't the only one. Everyone from Astral 10 was shocked as well. Little Pao versus a realm master? Lu Yin looked very young, and he was also very hooligan. However, no one dared to underestimate someone who had become a realm master, not even Astral 9's realm master. Out of the 9 trial zones, the Tao of Seed was considered to be the zone with the most ancient bloodlines. There were many bloodline inheritances there, just like the other zones' battle techniques and cultivation methods. As the Tao of Seed's realm master, Lu Yin had never revealed his strange bloodline's innate gift. At this moment, no one knew if Little Pao would be able to force him out. Little Pao's expression turned serious. The 9 realm masters were all very strong, and this Lu Yin was still shaking his head, but Little Pao did not dare to underestimate him. As he thought about this, Little Pao soared into the air and raised his hand. Star energy simulated flames that formed black veined patterns on his palm. Black flare palm. He growled as a giant black palm pressed down on Lu Yin. Many were shocked, as this palm was very similar to Eriker's black gold palm. However, one was a true flame formed from an innate gift, while the other was a simulated flame formed from star energy. The black palm also formed a high temperature that scorched the void and caused it to distort. Even those who were not present could feel the high temperature. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a fierce roar that gave everyone a fright. His voice was so loud that it tore through the void and tore apart the black flare palm. It formed a solid sound wave that blasted towards Little Pao. Little Pao's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly dodged. The powerful sound wave tore apart space, forming a fault. It was as if a deep abyss had opened up in the sky, and it was a shocking sight. Lu Yin raised his head and took a deep breath. Following his movements, another strange sound wave gathered in the sky. The sound clearly did not have a solid form, but it was forcefully condensed by Lu Yin, forming strange lines that twisted together. Little Pao knew that things were bad, and two-line battle force appeared around his body as he rushed towards Lu Yin in an attempt to interrupt his attack. However, he was too late. Lu Yin's movements were too fast, and the lines formed from the sound wave fell down like raindrops that covered half of the arena plains. Little Pao could not dodge and was easily struck. Each line did not have any substantial destructive power, but they formed a sound wave that rumbled within his body. Soon he was shattered. The ground was also shaken by these sound wave lines, and countless bottomless cracks appeared in the ground. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was a realm master who had displayed his true strength. Victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. Lu Yin continued to shake his head as he returned to the peak. Those who had originally looked down on him were now horrified. This guy was silent, but he was quite terrifying. Lu Yin glanced at him. Was he really serious? There was no doubt that Little Pao was very strong. Back then he had teamed up with Big Pao to force Kuang Wang, which showed his strength. However, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from a realm master. The difference between them was too great. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and looked at Kuang Wang. His eyes flashed when he saw the calm expression on Kuang Wang's face. The 9 student leaders should have checked each other's strength, and Kuang Wang was not surprised by Lu Yin's strength. This meant that Lu Yin's strength was on par with Lu Yin's. This meant that he had not been serious when he had faced Big Pao and Little Pao together. The Astral Combat Academy had been passed down for countless years, and it was not without reason that it had always been at the top of the universe. The 10 Arbiters Council had called the Council of Astral Academy one of the strongest subordinate councils, and it was on par with the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin did not understand this at first, but based on the strength of these realm masters, they definitely qualified. Once these realm masters broke through to the Explorer realm, they would immediately be able to challenge the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, their rankings would not be too low, and with their current strength they could even reach the top 100 rankings. Aside from the 10 arbiters, these realm masters had the qualifications to challenge the top 100 strongest youths in the entire universe. For the next 3 matches, no realm masters took action, and neither did anyone else that Lu Yin knew. It wasn't until the 4th match that a number 6 appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was his turn. How had he survived? His strength was also a little terrifying, and she hadn't been able to see his speed at all. Countless people were shocked, and even more people in the universe were shocked, especially those in the Great Yu Empire. Jirbok and the others couldn't understand this battle at all, as the difference between their levels was too great. Undying Yushan smiled. Not bad, not bad. At the edge of San Dios, Wendy Yushan was astonished. Compared to a Lemeter, this speed was a little too fast. No, he was just a melder. Suddenly, Wendy Yushan recalled that Lu Yin was currently the leader of Astral 10. Once he truly became a realm master, he would automatically join the Council of Astral Academy, and his status as a member of the council would be the same as hers. Wendy Yushan wasn't the only one observing Lu Yin in San Dios. Puyu was doing the same, but his mood was completely different. He was even furious. Baser, that trash. Why didn't you just kill him? Behind him, a figure stood silently. It was Vulture, who had fought with Lu Yin before. At this moment he was also looking at Lu Yin on the screen. Before Lu Yin's shock could fade, 2 more people appeared on the plains. One was Grandine Mavis, and the other held a simple longsword. It was obvious that she was from the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin was rather concerned about this disciple from the Myriad Swords Peak. He would eventually cross paths with this colossus in the future. Outside the arena plains, Lulu gritted her teeth as she glared at Grandine. This damned woman had just shown off to her. This battle had been shocking, but it had ended quickly as well. The Myriad Swords Peak disciple, Namu, had the strength to fuse 3,000 swords into one, which far surpassed Zhao Yilong's. However, he had still been forcefully defeated by Grandine. Like Lulu, Grandine had relied purely on strength, but the shock of her strength was enough to make one's scalp go numb. It felt as if there was no limit to her strength. The next few battles didn't have any highlights, and they were all one-sided. Although her opponents were also area masters weren't that strong on this stage. Big Pao and Little Pao both had the strength of a top-tier area master, but they were still instantly defeated. It wasn't until Xiao Luo's appearance that Lu Yin straightened up. He had never been able to see through this person's limits. As for Xiao Luo's opponent, Lu Yin felt as if fate was playing with him. It was actually Jared. There was no need to elaborate on Jared's grudge with Astral 10. The Blaze Realm had originally wanted to replace Astral 10, but Eriker had been instantly defeated by Feng Xiang and Long Yi had been stomped to death by Lu Yin. Of the three great powers, no one from the Ross Empire had reached this stage, leaving only Jared. Jared didn't care about Xia Luo at all. Even though this person had performed outstandingly during the Veneration of the Ancestors competition, Jared felt that Xia Luo's willpower was at most a little too strong. He didn't know much about the details of the Veneration of the Ancestors competition. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 210. Next up was Lu Xiaoyin's turn. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing her strength, but unfortunately, even though her opponent was an area master, the difference between them was too great. She was easily defeated. After Lu Xiaoyin was Han Chong, Astral 2's leader. He also ended his battle easily. The 14th battle left the crowd in awe. On one side was Sha and on the other was Heart Phoenix. He was a genius of the Phoenix family who had defeated an area master as a melder. Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoqiu, Xia Luo and Yin were all freakish melders. Heart Phoenix was also one of them, especially since he had an older brother who stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Sarati Phoenix, one of the 10 arbiters. After losing to Lu Yin, Heart Phoenix had gone missing for a period of time and had only reappeared now. Lu Yin was very curious as to what exactly had happened to him that he had become so powerful. His entire aura had also changed as if he had ascended to a higher level. Most people were interested in Heart's strength, but only a few were interested in Sha, such as Lu Yin and Silver. They were the only ones who knew that Sha was from the Neo-Human Alliance, an incomparably terrifying organization. Heart's gaze was not on Sha at all. Like Jared, he hoped that his opponent would be either Bonnie Phoenix or Lu Yin. Sha's expression was indifferent, as if he did not care about anything. His entire being was as cold as ice, and he was the area master of the path of slaughter. Heart's gaze finally turned towards Sha and he frowned. He hated coldness, so he didn't say a word. With a whistling sound, earth-shattering golden flames engulfed the entire arena plains. No one had thought that Heart's first move would cause such a huge phenomenon. Many students retreated, not daring to touch the golden flames. These flames had burned an area master before. The golden flames surged and enveloped Sha within. Heart had assumed that this person would be exhausted from dealing with them. However, the result was shocking. The golden flames were gradually sealed in ice, and a blue layer of ice spread out. The speed was very slow but very stable. It completely sealed the golden flames that came into contact with it, forming a strange scene of ice sealing fire on the arena plains, enveloping the entire plains. Heart's pupils shrank. He was well aware of the terror of his golden flames, but his opponent was actually able to freeze them. This should not be happening. Sha did not make any unnecessary movements. Layers of extreme coldness spread out from beneath his feet, gradually freezing everything as it extended towards Heart. Heart Phoenix was furious. This was his stage and he would not allow anyone to suppress him. The next moment, a bird cry shook the heavens and the earth. Within the ice, golden flames roiled. Then they shattered the ice and soared into the sky, forming a golden phoenix that spread its wings. The high temperature caused the void to distort and crack. This scene was far more shocking than Eriker's dark gold palm. It was as if a divine phoenix had truly been born. Heart's undying bird had changed, and it looked even more majestic and powerful than before. The golden undying bird's flames almost evaporated everything it touched. Countless people were shocked and kept retreating. However, no one noticed that the extreme coldness beneath Sha's feet had not stopped. Star energy erupted from his body, and a blue light swept out, freezing everything within a kilometer of him, including the golden undying bird and Heart Phoenix. Before anyone could react, Sha raised his hand and a spear of ice shot out, piercing through Heart's body and nailing him to the ground. Following Heart's death, the golden flames disappeared, leaving only a world of blue ice in the arena plains. At this moment, this woman was not holding back and had immediately used Blackwater Lake's inheritance battle technique. Star energy mimicked flowing water, forming a whirlpool that protected Yu Xianzi's entire body. A cold moon hung in the sky, looking extremely dazzling. It made Yu Xianzi look like a fairy from the moon. Karen's expression was solemn as he watched the gradually expanding whirlpool. More than one area master had been killed by the whirlpool. The seemingly ordinary flowing water possessed a terrifying destructive power that no matter how strong one's physical body was, they would not be able to withstand. This ancient battle technique was indeed powerful. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and in terms of contributions he far surpassed Xia Luo and Lu Yin. As the star energy spread out, a mysterious undulation swept through the area. Yu Xianzi was shocked. This was a domain. She had not known that Sharon had comprehended a domain. This was the first time that many people had witnessed the power of a lockbreaker's domain. Sharon stepped into the whirlpool with ease and then walked over to Yu Xianzi. Do you still want to continue? Many people did not understand why Sharon had broken through Yu Xianzi's battle technique so easily. Yu Xianzi was shocked, but then she felt dejected. I'm not as strong as you. Thank you for showing mercy, senior. She then disappeared and left the Life-Seek realm. Karen's battle with Yu Xianzi was the simplest, as they had barely moved at all. However, very few people could understand what had happened. A domain was a very mysterious power. Not only could it allow the user to become one with their surroundings, but it could also forcefully change the environment and infinitely increase one's power level. It could also form a visible force field, change one's heartbeat, enhance one's 5 senses, and so on. Everyone had a different understanding of a domain. Sha's domain was able to change the environment and freeze everything. Karen's domain focused on enhancing the 5 senses because he was a lock breaker. Within the range of his domain, all star energy activity could be seen. This was the reason why Yu Xianzi had lost. Her battle technique was very powerful, but it was also powered by star energy. There was almost no star energy activity that Sharon could not see through at the same level. Everything within a small area was under his control. This was a domain. Not all lockbreakers could comprehend a domain, but those who could were all very powerful. On the peak, Dao Bo's lips curled up. Sharon was now qualified to fight him. Not too far away from Lu Yin, Astral One's leader saw 18. Everyone looked at her. It was finally her turn. She was Astral One's leader and also the most mysterious realm master of the 10 Astral Academies. Lu Yin was also very curious. The 10 academies were ranked based on strength, and this woman had been able to suppress Night Queen Yanqing, Dao Bo, and Feng Shang to take first place. He was very curious about her strength. However, this battle did not take place. His opponent admitted defeat without even fighting. The students of the Astral Combat Academy did not find this strange. Against Astral One's leader, who could be considered the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy, an ordinary area master would not even have the qualifications to fight him. Lu Yin was disappointed. However, he quickly regained his spirits because the next battle was just as exciting. One of the opponents was Qilian Day Knight. Countless people had witnessed his strength during the 3 academies challengers, especially when it came to group attacks. Those who were weaker than him would find it difficult to withstand his attacks, and his opponent was Lu Xiaoqiu. When Lu Xiaoyan saw Lu Xiaoqiu appear in the middle of the arena plains, her eyes trembled. She was not the only one. In front of their screens, especially in the Innerverse First Flow Zone, many of the experts from the various great powers had solemn expressions. There were very few rumors about Lu Xiaoqiu, but those who did were shocked. He was the second person in the sword sect to receive the inheritance of the 13 swords, and he was also a freak who could injure an explorer as a melder. In the First Flow Zone, countless people knelt on one knee in a dusky land that stretched for an unknown distance. There a flag fluttered in the wind, emitting an iron-blooded aura. There was only one word engraved on the flag: serene. Beneath the flag, a little girl with delicate features in a dark dress was looking up at the screen, at Lu Xiaoqiu, who was calmly standing in the arena plains. Behind the little girl, an old woman knelt down respectfully. "Little princess, this is your fiancé, the sword sect's current genius, Lu Xiaoqiu." The little girl blinked her large, curious eyes. Her eyes were bright, and although she seemed calm, her gaze was strange and lively. Many students around the arena plains excitedly looked at Qilian Day Knight. They did not recognize Lu Xiaoqiu, only Qilian Day Knight. He was one of Astral 3's top powerhouses who was qualified to represent the Day Knight clan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 211. Qilian Day Knight did not recognize Lu Xiaoqiu either, but anyone who could reach this stage and was also a powerhouse from Astral 2 was clearly not a simple person. Facing Qilian Day Knight, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze suddenly shifted to the peak. He gripped the hilt of his sword and swung the rusty sword in front of him. Lu Xiaoqiu gently retracted his sword and slowly walked out of the arena. Countless people were stunned. What was he doing? Was this guy stupid? Was he admitting defeat just because he moved? That made sense. Admitting defeat against a powerhouse from the Day-Night clan was not shameful. However, in the next second, Chilean Day-Night's body split in two and disappeared from the Life-Seek realm. Everyone fell silent as they stared blankly at the scene. Chilean Day-Night had died. At this moment, both the Astral Combat Academy students and the countless people watching their screens were in disbelief. What had just happened? Why had Chilean Day-Night died? Had he died without any warning? Was it because of that person? On the peak, the 10 student leaders had solemn expressions. Others might not have understood that sword, but they did. It was a sword that could traverse space. Traceless autumn water was extremely sharp, and it did not cause any damage to space. However, it had still been able to easily kill Chilean Day-Night. Lu Yin frowned. What a powerful sword technique. That was the first sword of the 13 swords, Lu Xiaoyun said bitterly, her voice filled with envy and unwillingness. The 13 swords was the sword sect's strongest inherited sword technique, but she did not have the qualifications to receive it. She was like a thirsty traveler in a desert who could not take a single step forward when water was right in front of her. Her despair was unimaginable, and it was precisely because of this that she had joined the Astral Combat Academy and even left the sword sect. She wanted to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu one day and prove that the 13 swords were not that amazing. However, after being separated for so many years, Lu Xiaoyun realized that she had not given up on the 13 swords. As Lu Xiaoqiu displayed his strength, her desire to obtain it grew. Unfortunately, she did not have the qualifications. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyun's right hand, which was tightly gripping the sword hilt, and his eyes flashed. He also wanted to experience the 13 swords, but he did not know if he could learn it. It was unlikely, as the sword sect was not any weaker than the Day-Night clan. It was already difficult for him to learn the Day-Night clan's battle techniques, let alone the 13 swords. No matter how confused the crowd was, the next battle continued. The arena planes did not need to be repaired as there was no damage to it. The next battle was between Bonnie Phineas and Chu Feng. He was the humble man who defeated Dark Void and whose attacks were incomprehensible. In the first flow zone, the sword sect did not even look at their screens. Their confidence in Lu Xiaoqiu was ingrained in their bones. He would definitely take first place in the Astral Combat Tournament. In the darkness, the little girl clapped her hands. Amazing, amazing. Granny, he's my fiancé. Amazing. The old woman respectfully replied, yes, his battle technique is called the 13 swords. That was only the first sword. The little girl was very happy. Really? I really want to see the complete 13 swords. The old woman smiled bitterly. Even the person who had become one of the 10 arbiters had not fully comprehended the 13 swords. It was unknown how many swords Lu Xiaoqiu would be able to comprehend, and it would take at least a few decades to see the complete 13 swords. The battle between Chu Feng and Bonnie Phoenix left many people at a loss. Chu Feng's attack style was too strange. He won just by spilling ink non-stop. No matter what, Bonnie Phoenix was still a fallen undying bird, but his death was even more tragic than Heart Phoenix's. At least Heart Phoenix had released the golden undying bird. Bonnie was very sullen, but he had no way to deal with Chu Feng. That's a very strange technique. Why does it seem a little similar to Han Chang's? Nearby Feng Shang smiled. Chu Feng and Han Chong both come from the Innerverse Erudite Flow Zone. That flow zone is very strange and it inherits the style of ancient scholars. Its attack style is very different from the other flow zones. No wonder. Lu Yin understood. The 2 consecutive battles were incomprehensible, but the next one excited many. One of the participants was Tsang Shi from Chaos God Mountain. He had defeated Tiankong Day-Night and used the Day-Night clan as a stepping stone to become famous throughout the universe. His opponent was Xia Yi, a powerhouse from Astral 5 and the area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. An area master was supposed to be a powerhouse second only to a realm master, but this Astral Combat Tournament was too special. More than half of the area masters had already been eliminated. On the other hand, a freak like Tsang Shi, who had only recently joined the Astral Combat Tournament, made many people nervous. No one knew how strong they were. Xia Yi's performance in Astral 5 had not been too conspicuous, and he could be considered a mediocre figure among the area masters. Otherwise, he would not have only been able to snatch the machinery tomb. That place was worthless to most people, and it was more like an abandoned processing plant. Many people did not hold much hope for Xia Yi, as he was not even as strong as Tiankong Day-Night. However, Lu Yin was watching very seriously as Xia Yi was also from a primeval surname just like Xia Luo. People like him would either not explode or once they did, they would be so terrifying that they would make others doubt their own existence. Song-Shi was still the same, waiting for his opponent to attack. Xia Yi did not hold back and rushed forward to punch him. Many people were disappointed, as Xia Yi's attack was not as strong as Tiankong Day Knight's. His strength was definitely not on par with Tiankong Day Knight's. Song-Shi's gaze was calm, and he dodged a few times before suddenly attacking. His body swayed as he tried to disrupt Xia Yi's attack rhythm. Xia Yi did not disappoint as he was caught and then smashed into the ground. Many students from the Astral Combat Academy sighed. Xia Yi had been defeated, and it was a pity. Song-Shi leapt out of the crater and looked at his fist with a strange expression. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, and he was not as confident as he had been when he had defeated Tiankong Day Knight. Xia Yi's body had not dissipated and he was not dead. He slowly stood up and rubbed his abdomen. As expected of a disciple of Chaos God Mountain, his attacks are so strong. Song-Shi looked at Xia Yi strangely and spoke for the first time. Your heartbeat isn't right. At this moment, a shockwave descended and separated the battlefield from the spectating students. Only then was the shockwave not able to affect the spectating students. Quite a few students were frightened out of their wits. If they were touched by four-line battle force, they would definitely die. Because of the four-line battle force, the ground began to reveal a faint purple color. Song-Shi seemed unwilling to give up and punched downwards once more. However, he was firmly stopped by a hand. The palm and fist collided, causing an arc of shockwave to surge out from the ground. The battle force tore apart everything in its path, and even the nearby peak where the student leaders of the 10 academies were seated shook. Xia Yi appeared in front of everyone, and his body was also covered with purple four-line battle force. The collision of the two battle forces caused the void to boil, and cracks spread out between the two of them. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded. In front of their screens, countless spectators were stunned. Those who understood battle force knew that four-line battle force usually only appeared on explorers. Limiters who could control four-line battle force were few and far between, and they could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. But now, two of them had appeared at the same time, and even the void was unable to withstand the collision of their battle forces. This was an absolutely terrifying phenomenon, and even ordinary explorers would not be able to casually interfere in this battle. These two people already possessed the strength to fight against an explorer. Song-Shi looked at Xia Yi's sinister gaze, and for some reason, even though he had four-line battle force, he still felt that something was amiss. He subconsciously wanted to distance himself from this person. Xia Yi slowly exhaled and his heartbeat quickened once more. This time it returned to a normal heartbeat and Song-Shi could hear it. He had felt that there was something wrong with Xia Yi's heartbeat from the very beginning, but now that it had returned to normal, he felt an intense pain in his fist. Many thanks to Brother Lan Chiang for the Guild Master's reward. I'll give you the second update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 212. It's been a long time since I've used my full strength. Thank you for letting me familiarize myself with it before the final battle, Xia Yi said calmly as he kicked out. The Chaos God Mountain disciple's reaction was extremely fast, and he kicked out the moment Xia Yi spoke. The two were less than half a meter apart. Xia Yi's right hand tightly gripped Song-Shi's right fist as he kicked out at the same time. There was a loud bang as the void exploded. Many students could not withstand the loud noise and covered their ears. In that instant, the void within a kilometer began to distort and crack. Xia Yi's kick shattered the battle force on Song-Shi's leg and then landed on Song-Shi's abdomen. At the same time he released his grip, sending Song-Shi flying and dissipating in midair. Everyone stared blankly at the arena plains and then at the calm Xia Yi. This battle had been the most intense one so far in the Astral Combat Tournament, and it had also been of the highest quality. There had been a terrifying clash of physical bodies, extreme dodging, reflexes and attack power, as well as shocking four-line battle force. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, there were less than 100 people who had comprehended battle force, and only the area masters had raised their battle force to the level of two-line battle force. There were no more than 20 people and there were no more than 15 of them. As for those who had raised their battle force to the level of three-line battle force, Xia Yi was the only one who had revealed his four-line battle force. Even the 10 student leaders had never revealed four-line battle force before. This was the Astral Combat Academy, the top academy in the entire human domain. If this was the case, then when the scope of the entire universe's younger generation was expanded, the probability of this happening would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Xia Yi had become the idol of countless people throughout the universe. Atop the high peak, Kuang Wang's expression was solemn and even a little unsightly. Xia Yi's strength had exceeded his expectations, and even he was not confident in defeating this person. Why had he kept such a low profile before? The other student leaders were the same. Zhang Shi was very strong, and even the other student leaders did not dare to say that they could defeat him with 4-line battle force. However, Xia Yi had still won. The strength of his battle force was even higher than Zhang Shi's. This was someone who had hidden his true strength well. He had thoroughly received the Astral Combat Academy's teachings and was an elite who had reached his current level. Rumor has it that one of the 10 arbiters broke through to the realm of 5 lines while in the Astral Combat Academy, and he was able to crush explorers as a limiter. Xia Yi isn't too far off, Dao Bo praised. Astral One's leader smiled. It's just a single step, but it's like a bottomless abyss. Over the course of countless years, many monstrous geniuses have appeared in the Astral Combat Academy. Although there aren't many who have broken through to 4-line battle force as limiters, there are still a few. However, there are only a few who have broken through to 5-line battle force and become one of the 10 arbiters. Since ancient times, no one in the younger generation has been able to surpass the 10 arbiters. It's also the beginning of a new era, Lu Yin suddenly interjected. When he saw Astral One's leader, Dao Bo, and the others looking at him, he smiled and did not say anything else. Night Queen Yanqing snorted. Don't talk about the 10 arbiters. Just as she finished speaking, a number appeared in front of her. It was her turn. Night Queen Yanqing stood up and tapped on the numbers, causing her body to appear in the arena plains. Many students silently looked at Night Queen Yanqing, including those in front of their screens. Countless people were staring at Night Queen Yanqing, as she was a Night Queen from the Day-Night royal family. Night Queen Yanqing's opponent admitted defeat. He was an area master from the Astral Combat Academy, and he knew that he was powerless against Night Queen Yanqing, so he did not even show his face. Following Night Queen Yanqing was Shuel Yoyun's opponent. Astral 4's leader also had no opponent, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. 2 strangers appeared in the next match, but they could not be considered strangers. One of them was Astral 5's representative from the Knocking on the Dragon's Door, and his opponent was a beautiful girl. When the girl's name was announced, Lu Yin was stunned. Enji? What a familiar name. He thought about it and suddenly remembered that she was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe. Amu had mentioned that their young matriarch was in the Astral Combat Academy. So it was her. The Umbral Butterfly tribe seemed to be able to absorb the power of plants to infinitely strengthen themselves. Although they had their weaknesses, Lu Yin looked around. This was not a swamp, so there were no poisonous plants. There were quite a few ordinary plants, and although they could not provide much power, they could still strengthen themselves. He was curious to see how much Angie could strengthen herself. However, the results disappointed him as the battle ended quickly. Angie's strength was not bad and she could be considered close to an area master, but against Tu Bo she was defeated in an instant. Lu Yin shook his head. The young matriarch of the Outerverse Umbral Butterfly tribe was too weak. It could only be said that the Astral Combat Academy had accepted too many geniuses, including geniuses from the entire universe. It was not something that a normal person could imagine, and even Schutz, the #1 expert of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, could not even make it past the first round. Very quickly, a person appeared in the arena plains, Silver. His appearance attracted the attention of countless people, as his performance in the 3 Academies tournament had been too dazzling. His killing domain had caused many to tremble. His appearance also attracted the attention of Dao Bo and the other student leaders. Although he was only a melder, the fact that he could reach this stage meant that he was a freak. Silver's opponent was from Astral 9, and he was not a nobody. He had also participated in the Knocking on the Dragon's Gate. His name was Main and his face was pale. His entire body exuded a suffocating aura of death, and he looked like a corpse. One had a creepy smile while the other gave off a chilling aura just by standing there. The two were very similar, and this was what many people thought. In the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan was seriously watching his screen. Ever since Silver had joined the Astral Combat Academy, the Great Yu Empire had been investigating his background, but there had been no progress. Silver's background was too ordinary and he was definitely not a simple person. Without wasting any time, the two figures attacked at the same time on the plains. It didn't take long for the spectators to be astonished. The two's battle styles were very similar. Silver's style was silent and sharp, while Main's was sinister and murderous. The two were like two ghosts that shuttled back and forth across the plains. Xia Yi and Song Shi's battle was earth-shattering, while Silver and Main's battle was like a ghost's. Many people were bored by it as they could only see two shadows constantly crisscrossing each other, and they could not see anything special about each other. However, a significant number of people had serious expressions and some were even shocked. Silver had already used his domain, but he was still unable to take down Main. This was because Main's body was covered by a layer of gray air, three-line battle force. Everyone's understanding and usage of power was different. Xia Yi and Song Shi's usage of power was destruction, while Main's was defense. He even used a layer of incomprehensible gray air flow to conceal himself, not wanting to be discovered. Silver's domain was like mercury flowing through the ground, pervasive yet undetectable. The only exception was the butterfly that separated from Hua. Only Butterfly's butterfly blade could be seen. Butterfly's blade was like a butterfly flying through flowers as it wantonly danced about, bringing with it a beautiful silver brilliance that blossomed across the arena plains. Silver's every blade was aimed at a vital point, and the smile on his face did not disappear even after Main revealed his three-line battle force. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Atop the peak, Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. "He can't hold on much longer." "Who?" Feng Shang asked. "That man with battle force," Lu Yin replied. "How do you know?" Feng Shang was puzzled. Lu Yin pointed at his ear. "I heard it." Dao Bo spoke up. "Main should also be a genius who was sealed in ice, but he's been sealed in ice for too long. Even now, his body still hasn't completely adapted to his battle force. He won't be able to hold on much longer." Sure enough, it didn't take long for streaks of blood to appear on Main's body. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant and soon there was a flash of light and Main died. The appearance of three-line battle force should have been shocking, but it had been concealed by Main. Furthermore, Main had been defeated, so Silver's victory did not cause much of a commotion. Only those who had witnessed it knew how terrifying Silver was. That butterfly blade had cut through three-line battle force. In terms of threat, Silver was not inferior to Xia Yi. He did not know if these people were really faking it or if they had improved too quickly over the past few months. Each of them had become so terrifying, and it seemed like there was no limit to Xia Luo and Silver's improvement. Lu Yin's improvement was already abnormal, and there were very few people who could match up to an area master within a year or so of joining the Astral Combat Academy. However, Xia Luo and Xia Luo had done it, and they had even surpassed them. Lu Yin had no idea how these two had done it. The next few battles were very ordinary, as Dao Bo and Quang Wang each faced an area master. Just like before, anyone who had not recently joined the Astral Combat Academy automatically admitted defeat. 31 battles had already been fought, and only one battle remained. Calcifer appeared, and his opponent was an ordinary-looking young girl from Astral 9. Calcifer's origins had been revealed by Astral 1 student leader, as no one else would have known. He had instantly defeated Euro, and this had attracted the attention of countless people. Only the few people on the peak knew of his origins through Astral 1 student leader. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 213. At that moment, the 10 student leaders also realized that something was wrong. Astral One's leader's eyes flickered as he realized that he had misjudged this woman. Shui Luyan frowned. Lu Yin had a strange look on his face. Since when did Astral 9 have such a freak? Even he could feel the sense of danger that was looming over him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman was not simple. As an assassin, Calcifer had plenty of patience, but this woman was different. After waiting for a while, she saw that Calcifer did not make a move. Finally, she looked over and slowly raised her hand. With a wave of her hand, a gale appeared out of nowhere and swept through the arena plains. The gale was gray in color. Calcifer's scalp suddenly went numb as this was a sign of extreme danger. Without thinking, he appeared behind the woman, intending to end this match as quickly as possible. The woman still did not move and just stood there. Calcifer's innate gift-enhanced star energy dagger stopped a centimeter away from the woman's neck. His clothes began to decay, followed by his hair and skin. Finally, his entire body decayed and turned into dust that fell to the ground. Everyone was silent as they had been shocked countless times by this match. This time, however, their shock was tinged with fear. What was this? A living person was gone just like that? Feng Shang suddenly stood up and stared at the woman in disbelief. Ji Feng, this is Ji Feng. What's Ji Feng? Quang Wang asked. Feng Shang solemnly replied, it's a battle technique that's been lost for a long time. The wind of the four seasons decays everything, so this battle technique should have been lost. How did she learn it? Lu Yin was shocked. Wind of the four seasons and decay? Could it be related to the domain of time? This astral combat tournament has really attracted a bunch of monsters. Calcifer is very strong and can instantly kill an area master, but he can't do anything against these monsters, Dalbo exclaimed. Lu Yin glanced at him. These people were the real monsters in everyone's eyes. Assassinating Starsabil did not mean that they were strong, they were just arrogant. Calcifer did not give Lu Yin the same sense of danger that Lu Xiaoqiu had, but this woman was different. She was a potential threat. The fourth match ended with the shock caused by this woman called Chao Ji, and the fifth match was set to take place in 12 hours. Lu Yin immediately left the Life-Seek realm and appeared in the Trial Zone Mountain. Many people had already left. After such a long match, even the spectators were tired, but it had all been worth it. There were too many powerhouses, too many battle techniques, and even four-line battle force had appeared. Countless people in front of their screens as the match's progress had caught everyone's attention. Only now did they realize how tired they were and hurriedly rested. On Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes and immediately saw Michelle, who had awakened at the same time. She saw Lu Yin as well, and the two looked at each other. Aside from a trace of confusion in her eyes, there was no other expression on her face. Coco opened her eyes as well, and she happily ran over when she saw him. Brother Lu, we thought you were dead. Was what happened at the pirate port true? Coco stuck out her tongue. I also think that it's fake. My mentor said that the power of that beam is enough to kill an explorer. You're just a melder, so even a scratch would be enough to kill you. Coco suddenly sized him up and asked expectantly, Brother Lu, are you injured? No, I'm not injured at all. Lu Yin was very straightforward and decisive, which disappointed Coco. Big Pao and Little Pao came over as well, and they looked at Lu Yin strangely. It seemed like his family was worried about him, but there was no need for that now. The entire universe had seen his appearance. There was actually someone else, Mira the Red Lotus Witchbow. Mira had actually contacted him, and Lu Yin subconsciously glanced at Michelle. Compared to Mira, the two were stunning beauties. However, Mira was seductive while Michelle was cold and aloof. Back then, Mira had told him that as long as he made some achievements in the Astral Combat Academy, she would be able to recommend him to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The Outerverse Youth Council and the Council of Astral Academy were difficult choices to make. Not long after, the crowd dispersed and went to rest. Lu Yin did not think about anything else. His priority now was to settle the Astral Combat Tournament. At the same time, at the peak of Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing's expression was solemn, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes as she stared at the screen in front of her. A stalwart man looked at her. Remember, you cannot lose the Astral Combat Tournament. No matter who you face, the Night King clan cannot lose. Fear flashed through Night Queen Yanqing's eyes as she looked at the screen. Yes. On the screen, not far behind the stalwart man, a figure stood solemnly with his back slightly bowed. Night Queen Yanqing did not recognize this person, but if Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize him as Lu Xiaoga. He should have been following Qingyu, but now he was standing behind the stalwart man. At Astral Six's Trial Zone Mountain, Sharon woke up. Less than 1,000 meters away, Frankfurt also woke up. They were both area masters, and the two of them were evenly matched. However, at this moment, Frankfurt subconsciously retreated when he met Karen's gaze. The Astral Combat Tournament had clearly shown everyone's strength. Frankfurt could only be considered an ordinary area master, while Sharon was definitely at the top. He could even fight against a realm master. 12 hours quickly passed, and the group once again appeared in the Life-Seek realm. In the first battle, a realm master appeared. Night Queen Yanqing against Chu Feng. Chu Feng's battles were very strange. Dark Void and Bonnie Phoenix were not weak, but they could not display their full strength against Chu Feng. His attacking style came from the erudite flow zone, and he was modest and amiable. He indeed had the style of a scholar. Scholars focused on righteousness, while the Day-Night clan style was slightly darker. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn when he faced Night Queen Yanqing. Use your domain, Night Queen Yanqing said the moment she appeared in the arena plains. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn, and his star energy transformed into a brush. Black, Ink-like star energy spread out as a peculiar undulation swept through the area. The crowd stared at this scene as they were no stranger to it. Dark Void and Bonnie had both been defeated at this moment, and they had not even been able to use their innate gifts. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes were filled with disdain. Your domain is very strong, but do you think that it can seal my Night King clan? The people from the erudite flow zone are still so naive. She then charged towards Chu Feng and swept out with her leg. Purple veins spread out in the air as an incomparably powerful four-line battle force erupted and crushed everything in its path, including Chu Feng. Even the arena planes were blasted apart. Countless people were stunned. Four-line battle force. Another four-line battle force from the Night King clan. Night Queen Yanqing's strength shocked countless people. This was a powerhouse from the Night King clan, someone who could instantly kill an expert who had reached this stage. Atop the high peak, Han Chong shook his head. Chu Feng's domain was too one-sided. It had infinitely strengthened his battle technique and tried in vain to seal everything. However, against a powerhouse who surpassed him, he could only be instantly killed. Night Queen Yanqing returned to the high peak. At this moment, she seemed to be beginning to display the strength of the Night King clan. The Day-Night clan did not only have battle techniques. The next match was Feng Shang's and he easily won. The next match was Tu Bo's who also won easily. His water flow seemed soft but it was indestructible. The fourth match attracted everyone's attention. Astral One's student leader was up next, and her opponent was Lu Tang. Lu Tang was one of the sword sect's most outstanding disciples, and his battle prowess was enough to shock many people. Astral One's student leader was even more mysterious and no one knew her name. Many thanks to Brother Lan Chiang for the Alliance Master's reward. Here's the fourth update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 214. Lu Yin was really curious as he looked at the arena. He turned to Feng Shang. What's the name of Astral One's leader? Feng Shang's lips curled up strangely. Star Sibyl. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. What did you say? Feng Shang laughed strangely. She's Star Sibyl. Impossible, Lu Yin denied. Although there was no concrete evidence, Star Sibyl was definitely an explorer, and her status was no lower than that of the 10 arbiters. How could she only be a Lemiter? Feng Shang smiled. I knew you'd be surprised. Let me tell you something. Sometimes, Star Sibyl doesn't just refer to one person. Of course, there's only one Star Sibyl, but before the final selection is decided, there are several Star Sibyls and she's one of them. Lu Yin was stunned. Star Sibyl's final selection had not been decided yet? That meant that the Star Sibyl that Geraldine had seen in the Great Yu Empire was also one of them, and she might not necessarily be an explorer. As they spoke, the battle between Star Sibyl and Lu Tang began. The moment he attacked, Lu Tang used his star energy to form a sword and displayed an extremely powerful sword technique from the sword sect. Endless sword chi swept out and enveloped the entire arena plains. Countless people retreated, and even though there was a gust of wind blocking the attack, it still gave people the illusion that they would be cut down at any moment. Streaks of sword chi tore through the void and continuously expanded until they enveloped Astral One's leader, Star Sibyl. However, Lu Tang did not attack Star Sibyl. Instead, he suddenly turned around and stabbed out with his sword, causing ripples to appear in the void. A pure white finger stretched out and collided with the tip of the sword. There was a thump that caused everyone's eardrums to hurt, and in the next moment, the ground rapidly dried up as endless sword chi filled the entire area and forced Star Sibyl out of the void. Her distant figure gradually disappeared. Many people were confused. When had Star Sibyl escaped into the void? Atop the mountain peak, Lu Yin reached out and touched a strand of sword chi. He felt a stabbing pain at his fingertips and frowned. This was a sword technique supported by a domain, and it also had a desolate aura to it. Lu Xiaoyun was shocked. She had actually underestimated this junior brother of hers from the sword sect. His strength was not much weaker than hers. I want to know the name of this sword technique, Star Sibyl suddenly said as she easily dodged the sword chi. Lu Tang's gaze turned cold. Autumn Tang's sword intent. Star Sibyl sighed in admiration. Very powerful sword techniques, domains, battle techniques, and even your emotions have been perfectly displayed. Your strength is enough to rival the previous realm masters, but it's a pity that this generation has changed. She then pointed out a finger. Lu Tang's gaze didn't change. He resolutely stabbed out with his sword, but in the next moment his body gradually dissipated. He didn't even realize when he had been seriously injured or even killed. Everyone stared blankly, unable to understand at all. Lu Yin was shocked as he could not understand what was going on either. Starsibyl's attacks had surpassed his understanding. It was not that her power level was too great, but rather that it belonged to another type of battle style. It was very strange and mysterious. The other student leaders were already used to this as this was Starsibyl. Very quickly, Starsibyl returned to her seat at the peak. Lu Yin looked at her solemnly, but Starsibyl merely smiled at him. Everyone was still immersed in Starsibyl's mysterious strength. After 3 consecutive matches, Grandini Mavis, Xia Luo and Dao Bo had all won. The 8th match was about to begin, and a person appeared on the arena plains, Lu Xiaoqiu. At the same time on the peak, a number appeared before Quang Wang's eyes. Everyone shivered, as a realm master had finally faced off against a freak from the sword sect. Lu Xiaoyun subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword, and the others also looked at Quang Wang. Quang Wang smiled and licked his lips. Just in time. Let me try out the so-called strongest in the sword sect. He then pointed at the number, and his body appeared on the arena plains. In the inner verse, countless people were silent. The battle that would truly test Lu Xiaoqiu had begun. Whether or not the godly 13 swords could defeat a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy was a hurdle. On the dusky ground, the old woman woke up the little girl. Little princess, Master Lu's battle has begun. The little girl rubbed her large eyes and looked at the screen. On the arena plains, Quang Wang's expression was solemn. He would not underestimate Lu Xiaoqiu as this person gave him a great sense of danger. Lu Xiaoyun had joined the Astral Combat Academy because of this person, which showed how terrifying Lu Xiaoqiu was. Quang Wang had released the Azure Dragon from the very beginning. The Azure Dragon was not an external object, and it was sealed within his body. It was a type of battle technique that Quang Wang could use in the Life-Seek realm. As the Azure Dragon roared, the void froze. The enormous creature cast a shadow over Lu Xiaoqiu, and it reached out with its sharp claws. A gale condensed into a wind blade that could easily tear through the void. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was calm as his star energy transformed into a rusty iron sword. With a sweep of his sword, the wind blade was shattered. This was just an ordinary strike, but the Azure Dragon could feel an extraordinary power. The Azure Dragon pressed down with its claws, attempting to use its body to suppress Lu Yin. At the same time, 3-line battle force appeared around Quang Wang's body. Back when he had faced Big Pao and Little Pao together, he had easily defeated Little Pao with his 3-line battle force. Most of the beast tamers' flow zone strength was placed on their tamed beasts, but they were not powerless themselves. Quang Wang even had a terrifying 3-line battle force. Lu Xiaoqiu soared into the sky and easily avoided the Azure Dragon's attack. His star energy circled around his body as he gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand and stabbed at the Azure Dragon. His body followed the sword, and the Azure Dragon stopped moving. At the same time, Quang Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled as he looked at the sky in disbelief. There Lu Xiaoqiu slowly appeared. A single strike had defeated the Azure Dragon, shocking everyone. Quang Wang was Astral 5's leader and the Tao of Heaven's realm master. Back when Big Pao and Little Pao had teamed up to face the Azure Dragon, they had been unable to retaliate. The Azure Dragon had the defense and strength to directly face an explorer, but it had been defeated by a melder like Lu Xiaoqiu with a single strike. It was no wonder that this guy had raised his battle force to 3 lines. Without using star energy, Lu Xiaoqiu would have a hard time fighting purely with his physical body. The introduction of the butterfly emperor grass spread, and countless people stared at Quang Wang in shock. As expected of a freak from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Great Hall, he could even tame butterfly emperor grass. This is your trump card? Lu Xiaoqiu's tone remained indifferent, and he was not surprised by the butterfly emperor grass at all. Quang Wang stood in front of the butterfly emperor grass and said in a low voice, "I know that you won't be helpless just because your star energy has been sealed. The sword sect doesn't just rely on star energy, but as long as the 13 swords are sealed, I have enough confidence to fight you." Lu Xiaoqiu slowly raised his sword. Swords are weapons, and weapons are divided into long-range and short-range attacks. You seem to have forgotten that swords are originally close-range weapons. Lu Xiaoqiu's body moved with his sword, and his speed broke through the void as he thrust his sword towards Quang Wang. Quang Wang's eyes widened. With 3 lines of battle force, he was not afraid of any close-range combat. With a whoosh, Lu Xiaoqiu and Quang Wang brushed past each other, and blood splattered onto the ground. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly turned around. You're very strong. You've forced me into a close-range battle. Unfortunately, the 13 Swords has no weaknesses. The green light spots dissipated from the Life-Seek realm, leaving Kwang Wang bitter. He had actually been the first student leader to be defeated, but he had wholeheartedly accepted his loss. No one could believe that Lu Xiaoqiu had only used 3 swords from start to finish to defeat Kwang Wang, Astral 5 student leader. It was simply shocking. On the high peak, all the student leaders were silent. Lu Xiaoqiu was different from the other geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. He truly had the strength to become the champion. There was now an empty spot on the high peak. Kwang Wang had been defeated, and he did not have the qualifications to ascend to the peak. Many thanks to Brother Lan Qiang for the Alliance Master's reward. I'll add 5 more chapters. Sui Feng was an office worker, and all the brothers who supported King Stage knew that. They even knew Sui Feng's work and rest schedule. Adding 5 chapters was already the limit. Once again, thank you Brother Lan Qiang for your Alliance Master reward. Thank you all for supporting me from the Throne stage to the Star Treader stage. Only by guaranteeing quality can I repay everyone. I also promise that I will never stop updating. I'll update at least twice a day. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 215. Kwang Wang's defeat had shattered everyone's belief that the academy leaders were invincible. The 10 academy leaders were very strong, but they could still be defeated. Once this belief was born, it could not be stopped. The remaining participants all looked towards the peak, wondering how many seats would be left after the Astral Combat Tournament. The most attractive aspect of the Astral Combat Academy was the Student Council. Joining the council was equivalent to being protected by the 10 arbiters, and only the academy leaders could join the council. Lu Xiaoqiu's defeat of Kwang Wang did not mean that he could join the council. He had to formally challenge the academy leader of his academy before he could join the council. However, since he had defeated an academy leader in the Astral Combat Tournament, he could also formally challenge the academy leader. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he had a chance. The next 2 matches were very ordinary. Han Chong and Xia Yi each won a match. Many people automatically equated Xia Yi with the academy leader, as he was a freak with 4-line battle force. After Xia Yi, it was Shuel Yoyun's turn. This Astral 4 academy leader had a cold expression on his face. Everyone had thought that this match would end quickly like Han Chong's, but the outcome was beyond their expectations. The battle had reached a stalemate, and Shuel Yoyun's opponent was Sha. Sha's performance was very strong, and he had defeated many powerhouses along the way. In his last match, he had defeated Heart Phoenix, sealed the golden undying bird in ice, and nailed Heart to the ground. That scene had left a deep impression on many, but no one thought that he could defeat Shuel Yoyun. Both of them were from Astral 4, but Shuel Yoyun was a realm master while Sha was only an area master. However, the results of the battle shocked many, as Shuel Yoyun could not do anything to Sha. On the plains, the 2 powerhouses from Astral 4 faced each other. They were both cold, but the difference was that Sha's expression was icy while Shuel Yoyun's was sinister. Atop the peak, Dao Bo said, "Rumor has it that when Shuel Yoyun was born, his planet was slaughtered to the point that even the sea was dyed red. He was the only survivor of that planet." Lu Yin was astonished. Was it a vendetta? Dao Bo shook his head and coldly said, "The planet's evolutionary trial." Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked down. At this moment, Shuel Yoyun's eyes were turning redder and redder, but they were different from Myra's bewitching red. Soon, an uncomfortable aura spread out. Lu Yin was shocked. This was Shuel Yoyun's attack. He could control a person's blood, which was a terrifying innate gift. The blue layer of ice on the surface of Sha's body grew colder and colder. An icy blue color gradually spread out. At the same time, that uncomfortable aura also spread out. This was the collision of their domains. It was formless but fatal. Whoever's domain had the upper hand would win. Since the start of the Astral Combat Tournament, the peak of battle force had been 4-line battle force, while Sharon had been the strongest in terms of domains. At this moment, the 2 people below were clashing with their domains, and the battle between blue and blood red gradually became clearer. The entire arena plane was enveloped by their domains, changing its color and affecting everyone. The coldness and the acceleration of their blood flow made many people tremble in fear. They felt as if their bodies could explode at any moment. Both of them have focused all their strength on their domains. The outcome of this desperate battle will be decided very quickly, Feng Shang said with a sigh. Domains were not as clearly differentiated as battle force, and everyone used their domains differently. After all, this technique had been obtained through illegal means, and it would not be good if he was hunted down. Lu Yin's head hurt. If he did not use the serious technique, should he just use his battle force? Everyone watched as Lu Yin continued to ponder, not knowing what he was doing. Haha, that Astral 10's leader must be afraid. Chao Ji instantly defeated her previous opponent, Calcifer, and Calcifer also instantly defeated Euro. That's Euro we're talking about. That's the area master who was previously defeated by several of Astral 10's top students. Lu Yin probably won't dare to make a move against Chao Ji. That's very likely, but he's still quite strong. He killed Long Yi with a single stomp, which isn't bad. Long Yi is just a melder. How can he compare to Chao Ji? She can instantly kill an area master. Everyone from Astral 10 looked at Lu Yin expectantly, not knowing how strong he was now. Xia Luo's eyes flickered, and he hoped that Lu Yin would not be disappointed. On Earth, countless people watched Lu Yin on a screen. The further he progressed, the greater Earth's reputation would become. After all, Lu Yin's introduction had originated from Earth. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan's gaze was calm. This person could only go so far. She had seen Chao Ji's battle before, and she was definitely comparable to the other student leaders, excluding Astral 10. This Lu Yin could not even be considered a true student leader. The difference was too great. The invisible aura technique that Undying Yushan had brought out from the Innerverse was too effective. No one could see Lu Yin's true strength, and they could not even measure his actual stats during battle. Chao Ji had probably waited for too long, and she grew impatient. She faced Lu Yin and waved her hand. Countless people's hearts skipped a beat as that gray gale appeared. It was this gray gale that had decayed Calcifer, causing him to not appear even now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 216. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't use serious technique, so he couldn't see the essence of the gray wind. He had no choice but to learn from Grand Ini and Xia Yi. His battle force erupted, and a bright black aura covered his entire body with purple lines. He used flash to tear through the void and appear in front of Chao Ji, kicking out. Three-line battle force? Someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person had actually grasped three-line battle force, and there weren't many people in the entire Astral Combat Academy who had reached this level. Frankfurt's mouth hung open in shock. He only had two-line battle force, and Lu Yin had been killed by his spear. How had he changed so much in just a few months? There was a boom as Chao Ji retreated. The ground exploded from Lu Yin's kick, and a gray wind swept past. Lu Yin's battle force shattered, and he was shocked that even three-line battle force could not defend against it. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to instantly kill Calcifer. The gray wind swept through the area and suppressed the entire arena plains. Even the void was unable to withstand it, and cracks rained down from the sky, tearing the ground apart. The three-line battle force around Lu Yin's body dissipated. Once it completely disappeared, he would also be corroded, and he would only last for 5 seconds at most. On the peak, the student leaders were not surprised. Feng Shang sighed. Three-line battle force can't even stop the Ji Feng. I really don't know where this woman learned this battle technique. Starsabil replied, Chao Ji should be a genius who was chased into the astral wilderness 30 years ago. You know? Feng Shang was astonished. Starsabil smiled. I calculated it. Feng Shang rolled his eyes. He didn't believe her. If this girl really is that Chao Ji, then that's interesting. She wasn't able to escape because of the Ji Feng. Starsabil had a strange look in her eyes. Han Chong, Dao Bo and the rest were shocked. The Ji Feng was not her strongest power. When his three-line battle force collapsed, everyone thought that it was over for Lu Yin. Even Undying Yushan, who was watching from his screen, thought so. They had to admit that Lu Yin was a genius for reaching his current level in just a year, but there was still a gap between him and those freaks. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Nayland sipped her tea and watched without blinking. There was an inexplicable smile on her face. How could someone who could survive in space as a melder be corroded by a mere wind? Following the collapse of his three-line battle force, the gray wind began to corrode Lu Yin's body. However, in the next second, a purple stream of air surged upwards, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless people gaped in shock. Four-line battle force. The student leader's pupils shrank. How could this be? No matter who it was, no one dared to believe that Lu Yin had actually grasped four-line battle force, including the students and mentors of Astral 10. They were more surprised than anyone else because Lu Yin had only recently comprehended battle force. Outside the plains, Shiyu covered her mouth as she stared in disbelief at the soaring purple. It really was four-line battle force. How could it be so fast? She had received help from the clan, but she had only managed to obtain a single vein. On the plains, Chao Ji was astonished, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on her face. Four-line battle force was the symbol of the absolute pinnacle, and any opponent who had comprehended four-line battle force was very strong. She could not underestimate this opponent. Lu Yin clenched his fists and his lips curled up. Driftcharge Planet's life or death calamity had caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. She then twisted her body and sent a roundhouse kick towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his left arm and smirked. Boom. There was a huge explosion as the ground shattered, and everything within a kilometer turned into a deep crater. A huge crack extended from the bottom of Lu Yin's feet all the way to the peak, cutting off a corner of it. Smoke and dust filled the air. Chao Ji's pupils shrank and she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She was still in her kicking posture, and Lu Yin was still in his blocking posture with his left arm. The ground beneath his feet had not been destroyed, and he had not even moved a single step. "Sorry, but I'm more confident in my physical body than you are," Lu Yin said indifferently. He raised his leg and kicked out at Chao Ji's abdomen. Chao Ji spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. She tried to twist her body, but she was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. 9 consecutive explosions rang out. This was 9 stacks. The 9th explosion almost threw her into the void crack. Lu Yin bent his legs and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right above Chao Ji and he punched out. Chao Ji's pupils shrank, and her right knee collided with Lu Yin's. There was a thump, and an arc of energy swept out, overturning the ground and shaking the clouds. The entire plane trembled, and Chao Ji's right leg was shattered as her body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground by Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right fist again. "It's over." He punched out again and everything within 100 meters was pulverized. Then everything within a kilometer was reduced to dust. Countless people stared blankly in front of their screens. This destructive power was terrifying. This was the life-seek realm of the trial zones, and even a battle force powerhouse could only damage a limited area. However, Lu Yin had almost completely pulverized the entire arena plane. Even the distant peak had been affected, and a small portion of it had been reduced to dust. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students stared at Lu Yin in horror. Was this the so-called feint? Bullshit, whose feint was so terrifying. He was an absolute leader with four-line battle force, and he was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. A single punch had caused Chao Ji to disappear from the life-seek realm. They were both four-line battle force powerhouses, but Chao Ji had been unable to retaliate. Lu Yin's physical body was too powerful, to the point where he didn't even know his own limits. The Great Yu Empire went crazy, and countless people chanted King Zishan's name. Even if they didn't know Lu Yin, he was still the Empire's King Zishan. The undying duo had once made the Great Yu Empire famous throughout the universe, and now the 5th Princess Wendy Yushan had also shaken the heavens. Now another King Zishan had appeared. Earth was also in an uproar. Compared to the Great Yu Empire, Zhou Shan and the others were even more shocked by Lu Yin. They didn't understand battle force, domains, or the life-seek realm, but they knew that Lu Yin had won. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan stared at her screen in shock. She looked at the calm Lu Yin and no one knew what she was thinking. Elsewhere, Bazer's face was pale. How could this be? A puny ant had actually climbed to this point? Impossible. That was four-line battle force. Even he hadn't grasped battle force, but that ant had. At this moment, he regretted his actions as he shouldn't have been so ruthless. The planes had been destroyed, but the mentors had been unable to fathom Lu Yin's strength, so they had quickly recovered. Lu Yin calmly returned to the peak and sat down in the 10th seat. At this moment, no one doubted or ridiculed him. Everyone only looked at him with respect, worship, and fear. He had received the honor that truly belonged to this seat. Clap, 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 clap. Feng Shang applauded and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Brilliant, brother Lu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 217. The strength of this year's Astral Combat Tournament had left the other top academies, who had been trying to catch up to the Astral Combat Academy, in the dust. They had calculated that the strongest students were probably only at the level of an ordinary area master, and it was very difficult for an ordinary area master to enter the semi-finals. This year's Astral Combat Tournament's most outstanding student was not a freak like Lu Xiaoqiu, but rather Astral 10. A total of 3 people had entered the top 16. Ever since the crazy headmaster had destroyed Astral 10 1,000 years ago, Astral 10 had never experienced such glory again. This result had shocked many. When the 5th round ended, many students looked at Astral 10 students strangely, and Coco was so frightened that she immediately disappeared. Silver smiled as he looked around, his foxy expression causing many to shudder. Xia Luo was still as gentle as ever, and many girls were tempted. Atop the peak, Lu Yin stood up and looked down at everyone. "Everyone, I'll see you in the top 16. With that, he vanished. Feng Shang stretched lazily. "Did you hear that? Junior is provoking us, ha." Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. Even though Lu Yin had displayed 4-line battle force, it was still not enough for her to take him seriously. At most, she was wary of him, as her true opponents were Star Sibyl and Han Chong. The 6th round would only begin a day later, which gave everyone plenty of time to rest. Lu Yin opened his eyes on the trial zone mountain and was greeted by shocked expressions. "What's wrong? What's wrong? You're asking what's wrong? Brother, tell me, do you have a secret to increasing battle force?" Big Pao asked in an exaggerated manner. Everyone else stared at Lu Yin with eager expressions. Lu Yin nodded with a serious expression. "There is." Everyone was shocked. "There really was? What is it?" Big Pao asked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Experiencing life and death." Everyone rolled their eyes, thinking that Lu Yin was joking. Unfortunately, he was not. Driftcharge Planet's Samsara transformation had resulted in his current strength. The first time he had used the arcane art of life and death had forced him to unleash his immense potential and raise his battle force to 3 lines. 4 lines was the result of his second use of the arcane art of life and death. He had indeed experienced life and death, and it was not fake. Unfortunately, this method could not be replicated because he had really died. "Brother Lu, you have to take care of me in the future." Coco approached Lu Yin with an adorable smile. Lu Yin laughed and patted her head. Lulu raised her fist. "Wait until I've raised my battle force to 4 lines, then I'll challenge you to a duel." In the distance, Michelle was still looking at Lu Yin with shock in her eyes. Her current thoughts were completely different from when she had first entered the academy. Back then, she had come here to pick on Astral 10 and hoped that it would be suppressed. Now, she truly approved of Astral 10, especially since these students were not weak. Even the weakest of them, Coco, Schutz, and a few others, could be considered average compared to the other academies, not to mention the unfathomable Xia Luo, Silver, and the strongest Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoyun walked down from the top of the trial zone mountain. Her appearance startled everyone. "Why is there a living person here?" Zola exclaimed. Lu Xiaoyun frowned, as these words were not pleasant to hear. She calmly looked at Lu Yin. "Sorry, I underestimated you." Lu Yin smiled. "It's nothing." Lu Xiaoyun continued, "The trial zone mountain is the entrance to the trial zones. The higher you go, the higher your status. You can have the peak." She then calmly walked to the other side. Lu Yin looked at the peak. It was tall, but he did not like it. It was too eye-catching, and now was not the time. "If any of you want to go up, then go ahead. Astral 10 doesn't have such rules." No one cared. There were only 14 students in Astral 10, so who was he going to show off to? At the same time, at the border of the erudite flow zone, Commander Shui Chuanxiao clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. Countless planets were connected into a single line, and beyond this line of defense was the astral beast domain, which was extremely difficult for humans to enter. It was also vast and unfathomable. 2 more battles and we'll be done. There's no need to reveal everything in one go. After all, these are the next generation's outstanding talents, so don't get on the Celestial Vanquishers list, Shui Chuanxiao said. Behind him, an officer respectfully replied, "This subordinate will notify the Astral Combat Academy." Wait. Shui Chuanxiao turned to look at the giant star chart and pointed at one of the lines of defense. "Who's the guardian here?" "Master Chu Ao from the Erudite Flowzone's Lost Radiance Academy." "What about here?" "Master Jaluya from the Beast Tamers Flowzone's First Hall." "Here." As he looked at the star chart, Shui Chuanxiao said, "Notify the Astral Combat Academy that all of the top 16 are to gather at the border of the Astral Beast domain. The top 4 will be the leaders and they'll be stationed at the border." The officer was shocked. "Commander, the border war is too dangerous. The Astral Combat Academy will not agree." Shui Chuanxiao sneered. "This is my order. I don't need their approval." "Yes, sir." "Right, is there another powerhouse on the other side?" The officer solemnly replied, "The Astral Beast domain's third-ranked race, the Void Thunder Beast Yao Gu." Shui Chuanxiao was stunned. "Yao Gu? The one who made it onto the Skymender's list and fought to a draw with Sarati Phoenix of the 10 Arbiters?" "Yes." Shui Chuanxiao frowned. This was troublesome, as this was a heavyweight who could change the outcome of the war. "Contact the 10 Arbiters Council immediately. If we need their support, we can reveal Yao Gu's existence." "Yes, Commander." The officer hesitated before asking, "Commander, since Yao Gu is here, the border war will be even more dangerous. What about the students?" "Carry out the order." "Yes." Elsewhere, in outer space, a spacecraft was approaching Astral 10. It was under the orders of a day-night girl to deliver a cosmic ring to Astral 10's leader, Lu Yin. As it approached Astral 10, the spacecraft shook for a moment before stabilizing. The people inside did not seem to care, but no one noticed that there was an extra person in the cabin. It was a very large person. The spacecraft smoothly entered Astral 10, and Little Pao came out to welcome them. "Please tell Lu Yin that Miss Zhua Day Night asked us to return this cosmic ring to him," one of them said politely to Little Pao. Little Pao accepted the cosmic ring and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared in the space station. It was the Rainmaster. Little Pao was shocked. The Rainmaster? On the other side, Madame Naylan also saw the Rainmaster through the spacecraft. The Rainmaster's expression was solemn as he scanned the entire space station. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. A familiar aura. As he spoke, the star energy in the space station boiled. The large person was repelled by the star energy and could not hide. He took a step forward and tried to charge into outer space. The Rainmaster's gaze was cold. "Since you're here, don't leave, Void Thunder Beast." A Void Thunder Beast? The others were shocked, as they had all heard of this name before. It was a race that was ranked 3rd on the Astral Beast domain's Heavenly Beast list. They were powerful astral beasts, but this person was a Void Thunder Beast. An earth-shaking roar exploded in Astral 10. Lightning flashed and spread through the void, attempting to tear apart the heavens. This was a Void Thunder Beast with the strength of a cruiser. The Rainmaster was not surprised. Void Thunder Beasts were ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Beast list because any adult Void Thunder Beast had the strength of an explorer. This was a very powerful race. "Stay here. Human, you can't keep me here." The Void Thunder Beast roared, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void. It arrogantly glanced at Astral 10 before charging into the void. This was the Void Thunder Beast's life-saving technique. It was very difficult to kill a Void Thunder Beast, and even though it was only a cruiser, it had an escape technique that even a hunter could not capture. The Rainmaster's eyes widened, and he pointed a finger forward. The void that had originally disappeared distorted, and blood splattered across the void as a strange beast appeared in a sorry state. This was the Void Thunder Beast's true form. The Void Thunder Beast was shocked. "Impossible. How can a mere human academy and Astral 10, which is the weakest academy, force me out? Impossible. You're too arrogant. Even your ancestors wouldn't dare to charge into Astral 10. How bold of you." The Rainmaster shouted. The Void Thunder Beast trembled. "Enlighter. Human enlighter. No. I don't want to die. My young master is Yao Gu. You can't kill me. I'm just helping my young master find something that he lost. Senior, please don't kill me. Boom." The Void Thunder Beast exploded, and its enormous body disappeared from outer space. Little Pao, Madame Naylan, and the rest watched in horror. This was a battle that they could not comprehend. It had taken place in the void, an environment that they could not even touch. The Void Thunder Beast had died just like that, and the Rainmaster hadn't even asked about it. Little Pao had never seen such an iron-blooded side of the Rainmaster. Madame Naylan looked at the Rainmaster with a grave expression. They had once thought that Astral 10 was just an ordinary academy, and that the mentors who stayed behind were at most hunters. However, the strength that the Rainmaster had displayed was definitely above that. The Void Thunder Beast had shouted that he was an enlighter before dying, which meant that this mentor was an enlighter, which was a realm above the hunter realm. Why would an exiled academy have an enlighter? Could the rumors be true? Had Astral 10 become a prison ever since the Dean had gone crazy 1,000 years ago? The Rainmaster watched as the distorted void gradually calmed down and then turned to look at Little Pao. Without saying a word, he calmly left. Little Pao exhaled. It was too terrifying. That kind of power that could destroy the void with a flick of his finger was too terrifying. The Void Thunder Beast had been unlucky. It had been ordered by Yao Gu to search for a lost bank card, but it had been killed instead. The bank card was not important. What was important was that it had been lost in Yao Gu's hands. He was a powerhouse who could rival the 10 arbiters, and anyone who could take the bank card from him without him noticing was definitely not a simple person. Yao Gu had originally only ordered the Void Thunder Beast to secretly investigate, but the beast had underestimated Astral 10 and had actually charged in. It had died a miserable death. In the entire human domain, there were very few powerhouses who could kill a cruiser realm Void Thunder Beast, and Luin had just happened to run into one. Not long after, he happily took the cosmic ring from Little Pao. He had never thought that he would be able to find it. Apparently, a day-night woman asked someone to bring it to you, Little Pao said. Luin grunted. Thank you, Senior Little Pao. Little Pao nodded and went to the side to rest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 218. Luin checked the cosmic ring and smiled. He had never thought that he would be able to recover what he had lost. There were all sorts of things that he had painstakingly obtained, such as 97,500 star crystals and 710,000 star crystals in his Mavis bank card. It was a huge sum, but fortunately he had been able to recover it. Saving Zhuo Day Knight had not been in vain. Luin looked up. Back at the pirate port, he had guessed that the Leo family would not kill Zhuo Day Knight if they discovered her existence. Now it seemed that this woman was safe. This was her background. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. If he had a background in the Day-Night clan, then he would not have experienced the despair of Driftcharge Planet. He would have been rescued by the Leo family and respectfully sent to the Innerverse instead of being treated as white meat. Unknowingly, Lu Yin's budding thoughts grew stronger and stronger. He suddenly thought of something and took out a ring from his cosmic ring. This was the Great Yu Empire's Ring of Authority. After Undying Yushan's death, anyone could use this ring to command the Empire's army. Lu Yin had originally rejected this ring and had not wanted to accept it, but after his near-death experience on Driftcharge Planet, his mentality had changed. It was quite suitable for him to wear this ring. A day passed quickly, and when everyone appeared in the arena plains once more, many places in the human domain were silent as they stared at the screens that had been activated once more. The top 16 battles had begun. Shui Luyun and Quang Wang still had not appeared at the peak. The losers did not have the right to reach the peak. This was the reality. When Lu Yin appeared, many people were shocked, and the scene of him killing Chao Ji, who had 4-line battle force, appeared in their minds once more. The top 16 battles were obviously much more attractive than the previous battles, and more people were watching. The first student leader was Dao Bo, Astral SAXS leader, realm master of the Tao of Purgatory, and one of the Lockbreaker Society's most talented lockbreakers. Just like Sharon, he was only one step away from becoming a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. However, unlike Sharon, Dao Bo lacked both power and lock-breaking abilities. Dao Bo was much more terrifying than Sharon. Dao Bo's opponent was Xia Luo. When he saw Xia Luo, Dao Bo's eyes lit up. He admired this junior, whose astonishing lock-breaking aptitude was enough to make him a genius, but he was still immature. Xia Luo was very strong and had easily dispelled Jared's karmic flame sword as well as the battle techniques from the Tao of Illusion inheritance. However, against Dao Bo, this was an opponent on a completely different level. He did not know how far Xia Luo could go. Everyone from Astral 10 looked at Xia Luo sympathetically. Xia Luo was very carefree. He stepped onto the plains with ease and faced Dao Bo directly. Senior, please advise me. Dao Bo smiled. I'm a Limiter, and you're a Melder. This battle isn't fair to you. We're both lockbreakers, so why don't we neutralize each other's star energy? Xia Luo smiled. I'll listen to Senior. Dao Bo nodded. All right, let's begin. As soon as he spoke, the two moved at the same time. They casually threw out their palms and collided with each other. There was no earth-shattering tremor, just the collision of two waves of star energy that seemed to split the world in half. Not only was the star energy within their bodies separated, but even the star energy drifting around the arena planes was also separated. They were neutralizing each other's star energy while trying to seize control of the world around them. This was a battle between lockbreakers. Lockbreakers only cared about star energy, and they wanted to neutralize all forms of star energy. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he closed them. The space around him trembled, and everyone saw that everything within 100 meters of him had turned dark. This was the soundless realm. It was said that everything in the world had sound, and once all sound was removed, a soundless realm would be formed. A person would hear the sound of their own blood flowing through their veins, and this noise could be used to attack Lu Yin. Grandini's face paled and she clutched her forehead as she fell to the ground. Her entire body trembled as she endured the immense sound waves. Lu Yin panted heavily. It was very difficult for him to maintain the soundless realm, and it all depended on who could last until the end. However, Lu Yin had forgotten that even Lulu could comprehend battle force, let alone Grandini, who was even stronger than Lulu. As Grandini's three-line battle force enveloped her body, Lu Yin's soundless realm was shattered, and he became yet another defeated leader. Many students heaved a sigh of relief as they finally did not have to endure the sound waves anymore. Grandini also heaved a sigh of relief, as the torture of the soundless realm was unforgettable. She decided that if she ever fought against someone with an innate gift of sound in the future, she would immediately use her full strength to crush them. She did not want to endure such torture again. On the high peak, 4 out of the 10 seats were empty. Although Lu Xiaoyun had won, a mutual destruction victory was not convincing enough, and she did not appear again. In the previous astral combat tournaments, very few leaders had been defeated, but this year was an exception. Not only were there freaks who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy, but there were also hidden powerhouses like Xia Yi, Tu Bo, and Grandini. Feng Shang and the others had been caught off guard. In the next match, Star Sibyl went up against Silver. Lu Yin was speechless. Were the mentors targeting Astral 10? Xia Luo's opponent was Dao Bo, while Silver's opponent was Star Sibyl. There was no hope of victory, and no matter how confident Lu Yin was in Silver, he did not think that he could defeat Star Sibyl. The Neo-Human Alliance was very strong, but Star Sibyl's sect was also a colossus. Furthermore, Star Sibyl herself was a legend, and no one could understand how she had defeated Lu Tang. Silver admitted defeat and left the Life-Seek realm. Although the crowd felt that it was a pity, they were not surprised. No one had thought that he could defeat Star Sibyl. Lu Yin frowned. He had been watching Silver the entire time, and the moment he left the Life-Seek realm, Silver's gaze had been filled with helplessness. He really wanted to fight for something in this astral combat tournament, but unfortunately he had only made it this far. At this point, Astral 10 Xia Luo and Silver had both been eliminated, leaving only Lu Yin. This result made the other students heave a sigh of relief. This was how it should be. The top 16 would determine the top 8, and even the leader had been defeated. If more than one person from Astral 10 advanced, it would be embarrassing for them. After all, Astral 10 was famous for being exiled. Jared and the other students from the Blaze realm had ugly expressions on their faces. With Astral 10's results, it would be impossible for them to be exiled after the tournament. Their plans to replace Astral 10 had failed. In the next match, it was Feng Shang's turn to face Xia. Many people were solemn. Xia had defeated Shui Luyun and was one of the rare powerhouses who had climbed up the ranks by stepping on the leader's seat. Feng Shang would definitely feel some pressure against him. Many people looked at Feng Shang and were stunned. At this moment, Feng Shang was smiling very happily. He was abnormally happy as he appeared in the arena plains. Starting from the 4th match, Feng Shang had been the first to make a name for himself. His ability to crush Eriker had shown countless people what it meant to be a leader and a realm master. However, as the matches progressed, the pressure on the other student leaders increased. This was especially true after 4 empty seats had been vacated at the peak, which greatly reduced the prestige of the leaders. Feng Shang had long since wanted to face the people who had defeated the leaders, and now, his wish had been fulfilled. Senior Dao Bo, what do you think of this match? Lu Yin asked curiously. Dao Bo answered without hesitation. Feng Shang will definitely win. Lu Yin was surprised. Why? Feng Shang is not Shui Luyun. Shui Luyun specializes in studying his innate gift and improving himself, but Feng Shang likes to spar with all sorts of people. He's very famous in the ported battles, and he definitely has the most battle experience out of all the other leaders. He's already thought of a way to deal with Sha's first attack, and he's even fought so many matches. Lu Yin was curious. Senior Feng Shang is very famous in the ported battles? Dao Bo nodded. That's him, brother de Feng. Lu Yin was shocked and he stared blankly down below. So this bastard was brother de Feng. He would never forget how he had been instantly killed during his first ported battle. He hadn't even been able to find his footing before he had been killed by brother de Feng. After that, he had also been instantly killed by brother de Feng when he had wanted to win consecutive matches. Lu Yin had always assumed that brother de Feng was an explorer, but he had never expected that it was actually Feng Shang. This guy had instantly killed him twice in the ported battles. On the plains, the two stood at the same time, and Feng Shang attacked without hesitation. The world suddenly turned green as a fierce wind pressure pressed down on the plains. Sha's eyes trembled as blue ice spread beneath his feet. This scene was very similar to his battle with Shui Luyun, a clash of domains. However, Feng Shang was one step faster and used his own domain to forcefully change the weather, turning the plains into a domain of wind. The star energy above the plains changed color, turning green and suppressing the blue ice. Sha's domain was completely suppressed underground, and even though it was still cold, it could not spread above the ground. Feng Shang raised a hand, and the green wind in his palm transformed into a spinning blade. It was so fast that it cut through the void and turned into black threads that extended outwards. Many people felt a chill run down their spines as they could feel the terror of that attack from Feng Shang's palm. Feng Shang casually shot the attack at Sha, but Sha's face turned gloomy. He had been suppressed from the start, and when he saw the attack coming, he immediately dodged. An immeasurably deep gully appeared where he had been standing, and a huge spatial crack transformed into a crescent that tore into the distance. At the same time, Feng Shang appeared beside Sha, raised a hand and slapped out. Sha turned around to block and blue ice covered his entire body. There was a boom as Sha was pressed into the ground, and the ice on his body cracked before being crushed by the two colliding domains. Everyone was stunned. This had been a complete suppression from start to finish. Feng Shang had not given Sha any time to catch his breath and had directly attacked him to death. It was not because of the difference in power, but rather because of Sha's battle experience and control of the battle's rhythm. Feng Shang's final attack had not been simple, and there had been a miniature wind blade at the center of his palm that had shattered the ice on Sha's body. Otherwise, Sha would not have been defeated so easily. Had Feng Shang planned this from the start? This person's battle experience was too terrifying. The quality of this battle had been very high, but not many people had been able to tell. Many people felt that Sha did not live up to his reputation, and some even thought that he had gone easy on Lu Yin. After all, he was the powerhouse who had defeated Shui Luyun, the leader of Astral 4. Feng Shang calmly sat back down on the peak and proudly looked down at the ground. Big wind. Lu Yin called out. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin. You called me? Lu Yin nodded. I didn't expect you to be Big Wind. Feng Shang's eyes lit up. You fought against me in the ported battles? Why don't I remember? Lu Yin smiled and did not say anything else. He was looking forward to fighting against Feng Shang and taking revenge for being instantly defeated twice in the ported battles. Thank you very much for the Alliance Leader's reward, Brother Silas. Thank you very much. I've added too many chapters and haven't recovered yet. Please wait a moment, I'll add 2 more chapters on the 8th. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 220. In the 7th match, Night Queen Yanqing stood up. It was her turn and her opponent was Sharon. When they saw Night Queen Yanqing and Sharon appear on the plains, many people's attention was not on them, but rather on the last two, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu. The last match of the top 16 was between Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. Bro, you haven't warmed up to your seat yet. Lu Yin smiled. Do you have no confidence in me? Dao Bo sighed inwardly. Aside from the unfathomable Star Sibyl and Han Chong, who would have absolute confidence in Lu Xiaoqiu? After all, up until now Lu Xiaoqiu had not used the second sword of the 13 swords. He had relied on the first sword to enter the top 16 and even defeat Quang Wang. His strength was too terrifying. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoyun stood quietly as she looked at Lu Yin on the peak. He had only reached this point, and no one understood the power of the 13 swords better than her. Of all the student leaders, Perhaps only Star Sibyl, Han Chong, and Night Queen Yanqing had the qualifications to force Lu Xiaoqiu to use the second sword. Dao Bo and Feng Shang might be able to do so as well, but no one else could. Lu Xiaoyun knew that Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended the third sword a year ago, and he had the highest chance of becoming the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament. Even if Star Sibyl stood in his way, it would be useless. This was the tyrannical power of the 13 swords. The sword sect's Lu family was a family with a primeval surname that was not recognized by the universe, but it had relied on the 13 swords to stand tall in the universe for countless years. It was also because of the 13 swords that countless sword experts yearned to join the Lu family. The Lu family was practically the emperors of the sword. This was the prestige of the 13 swords. In the distance, Xia Luo and the rest felt that it was a pity. Lu Yin definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 4, but unfortunately he had met Lu Xiaoqiu. In many people's eyes, the top 8 of the top 16 was already clear. Dao Bo, Lu Xiaoyun, Han Chong, Grandini Mavis, Star Sibyl, Feng Shang, Night Queen Yanqing, and Lu Xiaoqiu were the top 8. In front of a screen in the Innerverse, the magnificent sword sect's sword chi filled the void. Go and report to the sect master that the top 8 of the Astral Combat Tournament have been decided. The Erudite Flow Zone, Mavis Family, Lockbreaker Society, Night King Clan, and Star Sibyl have all entered. As for my sword sect, 2 people have entered. Under the Yo banner, the little girl raised her head and pointed at Lu Yin on the screen. Granny Du, is he Lu Xiaoqiu's opponent? Old Lady Du smiled. Yes, little princess, but you don't have to care about this kind of mortal. He's destined to be young Master Qiu's stepping stone. Young Master Qiu's opponent is everyone else. The little girl blinked. Lu Xiaoqiu can definitely beat him? What if it fails? Old Lady Du laughed, and everyone who was kneeling in front of her laughed as well. Their little princess was just that naive. Little princess, you're too kind. For mortals, this position is already the peak. The difference between them and young Master Qiu is not only in status and background, but also in innate gifts. This is something that mortals can never imagine. You're the same as young Master Qiu, and you have a powerful innate gift that mortals like us cannot fathom. You're destined to look down on the rest of the world, Old Lady Du explained with a smile. The little girl nodded and curiously stared at Lu Yin on the screen. She really hoped that this person could win, but it was impossible. It was such a pity. If only she could find a mortal who could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu, then she would have a reason not to marry into the sword sect. Regardless of what the outside world was saying about the final battle, at least for now, the battle on the plains was between Night Queen Yanqing and Sharon. This battle was very disadvantageous for Sharon. The Night King clan's battle techniques did not only contain star energy, but also an unfathomable power that seemed to tear apart one's soul. Even a genius lockbreaker like Sharon could not see through it. In less than a minute, he had been injured by Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's appearance was cold, and her black and white hair hid a trace of gray, which represented her status as a member of the Day-Night royal family. The edges of her eyes were tinged with a faint purple color, which made her look seductive and noble. Her long snow-white legs were exposed, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. One could almost see the blood vessels flowing through her veins. Her entire being exuded an aura of absolute control, just like a queen. Everyone knew that the Night King clan was very strong, and that they were even stronger than the Day-Night clan. They were one of the most powerful clans in the universe, but no one knew exactly how strong they were. Even Sharon, who was fighting against Night Queen Yanqing, had no idea. The strength that Night Queen Yanqing had just displayed was very ordinary, but it had been unstoppable. On the high peak, Dao Bo was helpless. Although the rankings of the 10 academies had changed, the top 3 academies were still the strongest because they controlled the 3 realms of the trial zones. Astral 1's Star Sibyl was mysterious, and so was Astral 2's Han Chong. Astral 3's Night Queen Yanqing was not mysterious, but the strength that she had displayed was overwhelming. Sharon did not have the qualifications to make her display that kind of strength. But now, everyone could see that Night Queen Yanqing had not even used a third of her strength. On the plains, Night Queen Yanqing arrogantly glanced at Sharon. You're not bad. With your innate gift, it would be a waste to waste it on increasing your power level. Join my Night King clan, and I can ask the elders of my clan to guide you in lock-breaking. You should understand the authority of my Night King clan in lock-breaking. Karen's eyes were filled with reverence. When it came to lock-breaking, the Night King clan indeed had the qualifications to speak. Since ancient times, the Night King clan had never given up on lock-breaking, and there were several Day-Night clan elders in the Lockbreaker Society. Lock-breaking is my goal, but it's a pity that I don't like being ordered around. Karen's gaze changed and he looked at the arrogant Night Queen Yanqing. Suddenly, a desire to battle surged within him. At this moment, Night Queen Yanqing was very similar to that woman, and he wanted to break free from that woman's influence and completely walk out of it. As he thought about this, Karen's eyes turned cold, and undulations swept out from his body. He was going to use his full strength. Night Queen Yanqing frowned. What a waste of time. Her eyes flashed with a purple light and she turned to leave. Karen's body stiffened and gradually turned gray. He had been petrified. Countless people were shocked. They had thought that Sharon was going to explode, but he had been instantly killed. What had happened? On the high peak, Dao Bo and Feng Shang had solemn expressions. Even Star Sibyl and Han Chong frowned. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, so how could they avoid it? This was a problem. He was well aware of Karen's strength, and he had easily dispelled Yu Xianzi's inherited battle technique. In the realm of area masters, Sharon had surpassed Big Pow and Little Pow, and he was an absolute powerhouse. However, he had still been instantly killed. Was this Night Queen Yanqing's strength? She did not even seem to have used much strength. This was an innate gift, and any battle technique that used star energy could not escape from Karen's grasp. Since he had comprehended a domain, he could easily dispel such a technique. However, innate gifts were different. The strong were strong and the weak were weak. The gap between them was overwhelming. At this moment, everyone looked at Night Queen Yanqing's arrogant figure and felt as if she was baring her fangs. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Tiankong Day Knight, Hui Day Knight, and Chilean Day Knight had all been defeated. Night Queen Yanqing's thunderous attack might not have been without the intention of redeeming the Day Knight clan's reputation. Her goal was to become the champion of the tournament. Outside the plains, Wuda was continuously recording the results of the tournament, and he could hear the discussions of many people around him. He had recorded all of their words and used them as material for his report so that he could compare them with the results of the tournament and highlight the highlights. The top 8 are out and Lu Xiaoqiu will definitely win the last match. Have you heard? He's a freak from the Sword Sect and is considered a candidate to become the next 10 arbiters. One of the current 10 arbiters is from the Sword Sect and has also inherited the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu is the second, and he'll definitely become the next 10 arbiters. Quang Wang couldn't even force out the second sword of the 13 swords. Although Lu Yin is strong and his 4-line battle force is comparable to Quang Wang's, it'll still be difficult for him to force out Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. If he wants to win, he'll have to rely on Star Sibyl, Han Chong and Night Queen Yanqing. Only the top 3 academy leaders have the qualifications to face Lu Xiaoqiu head-on. Wu De looked at the plains with a burning gaze. Come on, it's the last match. Brother Lu, even if you lose, you have to hold on for a little longer. As long as you can force out Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword, your report will definitely sell like hotcakes. Brother, you can do it. In the city in the sky, San Dios, a person arrived behind Wendy Yushan. It was Counselor Puyo. Counselor Wendy, I've asked someone to bring over some top-grade astral beast meat from the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Would you like to have a drink with me? Puyo smiled elegantly. Wendy calmly looked at her screen. There's still one more match. Puyo laughed. The result is already decided. I have to say that the Great Yu Empire is full of geniuses. It wasn't easy for this King Zishan to reach this stage. Unfortunately, no amount of luck or hard work can make up for the gap between him and those people. Wendy Yushan frowned. She could look down on Lu Yin, but others could not. Lu Yin was her fiancé in name, but of course, that was only limited to the Great Yu Empire. However, Wendy still admired Lu Yin for reaching this stage. If she had not coincidentally joined the Myriad Swords Peak, then she would not have been able to do better than Lu Yin in terms of cultivation in the Outerverse. She had already acknowledged this King Zishan, and she did not wish for others to humiliate him. However, Puyo was not wrong. Lu Xiaoqiu was a genius that even she had to look up to. She was only slightly older than Lu Xiaoqiu, but once Lu Xiaoqiu broke through to the Explorer realm, then the gap between the two of them would disappear. The 13 swords would even allow Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge those who were a realm breaker, and being a 10 arbiters candidate was no joke. Lu Yin had done very well, but he had no hope against Lu Xiaoqiu. She suddenly remembered what her father, Undying Yushan, had said. Perhaps her father was right and she should meet Lu Yin. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin's figure appeared on the arena plains. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqiu's figure appeared as well. The two were less than 100 meters apart, and they calmly looked at each other. At this moment, Perhaps only those from Earth were sincerely cheering for Lu Yin. They did not know who Lu Xiaoqiu was, nor did they understand the meaning of the sword sect's 13 swords. They only knew that Lu Yin represented Earth. On the screen, Lu Yin's name was written with Earth behind it. The two did not speak, and everyone else thought that Lu Xiaoqiu was ignoring Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin himself knew that Lu Xiaoqiu had been paying close attention to him from the moment they had met, and this attention had been reflected in the first sword. Lu Xiaoqiu had used the first sword of the 13 swords against Lu Yin. Qilian Dayknight and Quang Wang had both died under the first sword of the 13 swords. The difference was that Lu Xiaoqiu had ignored Qilian Dayknight's death, while Quang Wang's death had been treated with respect. Lu Yin's star energy transformed into an iron sword that slashed downwards. It was exactly the same as the sword that had killed Qilian Dayknight. Countless people's hearts stopped as they stared at Lu Yin. Was he dead? Thank you for the tip, Brother Silas, for the 4th update. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 221. Lu Yin's body turned into nothingness. He had chosen to dodge Lu Xiaoqiu's sword. This sword could shock even gods and ghosts. This was the 13 swords. Lu Yin stepped out of the void and stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. He had felt as if every cell in his body had trembled when facing that sword. It was not fear but rather excitement. This person was a true opponent that he could fight after the life or death calamity. Lu Yin did not hesitate to cover his body with 4-line battle force. Again. With a whoosh, Lu Yin tore through the void and used flash to appear in front of Lu Xiaoqiu. He pressed down with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was indifferent as he shifted to the side and his body suddenly disappeared. The sword slashed down and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He instinctively dodged, but a huge spatial crack appeared where he had been standing. Following Lu Xiaoqiu's sword, Lu Yin extended his index finger, which flickered with deep purple battle force. He pointed at Lu Xiaoqiu's forehead. Lu Xiaoqiu's body moved with his sword, and his entire body swapped positions with Lu Yin. Both attacks missed at the same time back to back. One sword slashed through the void while the other pierced through the void. 2 indescribably terrifying attacks extended outwards, splitting the entire arena plane in 2. The battle had only lasted for an instant, but it had shocked countless people who had witnessed it. There was no need to mention Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords, but Lu Yin had actually been able to dodge the first one. This was something that many could not understand. If the 13 swords were so easy to dodge, then Qilian Dayknight and Quang Wang would not have died. Lu Yin's speed was just enough to dodge the first sword. Atop the peak, Feng Shang was shocked. What speed? He tore through the void at extreme speed. His physical body's endurance is too high. This guy really hid his strength well. Dao Bo sighed in admiration. To be able to dodge the first sword and even send out an attack that Lu Xiaoqiu dodged, this junior is even more powerful than we imagined. Starsibyl's eyes flashed with a strange light, and her lips curled into an indescribable smile. It was not just them. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students were shocked as well. However, the sword sect was the most shocked. They had not expected someone to be able to dodge the first sword, let alone a melder. In the sword sect. How is this possible? How can someone at the same realm dodge the first sword? This person is so fast and his attacks are so fierce. Look, he condensed his battle force at his fingertips. This is something that can only be done with a profound understanding of 4-line battle force. That attack. Under the dusky Yo flag, the little girl clapped and cheered. Granny Du stared at the screen in shock. He actually dodged the 13 swords as a melder. What incredible speed. This kid isn't ordinary. The little girl was overjoyed. Grandma Du, stop praising Lu Xiaoqiu. Their sword sect has placed the 13 swords on too high a pedestal. In truth, it's not like there aren't any battle techniques in the universe that can rival or even surpass the 13 swords. Are you family? Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the old woman. The old woman's face was pale, and she looked at the little girl in horror. Little princess, don't speak nonsense. The little girl curled her lips and stopped talking. On the arena plains, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu turned around at the same time, less than 3 meters apart. Just as I thought, your strength really does amaze me. Lu Xiaoqiu was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Yin and unlike his previous calm demeanor, there was now a trace of battle intent in his eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he felt an intense desire to fight. He hadn't used his full strength since the life or death calamity, and he was feeling suffocated. Let me experience the second sword. As you wish. Lu Xiaoqiu's tone was cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Let me remind you that no matter how fast you are, it's useless against the second sword. He then closed his eyes. To others, nothing had changed, but to Lu Xiaoqiu, the entire arena plains had transformed into a world of swords. This was a domain. The 13 swords had its own domain, and if one wanted to comprehend the second sword, they had to first comprehend a domain. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he glanced at his clothes. They didn't seem to have changed, but through his star energy he could sense that cracks had appeared. It wasn't just his clothes. His own skin, the ground, and even the heavens and earth were all showing signs of cracking. They couldn't withstand the pressure of the second sword. At the same time, the force that separated the arena plains from the outside began to distort. No matter how many battles had been fought, that force had never been shaken. Now, however, it was actually distorting. Many students were shocked and they subconsciously retreated. Atop the peak, Feng Shang and the rest had solemn expressions as they sensed danger. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He wanted to attack, but he couldn't sense any openings. Although Lu Xiaoqiu was standing there with his eyes closed and did not move, Lu Yin still felt like he couldn't attack. There were no openings in the 13 swords, even if Lu Xiaoqiu was just standing there. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqiu opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin with a scorching gaze. You're more interesting than I thought. You didn't even try to attack. Can you feel it? Lu Yin remained calm. Let me ask you a question. How many swords have you comprehended? Everyone stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. It wasn't just Lu Yin who was curious. Everyone, including those from the sword sect, was curious. How many swords had Lu Xiaoqiu comprehended? Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes shone brightly. 3 swords. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines as if they had stepped on thin air. The first sword had been enough to kill a student leader from the Astral Combat Academy, and the second sword was at least comparable to the strongest student leader or even the entire Astral Combat Academy. What about the third sword? What about it? It was rumored that Lu Xiaoqiu had roamed the universe and injured an explorer, which should be true. Although there was only a single realm between the Lamita realm and the Explorer realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many sentinels and melders could challenge powerhouses above their realms, but even Lamiters could not challenge explorers. These were 2 different realms, and only the 10 arbiters had been able to surpass realms and crush explorers. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword with a look of disbelief. 3 swords, 3 swords. It really was 3 swords. As the ripples swept through the entire arena plains, the nearby peak was directly pulverized and the ground turned into dust. The entire arena plains no longer existed. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu stood facing each other within 100 meters of each other. Lu Xiaoqiu's white robes were spotless, and he held his star energy sword as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin panted heavily as his right arm trembled. The 15-fold shockwave palm was something that only a space-exploring powerhouse's physical body could withstand. Coupled with 9 stacks, even Lu Yin's body could not withstand it. Fortunately, he had been able to block the second sword. Everyone was silent as they stared at Lu Yin as if they were looking at a monster. This person had actually managed to block the second sword. Astral 5's leader had not even been able to block the first sword before he had been killed. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to do this. Wu Da's mouth hung open in a daze, but then, a thought flashed through his mind as he thought of the biggest headline in the Academy newspaper. The decisive battle begins early. In San Dios, the city in the sky, Wendy Yushan and Puyu were both silent as they watched on in shock. Under the dusky flag, the little girl clapped her hands happily. Well done, Grandma Du. Look, he didn't lose. The old woman was shocked. There's actually a mortal who can block the second sword. But that's it. The third sword can instantly kill him. The little girl pouted. The arena plains no longer had any plains. The ground had been reduced to dust and had sunk dozens of meters. The two hovered in midair as they stared at each other. Lu Xiaoqiu sighed. You really didn't disappoint me. Among those in the same realm, you're the first to force me to use the third sword. Lu Yin swung his right arm. Honestly, your second sword was really terrifying. I couldn't even block it with my 4-line battle force. As expected of the 13 swords. If I could, I'd really like to fight you in real life. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 222. Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. I also hope to fight you in real life. Let's make a promise. If you can block the third sword, we'll both break through to the Lamita realm and challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. How does that sound? Lu Ying laughed. Alright, I've always wanted to experience the top 100 strongest youths in the universe. It'll definitely be fun to challenge a genius from the sword sect at the same time. Lu Xiaoqiu smiled. But that's only if you can block the third sword. He then calmed down and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His star energy turned into a shockwave that spread out from his body. His star energy had no color, but it was like sword chi that soared into the sky and suppressed the entire arena plains. The ground trembled as countless specks of dust floated into the air and were immediately destroyed. Outside the plains, many students looked down at the ground and saw dust fill the sky. At this moment, they had a feeling that even if the mentors tried to block it, they would not be able to block Lu Xiaoqiu's killing strike. This was the third sword. Within the Astral Combat Academy, many mentors were shocked. It's been a while since I've seen the third sword. That student is done for. It's a pity that the third sword is a domain that these students can't touch. Normal students can't block it at all. Perhaps only Star Sibyl can. Night Queen Yanqing can as well. Don't forget that the Day-Night clan's battle techniques have more or less incorporated that kind of power. It's useless. This is the sword sect's 13 swords. Being able to comprehend the third sword proves that this child already has the ability to match it. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to display the third sword. The Night King clan is very strong, but it's difficult for them to face the third sword. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword slashed down and just like the first sword, no one knew what had happened. Only Lu Ying could sense that an invisible attack had fiercely shaken him. This power was very familiar as it suppressed one's spiritual force. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques and the Sand Ocean's second layer all had this kind of suppressive power, but it was still far inferior to the third sword. Regardless of whether it was the Day-Night clan's battle techniques or the Sand Ocean's second layer, this kind of spiritual force suppression was invisible and did not pose any threat. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword had used this power to form an invisible slash that directly targeted a person's spiritual force. Lu Ying did not know whether it was spiritual force or not, as the elder from Driftcharge planet had said that a person's body and their spiritual force. Lu Ying did not know if it was spiritual force or not. Driftcharge, the elder from Driftcharge's spiritual force. Lu Xiaoqiu sheathed his sword. It was over. Even a peak limiter or even an explorer might not be able to completely block this attack, let alone a melder. Back then, Lu Xiaoqiu had relied on the third sword to severely injure an explorer. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, perhaps only Star Sibyl could withstand this attack. Lu Ying feigned ignorance. What did you do? Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils shrank and he stared at Lu Ying in shock. He had never been so surprised since he had inherited the 13 swords. It wasn't just Lu Xiaoqiu, even the Academy's mentors were shocked. The sword sect seniors in front of the screen, Granny Du under the Yo banner, and many others stared at Lu Ying in shock. They understood the third sword, which was why they were so surprised. How had Lu Ying managed to block it? If this had happened before Driftcharge planet Samsara, Lu Ying definitely would not have been able to block the third sword and would have died long ago. But on Driftcharge planet, he had memorized the strange ancient text on the stone walls. At first he had only been able to memorize it for 20 minutes before fainting, but now he could memorize it for an hour. Although he was still far from being able to memorize the entire text, his spiritual force had become much more resilient. The elder had said that if he could one day memorize the entire text, no one below the hunter realm would be able to harm his spiritual force. Lu Ying had not believed the elder at first and had thought that the elder was just encouraging him. But now he was convinced. The third sword had only shaken him slightly, and it was still far from harming him. Lu Xiaoqiu's attack had been ineffective against him. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Lu Ying in disbelief. How is this possible? You're actually immune to the third sword. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed. You've finished your attack. It's my turn now. He then flashed in front of Lu Xiaoqiu and pressed down with a single palm, unleashing a 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm. This was a terrifying attack that could rival the second sword, and Lu Xiaoqiu had no choice but to raise his sword and use the second sword. Boundless sword light covered the sky above the plains once more, and the terrifying attack caused the void to shatter. Countless people watched in a daze as Lu Ying flashed through the sky while Lu Xiaoqiu's body followed his sword. The two constantly clashed in the air, emitting blinding lights that were accompanied by giant spatial tears that tore into the distance. Suddenly, while the two were fighting, two blurry shadows appeared from their bodies and charged into the distance. They were war spirits. War tigers were formed from the battle projections of powerhouses in the trial zones. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would personally witness the birth of his own war spirit. Many students felt their scalps go numb. Quick, get rid of those two war spirits. Otherwise, anyone who touches them will die. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirits were too terrifying for the students of the Astral Combat Academy. Even realm masters were not confident of winning against them. No, it was almost impossible. Only Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing and a few others could withstand them. Unfortunately, the war spirits were too fast and they disappeared into the distance. Bang! The two exchanged blows and separated at the same time. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqiu was no longer as carefree as he had been at the start of the battle. He was also panting heavily, and the hand that gripped his sword trembled. Lu Yin's attack was not that easy to block. Lu Yin was not having a good time either, and bloody scars had appeared all over his body. Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword and second sword attacks were hard to defend against, and each attack was enough to kill a student leader like Quang Wang. Lu Yin had almost been heavily injured several times and it was too dangerous. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe watched nervously. This battle had been the most intense battle of the Astral Combat Tournament so far. Even though they could not understand it on several occasions, it did not stop them from feeling its terror. Even the peaks that supported the student leaders had been destroyed, and one of the energy barriers that the mentors had set up had been destroyed. The four-line battle force around Lu Yin's body gradually dimmed, but Lu Xiaoqiu had used the third sword, so it was impossible for him to not be affected. His pale face showed that he was not having a good time either. However, Lu Xiaoqiu smiled happily. He was a melder, but he had no opponents within the same realm. Very few people could understand this feeling. He had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament to find an opponent, and he had thought that it would be Star Sibyl, Han Chong, or Night Queen Yanqing. However, Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere and was immune to the third sword. This was too interesting. Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to end the battle, but Lu Xiaoqiu was not that easy to defeat. It looks like it won't be that easy to beat you. I'll have to use the fourth sword, Lu Xiaoqiu said calmly as his smile faded. His words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The fourth sword? He had comprehended the fourth sword? Lu Xiaoyin's face paled. Impossible. How could a melder have comprehended the fourth sword? Star Sibyl and the others' expressions changed. Silver's eyes widened. That's impossible. Xia Luo's smile disappeared as well. Coco covered her mouth. Everyone was shocked by Lu Xiaoqiu's words. Lu Yin raised his brows. You've comprehended the fourth sword? Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze landed on his sword. Not yet, but I can try. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned exceptionally solemn. From the first three swords he could feel the power of the 13 swords. The sword sect had dominated the universe with only the 13 swords, but they had become the emperors of the sword. Any one of the swords was invincible. If Lu Xiaoqiu really could use the fourth sword, then Lu Yin would be in trouble. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the ruined plains. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword and slowly rotated it, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. These weren't afterimages created by the sword's extreme speed. Instead, it was more like the sword had been frozen in place. The void. Lu Yin did not wait and used flash to appear beside Lu Xiaoqiu. He then raised his palm and pressed down. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword moved horizontally, and one of the afterimages that had been frozen in the void slashed out with the first sword. The moment Lu Yin's palm descended, he suddenly struck to the right. His body shifted to the side and his legs swept out. Lu Xiaoqiu had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly change his attack. He had exchanged dozens of blows with Lu Yin, and Lu Xiaoqiu was caught off guard by Lu Yin's sudden change in attack. He was only a split second slower, and Lu Yin's kick landed on his abdomen, sending his body crashing to the ground. Lu Yin followed closely behind and struck out with both palms. He endured the extreme pain in his arms as he used the 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm. The ground caved in once more, and a huge crack extended from the surface of the ground to the outside of the plains. Along the crack, a powerful four-line battle force erupted. Underground, Lu Xiaoqiu knelt on one knee with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had relied on the afterimages of his sword to block Lu Yin's attack. When his sword spun and pointed upwards, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up. In an instant, an indescribable sense of danger swept through the plains. This was the fourth sword. Everyone seemed to see a sword coming from the west. This sword was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Starsabil and the rest stared at the ground, as this sword would determine the final victor. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword shattered. Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils shrank as Lu Yin's palm pressed down from above his head. The ground trembled once more as Lu Xiaoqiu disappeared from the life-seek realm. Lu Yin had won this battle. Everyone was silent, as no one had expected Lu Yin to win before the start of the battle. His opponent was Lu Xiaoqiu, a freak from the sword sect. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in a daze, their minds blank. In front of their screens, the Earthlings cheered as Lu Yin advanced to the top 8. Countless people in the Great Yu Empire were celebrating as well. In the entire Great Yu Empire, there were very few people who could understand the meaning of this battle. Only powerhouses like Undying Yushan and Huaqingshan, who had entered the Innerverse before, could understand the significance of this battle. They also understood how shocking Lu Yin's victory was. From this moment onwards, Lu Yin's name would shake the heavens. Shuashan Anna trembled with excitement, and he looked at Jenny Anna as if she were a precious treasure. He could already foresee Lu Yin's future glory. This person would definitely not be in the Outerverse in the future, as he had just defeated one of the top geniuses in the Innerverse. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's lips curled up as she turned to leave. Puyu stood in place and clenched his fists as he stared at the man on the screen. This person was definitely going to be a great threat to him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 223. In the Innerverse, in the Sword Sect, the disciple who had reported to the sect master was pale. Who would have thought that Lu Xiaoqiu would be defeated? Lu Xiaoqiu had even used the third sword, but he had still been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a melder, which was unimaginable and a violation of the rules. Behind everyone, an old man in white robes faced the screen with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He's actually immune to Xiaoqiu's third sword. What an interesting child. Send a message to Astral, 10. The Sword Sect is willing to accept this child as a direct disciple with the same status as Xiaoqiu. Countless Sword Sect disciples were shocked. Direct disciples had the highest status among the disciples, and they could command countless people in the sect. Lu Xiaoqiu's status was second only to that of the 10 arbiters, and there weren't many people like him in the first flow zone. This child had used a single battle to climb to the top and become the crown prince of the Innerverse first flow zone. Under the dusky Yo banner, the little girl clapped her hands excitedly and looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. The shock in the old woman's eyes had yet to dissipate. A mortal had stepped into the heavens. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Naylan was in a daze. She didn't even realize that the wine in her cup had spilled as she stared at the screen in shock. She recalled the first time they had met, when she had mentioned Lu Xiaoqiu's legend to Lu Yin. At that time, she had only wanted him to not be dispirited by his loss and focus on studying lock-breaking. She had never expected that this person would defeat Lu Xiaoqiu in the blink of an eye. How long had it been? Lu Yin's victory over Lu Xiaoqiu had shocked the outside world far more than that. He also did not know that this battle had caught the attention of the 10 arbiters. Regardless of how shocked the bystanders were, the sixth battle had ended, and the top 8 had emerged. They were Dao Bo, Lu Xiaoyun, Han Chong, Grandini Mavis, Starsabil, Feng Shang, Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Yin. These 8 were the strongest of this year's Astral Combat Academy, and the 7th battle would begin in a day to determine the top 4. The finals of the tournament were getting closer and closer. It was worth mentioning that all of the geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy had been defeated without exception. Before the Astral Combat Tournament, countless people had guessed that the original students of the Astral Combat Academy would be targeted by the various freaks such as Lu Xiaoqiu, Yu Xinzi, Chao Ji, Calcifer, Song Shi, and so on. A series of geniuses had appeared one after another, but they had all been defeated. As time went on, the ones who had displayed even greater strength were the students who had been hiding in the Astral Combat Academy, such as Xia, Xia Luo, Silver, Lu Yin, Grandini Mavis, and Tu Bo. This result shocked all of the major powers in the universe. Although the Astral Combat Academy was known as the universe's top institution, it was still only an academy. Many of the major powers did not send their elite disciples to the Astral Combat Academy, as they believed that the academy's teachings were not as good as theirs. However, this result had slapped those people in the face. There were too many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy, and they were all too monstrous. Even Lu Xiaoqiu, who was publicly recognized as the strongest, had been defeated. The Astral Combat Academy was very satisfied with this tournament. Although they had purposely separated the student leaders and prevented them from killing each other, everyone could see that the various student leaders were more than enough to crush the geniuses from the various great powers. It was foreseeable that after this tournament, many powers would place more importance on the Astral Combat Academy, and they would send even more outstanding disciples there. At the border of the erudite flow zone, Shui Chuanxiao was shocked as he watched the screen. He praised, "Not bad, not bad. The Astral Combat Academy is really not bad. They actually managed to train a student who defeated Lu Xiaoqiu from the Sword Sect. Not bad. Right, when he comes, let him become a war drummer." Behind Shui Chuanxiao, a blonde woman in a military uniform immediately said, "The war drummer must be a space-exploring powerhouse. Otherwise, they won't be able to pick up the attack hammer, and they won't be able to withstand the attacks of the astral beasts. He's immune to the third sword, so he's qualified to wield the attack hammer," Shui Chuanxiao replied nonchalantly. The blonde woman frowned. "Commander, I have to remind you that our agreement with the Astral Combat Academy was only to let these students experience the cruelty of the battlefield, not to send them to their deaths. Ever since you arrived at the border, a total of 127 war drummers have died, which is 127 space-exploring powerhouses. This student is far from being qualified to become a war drummer. You're sending him to his death." Shui Chuanxiao sighed. "I say, Enya, I didn't call you here to go against me." Enya coldly replied, "I'm not going against you. I just don't want to see this student die in vain." Shui Chuanxiao laughed. "Alright, then let me tell you something. Do you really think that the Astral Combat Academy is sending these students to the battlefield just to experience it? Let me tell you something. The Astral Combat Academy is about to change." "Change?" Enya was confused. Shui Chuanxiao's lips curled up. "The Astral Combat Academy has been the top academy for too long, and it can only fall and not rise. As time passes, the 10 academies will drift further and further apart, and they might even completely separate and form independent academies. Astral 10's ambush by the Blaze Realm is the best example of this. That's why the Astral Combat Academy wants to send their students to the battlefield so that they can preserve their lives as much as possible at the borders of the star field. They're also starting to change, and they're interacting with the military to form a top academy that sends talents to the border." What? Enya did not understand. Even if the Astral Combat Academy wanted the students to experience the battlefield in advance, there was no need for them to ally with the border army. Shui Chuanxiao sighed. "Do you know how high the mortality rate is for students who graduate from the universe's top academies? Let me tell you something." Shui Chuanxiao stared into Enya's eyes. "There's a 90% chance that those students will die at the border." Enya was shocked. She had never heard of such a thing before. Now you know. There are very few graduates from the Astral Combat Academy, but regardless of whether they've graduated or been expelled, they'll all come to the border. Less than 10% of them will return alive, and it's the same for the other academies. This is the fate of the students. Even if they don't enter the Astral Combat Academy, they'll still have to go to the border if they want to gain some experience in the universe and become stronger. This includes the descendants of the various great powers, and this is the law of the entire human domain. The Astral Combat Academy's transformation is inevitable in order to preserve the lives of these students as much as possible. Protecting the students is also protecting the Astral Combat Academy itself, so it's necessary to let them experience the battlefield in advance. Shui Chuanxiao paused and patted Enya's shoulder. "Yes," Enya replied and respectfully watched Shui Chuanxiao leave. Suddenly she felt that something was amiss. What did the Astral Combat Academy's transformation have to do with this student becoming a war drummer? That bastard was playing with her again. At Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Luin opened his eyes and stretched. The others gathered around him once more. "Brother Lu, you're amazing," Coco exclaimed in admiration. Luin smiled and swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing on Hui Daynight's face for a moment. Hui Dayknight awkwardly turned his head away. Silver beamed as he walked up to Luin. "You're amazing. You're barely on par with me when I used 30% of my strength." Luin disdainfully replied, "I only used 20% of my strength. I only used 10% of my strength to defeat that guy with 3 swords. I didn't even use 10%. Everyone else was bewildered. At that moment Lu Xiaoyun walked over, and the crowd unconsciously made way for her. She looked at Lu Yin seriously, her eyes still filled with disbelief. How was the first strike? Lu Yin thought for a moment. It was swift and fierce. What about the second strike? Lu Xiaoyun continued to ask. Lu Yin blurted out, it covered a large area and had a strong attack. Then what about the third strike? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled back at her. Lu Xiaoyun was disappointed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Lu Yin smiled. Madame Nayland saved my life, so I can tell you about the third strike. He paused for a moment as everyone stared at him. I didn't feel anything from the third strike. Everyone else was stunned as they didn't understand. Only Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Yin in a daze and bitterly said, so there really are geniuses like you in this universe who are immune to the third strike. You might be the Day-Night clan's nemesis. This shocked Hui Day-Night, and he turned to look at Lu Yin in confusion. Why would he be immune to the third strike of the Sword Sect, be the Day-Night clan's nemesis? Lu Yin knew what Lu Xiaoyun meant. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques all had the same spirit-destroying effect as the third strike. If Lu Yin was truly immune to spirit-destroying attacks, then the Day-Night clan's battle techniques would just be ordinary techniques to him. Of course, even though he knew this, he didn't show it. He just looked at Lu Xiaoyun in confusion. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lu Yin deeply. Be careful of the Night King clan. She then turned and left. Lu Yin exhaled. Perhaps he had made a mistake, as he shouldn't have been completely ineffective against Lu Xiaoqiu's third strike. If even Lu Xiaoyun thought that he was the Day-Night clan's nemesis, then what about the Day-Night clan itself? He couldn't help but recall the scene when he had first entered the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor and the name at the top of the stone tablet outside. Night King Jinwu. He had a feeling that this was a mountain that he had to cross. Just as Lu Yin was about to rest, his expression changed. He walked out of the Trial Zone mountain and arrived at the Trial Zone entrance, where he bowed respectfully to the Trial Master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 224. Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that the serious technique was not simple, but it had actually surpassed the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was the sect at the helm of the Innerverse #1 flow zone and could be considered the strongest sect in the human domain. What sect could surpass it? The average person cannot see the serious technique, but through the live broadcast, there will definitely be people in the entire universe who will discover traces of this technique. You did the right thing by not revealing it, but the next few opponents you will face will all be very powerful. You will have to make a choice beforehand. Do you want to reveal this technique and fight for your chance of victory, or do you want to keep it hidden and fight head-on? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had considered this question before, but he had not come to a decision. Mentor, what will happen if that sect discovers that I know this technique? The Trial Master's lips curled up. You want to know if Astral 10 will protect you? Lu Yin felt awkward. The Trial Master continued, I can tell you that Astral 10 will definitely protect you. Not just Astral 10, but the entire Astral Combat Academy will protect you. Lu Yin relaxed. That's good. But they definitely won't be able to protect you. The Trial Master changed the topic and spoke in a strange tone. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at the Trial Master, not knowing what to say. That sect is called the Serious Sect, and it's one of the strongest sects in the entire human domain. You've experienced the power of the Serious technique, so you should understand how terrifying it is. Who do you think can stop it? Any random elder from that sect can sweep through the innerverse and outerverse, so don't expect anyone to protect you, the Trial Master said casually. Lu Yin was helpless. I understand, Mentor. I won't reveal this technique. The Trial Master looked at Lu Yin and raised a finger. Next match. As long as you don't reveal it in the next match, you don't have to worry. What? Lu Yin was confused. The Trial Master closed his eyes and began to rest. Lu Yin was confused. What was so special about the next match? He did not understand, but he shook his head and did not think too much about it. He stepped into the Trial Zone mountain and waited for the 7th match to draw lots. At the same time, in Astral 3, Night Queen Yanqing was bowing to the young man on the screen, not even daring to raise her head. Remember, think of a way to deal with that, Lu Yin. Someone who is immune to the Sword Sect's third sword should not exist. I've already spoken to those old fellows from the Astral Combat Academy. Your next opponent's next match. Night Queen Yanqing firmly replied, yes. Are you confident? The man asked Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. I've already cultivated the Night King's body, so he'll definitely lose. The man nodded in satisfaction. The sword sect's third sword deals extreme damage to one's mind, while the Night King's body deals extreme damage to one's physical body. He might be immune to the third sword, but he won't be able to resist the Night King's body. The next battle will be the final battle, and I want you to beat him until his mind collapses. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists. Yes. Soon, the 7th round of the drawing of lots was about to begin. The plains were restored once again, and even the peak was perfectly reconstructed. However, it was not within the plains but outside the plains. The battle below was too intense, and destroying the plains was a common occurrence. The mentors were not stupid. What's the point of having that peak? It's an eyesore. Some students were dissatisfied. Someone beside him said, that's a benchmark. Only the winner can climb up. This is an example that the Academy has set up for all the students, and it's also for the countless people in the universe to see. To put it bluntly, he's just showing off. Big Pao popped out of nowhere and interjected. On the peak, one figure after another appeared. Of the top 8, aside from Grandine Mavis, the rest were all student leaders from their respective academies. So many genius powerhouses had appeared, but 7 of the 10 student leaders had remained. The Astral Combat Academy was very satisfied with this result. Of course, the inevitable battles between the student leaders were about to begin. The first battle was between Starsabil and Feng Shang. When Feng Shang saw that his opponent was Starsabil, his face immediately turned bitter. He had plenty of battle experience and he was not afraid of anyone. He even dared to fight Lu Xiaoqiu, but he did not know where to begin against Starsabil, as he had no idea how to attack her. Starsabil smiled at Feng Shang. I don't recall that we've ever fought before. This is our first time. Feng Shang was speechless. If I'd known that I would be facing you in this battle, I would have pestered you for 10 or even 100 rounds. Starsabil smiled. Battle experience is useless against me because my attack is based on divination and seeing the future. Feng Shang rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would believe that. Soon the battle between the two began on the arena plains. Lu Yin and the rest stared at the arena below, all of them looking at Starsabil. What secrets did her attack hold? Not long after, everyone was shocked to see that all of Feng Shang's attacks had missed. Even if he used his domain to cover the entire arena plains in an attempt to suppress Starsabil, it was useless. Starsabil really seemed to be able to predict the future, and she was always able to dodge his attacks before he did, causing his attacks to miss. Not long after, Feng Shang's face paled. Starsabil was clearly right in front of him, but he could not hit her. This feeling was so stifling that he wanted to vomit blood. Hey, can't you just hit me twice? Feng Shang could not help but shout. Starsabil smiled. Sure. She then fluttered towards Feng Shang. Feng Shang pressed down with his palm. Whirlwind Slash, which had defeated Sha. Now that he was facing Starsabil, Feng Shang did not hold back at all. He slapped out with his palm, and a spinning wind blade tore through the void in an all-encompassing attack. However, the result was still the same. The wind blade pierced through Starsabil and landed on the ground, creating a giant crater in the arena plains. It's not over yet. Feng Shang flipped his hand and sent out another palm. This time there was not just one whirlwind slash, there was another in his palm. However, Starsabil still managed to dodge it. This time, however, she did not completely avoid it. Instead, she brushed past Feng Shang. The arena fell silent as everyone stared in shock at Feng Shang's slowly dissipating body. A chill ran down their spines. Just how had she attacked? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he still could not understand. This woman was not fast, but she had been able to easily dodge Feng Shang's extremely fast attack. He had clearly not seen her attack method, but she had still been able to instantly kill Feng Shang. What was going on? Han Chong and Night Queen Yanqing were similarly puzzled. Starsabil was just too mysterious. Outside the arena plains, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flickered as he stared at Starsabil. Out of all the students, he was the only one who had felt a trace of an attack intent. It was very similar to the third swords, but it was even more obscure. It was no wonder why the Sword Sect's headmaster had said that Lu Xiaoqiu's main opponent in the Astral Combat Tournament would be Starsabil. This woman was definitely the best opponent for the third sword. It was a pity that Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. As he thought about this, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze swept towards Gao Feng. Lu Yin frowned, but he suddenly felt Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze on him. He turned around and the two stared at each other. In that instant, Lu Yin seemed to have thought of something and he looked back at Starsabil. Could her attack be similar to the third sword? Starsabil returned to her seat on the high peak and smiled at the crowd. She appeared very mysterious. Lu Yin retracted his thoughts as it was possible. That spiritual force attack was invisible and formless. Based on Starsabil's mysteriousness, it was possible for her to use such a move. It was both useful and grand. It was a pity that Lu Yin only knew the day-night punch, which was not very useful. Soon the second opponent appeared, Han Chong and Lu Xiaoyun. Han Chong was also very mysterious, and his battle with Xia Yi was especially puzzling. Hua Hua's battle style was clearly very gentle, but it had become unfathomable. Many people looked at Lu Xiaoyun as they did not know how far she could push Han Chong. At this point in the competition, everyone's bottom line is pretty much clear. "You're not my opponent," Han Chong said calmly on the arena plains. Lu Xiaoyun gripped her sword hilt tightly. "At the very least we need to know the difference in strength." Han Chong casually waved his hand. "Everyone calls me the art saint, so I'll paint a vast landscape for you to destroy." He then used his star energy to draw a picture in front of him. Mountains, rivers, forests, thatched cottages, and more formed a landscape painting that used star energy as ink. Lu Xiaoyun gripped her sword hilt tightly, and a shockwave spread out from beneath her feet that gradually covered the entire arena plains. This was her domain, a world of the sword, and her attack range covered the entire arena plains. Han Chong's landscape painting grew wider and wider until it also covered the entire arena plains. As the endless rain of swords rained down, countless cracks appeared in the void as they collided with the landscape painting. The scene before everyone's eyes warped, and even though the void had been shattered, the landscape painting was still able to hold it in place, blocking the countless spatial cracks. This scene was quite spectacular, as the attack that covered the entire arena plains was enough to easily crush an area master. In an instant, the arena plains that had been repaired shattered once again. Lu Yin frowned. Lu Xiaoyun's attack range was very large, and she was trying to use it to make up for the difference in speed. Unfortunately, her attacks were too scattered, and while each attack was enough to instantly kill an area master, they were not strong enough to seriously injure a realm master. This kind of power could not even compare to Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword. It was no wonder why she was so far away from the sword sect. Although she was Lu Xiaoqiu's older sister, everyone in the sword sect would compare her to Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu frowned as well, as this endless rain of swords made him feel rather uncomfortable. This sister of his had chosen the wrong path. Suddenly Lu Xiaoyun slashed at Han Chong. Many people suddenly thought of Tu Bo, who had been instantly killed by this attack. This attack was an imitation of the 13 swords. Han Chong's eyes flashed and he waved a hand, summoning a tall mountain from the landscape painting. It was instantly split apart, but Lu Xiaoyun's attack was also cancelled out. "Not a bad attack, but it's useless against me," Han Chong commented. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed her sword. "I've lost." With that, she left the Life-Seek realm. She had used all of her strength, but Han Chong had not done much. The difference between them was obvious. In the first two battles, 2 academy leaders had been defeated, and the third battle was between Grandini Mavis and Dao Bo. Many people looked towards the peak, where there were only 2 people left, Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing. The scene was very similar to the previous battle, and Lu Yin was also in the last battle. Night Queen Yanqing was not surprised, as that person had already informed her of the outcome. She had also analyzed Lu Yin's power level and simulated it multiple times, and she was certain to win. Lu Yin glanced at Night Queen Yanqing. Was this a coincidence? He had actually gone up against someone from the Night King clan. Lu Xiaoyun had warned him to be careful of the Night King clan. Could this be a test? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 225. On the plains, Grandini Mavis clenched her fists. Her green robes were very eye-catching. Dao Bo felt helpless. Of all the opponents, the Mavis family was the last person he wanted to face. He was a lock-breaker, and his control and understanding of star energy surpassed everyone else. He was confident that he could even put up a fight against Han Chong, but the Mavis family was an exception. They relied purely on brute strength, and their strange strength made it impossible for Dao Bo to unleash his full strength. Outside the plains, many of the Academy's lockbreakers sighed. Dao Bo's strength was undeniable, and he had even defeated Mira, who had been in the same batch as him. He was a monster, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. The Mavis family could be considered the nemesis of lock breakers. Bring it on. Grandine shouted loudly as she punched Dao Bo. Dao Bo was speechless. He did not like this sort of opening speech. It would have been great if he could have fought against Xia Luo, as it would have been a battle between two civilized people. It would have been very elegant, but this woman in front of him made him feel as if he had returned to the wilderness. He hurriedly dodged, but a huge crater appeared where he had been standing. Several loud booms followed as the crater grew larger and larger, and a shockwave even swept towards him. Dao Bo sighed. When his feet touched the ground, the entire world changed, turning into a silver-gray color. Terrifying undulations swept through the plains as he used his domain to suppress Grandine. Within his domain, Grandine's every move was being monitored by Dao Bo. The strength of her punches, the trajectory of her movements, and even the direction in which she dodged could not be hidden from Dao Bo. If Grandine wanted to defeat Dao Bo with her current strength, it would be impossible. Fortunately, she had battle force. The next moment, a tyrannical purple battle force soared into the sky, shocking everyone. It was four-line battle force. Dao Bo looked at Grandine's eyes that were filled with battle intent and felt rather helpless. He raised a hand and admitted defeat. Grandine was just about to charge over and fight when she was choked by Dao Bo. She was furious. "Are you a man? Why are you admitting defeat so quickly?" Dao Bo sighed. "The Mavis family has comprehended four-line battle force, so my attacks cannot break through their defenses. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me either. Your attacks cannot even touch me. Then why are you admitting defeat?" Grandine was dissatisfied and eager to fight. Dao Bo was helpless. "Neither of us can win against the other. A man does not fight with a woman. I admit defeat. You're looking down on women? You're courting death." Grandine charged forward once more, punching him in the face. Luin looked up at the sky. This scene was very familiar. Back during Astral 10's freshman tournament, Lulu had beaten Schutz up like this and forced him to apologize to her. Dao Bo immediately left the Life-Seek realm, causing Grandine's punch to miss. She felt very uncomfortable. Although she appeared to be more refined than Lulu on the surface, the Mavis family would never be able to change some of their bad habits, such as their belligerence. As she thought about it, Grandine's gaze swept over the peak, and when she looked at Luin, her purple battle force became even more vigorous. Luin laughed, stood up, and looked at Night Queen Yanqing. "It's our turn." Night Queen Yanqing stood up and stared coldly at Luin. "Let me remind you that it's best if you don't admit defeat. Otherwise, the Night King clan will teach you the meaning of despair." Lu Yin's smile faded and his tone turned icy. "Is that so? It seems like you're targeting me." "The Night King clan doesn't need to target anyone. It's hard to find an opponent who's qualified to be crushed by me. I just don't want this to end too quickly." Night Queen Yanqing took a step forward and appeared on the plains. Lu Yin's expression darkened. The Night King clan, the Night King clan. This clan had been involved with him from the very beginning. Earth's Qingyu, Umbral Butterfly Weave's Zhua Day Night, Astral 10's Hui Day Night, and now Night Queen Yanqing. He really did have some fate with this clan. "Brother Lu, don't mind her. That's just her temper. She's a woman, and there will always be a few days when she feels uncomfortable." Feng Shang appeared and shamelessly sat on the peak. The other defeated academy leaders had not returned. He was the only one who had. Star Sibyl looked at Feng Shang. "What did you say?" Feng Shang was embarrassed. "Well, I didn't say anything, ha." Star Sibyl looked at Luin, but she did not say anything. Luin took a step forward and appeared on the plains, facing Night Queen Yanqing. Many people believed that the champion of this astral combat tournament would be decided, but in reality, this was already the final battle and only a few people knew about it. If the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu was not very famous, then the Night King clan was different. Their signature black and white hair with a strand of gray in the center was the Night King clan, the most powerful clan in the entire universe. Regardless of whether it was the outer verse or the inner verse, the Day-Night clan was extremely terrifying and had countless legends. In the Great Yu Empire, Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, Geraldine, Jerlin, Eddie, and the others who had fought against Qingyu all stared with wide eyes. The final battle on Earth was still fresh in their minds, and Qingyu's strength had shocked everyone. Back then it had been Lu Yin who had defeated him, and the process had been extremely difficult. No one had expected Lu Yin to face this clan again in the blink of an eye. Night Queen Yanqing was not Qingyu. Qingyu had climbed up the ranks as a member of the Day-Night clan, but Night Queen Yanqing had been born as a Night King. The cultivation resources and battle techniques that she had obtained were not something that Qingyu could compare to. No one had directly experienced the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Lu Yin, but when they faced Night Queen Yanqing, they felt a chill run down their spines. The words Night King Clan were enough to describe everything. The two stood across from each other on the plains without moving. Lu Yin stared intently at Night Queen Yanqing's eyes, as he had not forgotten how Sharon had been instantly petrified. That was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, and if he could not break it, then he would not be able to stop her. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a charming smile, and her gaze became arrogant. A strand of purple flickered, causing Lu Yin's scalp to tingle. His four-line battle force covered his body, but it had been a close call. A strange undulation had been blocked by the four-line battle force and isolated outside his body. Even so, a layer of the four-line battle force had been shaved off, causing it to dim. Many people were shocked. Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift was so terrifying that it sent chills down their spines. A single glance was enough to weaken four-line battle force. "Let's see how long you can last," Night Queen Yanqing said disdainfully. She had simulated her battle with Lu Yin several times. Although this person was strong and fast enough to dodge the first sword of the 13 swords, could he be faster than her gaze? Her innate gift of purple eyes just so happened to be the bane of speed, and this person had no chance of winning against her. Lu Yin frowned and disappeared with flash. He tore through the void and charged straight towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's purple eyes swept back and forth, not leaving Lu Yin for even a moment. This caused his four-line battle force to continuously weaken. Once it disappeared, he would be petrified and suffer the same fate as Sharon. This was a battle that had no solution, and Lu Yin had to fight for time. He could either defeat Night Queen Yanqing before his four-line battle force completely disappeared, or he could wait to be petrified. Lu Yin chose the first option, which was to forcefully endure Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift of purple eyes and charge towards her. He raised his palm and used a 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm, which caused the void to collapse. He pressed down with his palm, which was comparable to the second sword of the 13 swords. He did not believe that Night Queen Yanqing could easily block it. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold and her purple eyes flickered. She stood in place and suddenly looked up as purple battle force erupted from beneath her feet. Night King technique, Night King fist. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Four-line battle force? Boom. The ground caved in as a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, tearing apart the energy barrier that separated the planes. Fortunately, the mentors had set up a second barrier, or else the shockwave would have instantly killed many of the students. Night fell and the Night King fist changed the weather, leaving only one fist in Lu Yin's eyes. He stared closely at the Night King fist. It was very familiar, very familiar. When he had first come into contact with the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone, he had seen this exact fist. It was from this fist that he had comprehended the Day-Night fist, and Night Queen Yanqing had used an even stronger Night King fist. Day and night alternated, tearing apart a person's spiritual force. This was the peak of Night Queen Yanqing's four-line battle force. Although the might of this fist could not compare to the third sword of the 13 swords, it was very close, and even Lu Xiaoqiu was moved. Bang bang bang, more than 10 explosions rang out as the 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm collided with the Night King fist. The explosion caused the entire area to collapse, and spatial cracks appeared one after another, sucking in the smoke and dust. Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing shuttled through the spatial cracks and clashed head-on. He had originally thought that Night Queen Yanqing would combine the Day-Night clan's battle techniques with her innate gift to deal with him, but he had not expected her to be proficient in battle force. Her physical body was also terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing Chao Ji's. Bang! There was a loud explosion as he grabbed onto Night Queen Yanqing's fists and slammed them into the ground. Night Queen Yanqing's purple eyes stared at him as she continuously whittled away at his four-line battle force. "You really are immune to my Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Tell me, what's your innate gift?" Lu Yin's knee slammed into Night Queen Yanqing, but she raised her long white legs to block Lu Yin's kick. "Your four-line battle force won't be able to last much longer. You're dead." "Is that so? Let's try again," Lu Yin growled and let go of Night Queen Yanqing's fists. He pulled his right hand back, causing his muscles to swell as an intense pain spread through his nerves. He gritted his teeth and growled, 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned. Impossible. There was a thump as Lu Yin's right elbow sent shockwaves through the void. He struck out with his palm and sent Night Queen Yanqing flying out of the ground. 17 explosions rang out from her body, and her 4-line battle force almost shattered. Night Queen Yanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned deathly pale as she floated in the air. Lu Yin slowly rose into the air as he panted heavily. His right arm was dripping with blood. The 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm was practically the limit of his right arm, and it would be difficult for him to unleash a similar attack in his current state. In front of their screens, everyone was silent as they watched without blinking. This battle had already caused everyone's blood to boil. Who would emerge victorious in a clash of 4-line battle force? In a dark room in the Innerverse, a youth swirled his wine glass as he stared at a screen. His black and white hair was breathtaking, and a single strand of gray hair hung down to his shoulders. Behind the youth, Lu Xiaoge was also staring at the screen. He looked at Lu Yin with a twinkle in his eyes, and there was a strange glint in the depths of his eyes. In the sky above the plains, Night Queen Yanqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her charming purple eyes turned cold as they swept over Lu Yin. Your physical body strength has exceeded my expectations. 17-fold shockwave palm is something that even an explorer can't achieve. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. You're not bad either. You actually managed to survive. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.